Greetings, fellow Empyreans. I am Ashtarothi, the voice of New Eden, and my camera's messed up. Hold on, let me fix this real quick. Sorry, I've been, gone for a little while, tried to set everything up, tried to make sure that everything was right. Apparently, when my video camera gets unplugged and replugged in, it resets like this. Now it should be good. Should it be good? Should be good. All right. Well, that's a good start. Greetings, fellow Empyreans. I am Ashtarothi, the voice of New Eden, and this is March 5th, YC127, and this is Evener's Show. How's it going, guys? You've missed nothing. You've missed nothing. All right, guys. We have so much ground to cover today. I'm glad to see everybody coming into chat already. We have a big day to go over. We've got news. We've got Eve news. We've got lore. I will say, before we jump into it, I'm sorry. I've been gone a lot more than I would like to have been. My son has been sick a lot. Nothing serious, just like general. I'm going to school and getting sick, and then coming and getting me sick. And my ears got plugged up, and so I had to go to the doctor to get that fixed. And it's been a nightmare when it comes to actually getting things done. I wanted to make the New Eden news for the previous New Eden news from last week, which sets up tomorrow, or begins to set up tomorrow. Got it all recorded, but couldn't get it edited in time for it to be meaningful. So I was just like, fuck it, I'll do it tomorrow. I'll do it on Wednesday. Tomorrow's going to be a huge day, and today is about getting us totally up to speed, so that way we might be able to understand what is happening / starting tomorrow. So, what's on fire and where? Nothing's on fire yet. We are in the system of Tabit, where the fire is supposed to start tomorrow. Yeah. But we're going to be talking about all of the lore and implications involving that, and what brings us to this point, and what we can potentially expect. I don't know if expecting is a good. I don't know if I'm going to. I can't tell you guys that I'm going to know what I'm necessarily to expect tomorrow. But at least we're going to have a better understanding of what's going on and why. Now, before we go into the lore stuff, though, we do have some very important Eve news. We have like two total We almost have 2 complete episodes today. So strap in. It's probably going to be a long episode. Yeah. Whoever gives me timestamps for this first, I will give 2 cerebral accelerators for. But regardless, jumping into it, we have some news to go into. We've been talking a lot recently. No, we can't do the lore first. Should we do the lore first? The lore first means that we're going to just do the lore. Tell you what, I'm going to breeze past the news. We're going to touch on it, and then if people want us to go into it deeper, maybe we'll do it later or something like that. We will get through the news as fast as possible. Yes, I know that there's a New Eden news as well. Trust me, there's so much to do. All right. There's also a new thing about Vanguard that came out today. There's lots, okay? Excuse me. Hold on. I might need to go get my water. I got my coffee in my coffee mug. Mauro coffee mug, which you can get on the merch store, which should be down below, as well as the software developer not equal tech support shirt / mug. All right. However, if this coffee is getting my throat clogged, I might need to go grab my cup of water that I left in the other room. All right. So the biggest news for the broad public is this Equinox mining balance philosophy and learning. And I really do like this dev blog. I want to dig into it, like meaty dig into it for people. But again, like we don't necessarily, like this could be an episode almost, right? We did talk about the economics of Eve in an episode a week or 2 ago, which actually a lot of people found very valuable to maybe break through some of the narratives of nullsec. Now we have this post And I guess on the top, I'm going to say, does this post invalidate anything that I was saying? If everything is just fine, why are they making this this post? Are they just acquiescing to nullsec? Is this going to ruin things? No, none to any of that. The big thing here with this dev blog and with all of this is the fact that throughout scarcity and throughout that whole time period, they wanted to put in a whole bunch of different levers so that way they can move things in different ways at different times, right? And so because of that, like I've talked about this. I think I talked about this on stream before, but just in case, the big thing about these changes and CCP tweaking the numbers, rebalancing as it were, I feel like people, when they give their feedback, seem to think that the goal is some sort of hypothetical true balance, that things are going to get into some sort of good state where all the stuff is kind of correctly balanced together and, you know, the game is quote unquote healthy. But that isn't a real thing because time exists, right? No one state is going to be the perfect state, even a perfectly balanced state, because this game is not a game about perfectly balanced situations. This isn't an arena shooter or like Rocket League where it's like set teams in set conditions with symmetrical gameplay. This is as asymmetrical as it can get. Most of the fighting, it happens before the fight even begins because the person who can engineer the most advantageous situation for themselves for their own personal goals within the sandbox is more likely to come out ahead, right? So the fact that and the living market of Eve demands agitation in order to create stories, right? If everything's exactly the same as far as like the meta goes 2 years ago to today, then basically whoever mastered the meta would already have just mastered it, and it would just be whoever has that, then they're good to go. But that isn't how Eve works. It's this ever-shifting balance. And so what's cool is that they've put a lot of these levers in to create all kinds of conditions. So, for example, for a couple of years, we had Isogen being worth an incredible amount compared to what it was worth before. And then they fixed that bottleneck, and then it dropped back down. And so, too, we're seeing these big spikes in value of specific things, and then they fix it, which tweaks it and brings those numbers back in. And then it's time for something else to be the bottleneck or whatnot. So, like, I'm not saying that they didn't make a mistake. I'm not saying that what they're going towards isn't like a better situation or they're not learning from what they're doing. My point is that quote unquote problematic state that we were in is a valid game state that the players were adapting to and capitalizing on and adjusting to. And what is going to come is a different game state that will have people capitalizing on it and complaining about it and all that stuff. A good example of this is as soon as this dev blog was announced and the prices began to crash speculatively, there were already people complaining about how much this was bad for low-sec and null-sec mining, or null-sec and low-sec and high-sec mining, which is, of course, you know, one of the things, basically the opposite of what I've been saying recently, which is like these complaints represent opportunities for these specific people. And as these complaints are addressed, those opportunities begin to close for those other people, right? New opportunities will emerge. So that's pretty much what we got here. The other thing that's important to note from this dev blog, a really big one, is that this is the first dev blog that I've seen from CCP Okami. CCP Okami joined the company last year, basically a year ago. In fact, in the dev blog, he says that he joined during Equinox, and he is game design director. So he's one of the top 3 people in the company when it comes to making things actually happen. If you see this director's chat 2025 and beyond, we have CCP Ritati, CCP Okami, and CCP Burger. And those are the three people. Those are the people who make the big decisions about what is going on with EVE Online. Now, CCP Ritati has historically, especially when it comes to the economics of things, been very conservative in how much he's willing to allow players to get for rewards. Very much mindful towards an eye on potentially ruining the economy. Here. Oh, gosh. And you know, leading us through scarcity. CCP Burger has been a very is a very excitable character. He's very creative and ambitious, and is a big reason why CCP has become far more bold in their game development since 2019, when he helped take over. CCP Okami is kind of a wild card right now. I don't know him very well. This is the one conversation with him, and it's funny because he kind of comes in, and if you go back and look through all the stuff when it comes to the consternation about this, the mining, and then Okami's response, and then all that sort of stuff, people have been singing the praises of Okami on Reddit, even though they don't really know who he is, which I think is kind of funny. So he is really big. He's one of the top 3, and hopefully we'll learn more about him sooner rather than later. But yeah, so he basically just kind of talks about the problem. And one of the things that I really like is this conversation about the game as a simulation or as a game, because, and I think this is an important question, because if it's a simulation, then it's okay that things are bad because it's simulating how things play out, right? Like a weather simulation includes hurricanes, you know? A simulation can also simulates the points of failure within any given system. However, as a game, it's expected to be enjoyable and logical and progressive, right? Or have allow you to progress, right? And so another way of looking at this is kind of one of the things that we talk about a lot more when it comes to like PvP, which is PvP as war versus PvP as sport, which goes back to that idea of like EVE Online is not a fundamentally fair game. It's not supposed to be. It is war. And so, you know, balancing that and allowing it to be war without it becoming unfun is something that they've been playing around with. So they have introduced, they're doing a lot of stuff to fix the mining as it is right now. However, this is part of a larger update that is coming on the 12th, which is, so we've gotten a couple of devlogs about what's coming on the 12th. And so what we're going to do is, not today because we've got lore stuff to get to, but we're going to go over this and other devlogs in relationship to what is coming out on the 12th. Like, for instance, there's this one, which was about how they fixed how they've changed the way that the engine works for the first time since 2008, and all of the implications that has. And then also we have new value packs, which are like basically their new setup for how they're selling items in the game, which, by the way, for those of you saying that, oh my god, they're selling ships again, they never stopped. This is why we have a Paragon station where we turn in ships, because it destroys the ships that they sell. And then we have another awesome dev blog that gives me a lot of hope about the EVE API. What I'll say about this right now is Ariel Rin was elected to the CSM this year, with the focus of ESI development. And look, we're getting lots of love about ESI. Is this a coincidence? I don't know. I don't care. Thank you so much, Ariel, for continuing to help CCP respect the API as much as it needs to be. Hopefully this means that we're going to get more love, but there is a lot of hopeful stuff in here. The biggest one that I see in this one is these new endpoints. Corporation projects, sovereignty system support, and Paragon Hub endpoints. These could be very, very cool. I still think that this is a good start, but they need to do things like make sure that insurgencies. You want insurgencies to not just become some vestigial thing that we talk about as this thing that they released this one. If you want insurgencies to not become the next resource wars, you need to put insurgencies in the ESI. Show it proper respect, right? But this is all very, very good stuff. Birthday patch day for me. Hope it's not a flop. Well, I will say this. When it comes to getting hyped up on EVE Online patches, it is worth getting hyped up on CCP on EVE Online patches, but one thing I will say is it doesn't matter how big or how small the update has been. Almost every single time there's been a major update in EVE, I've gotten super hyped up about it. It came out. I watched all the trailers. I was like, yeah, we've waited for it for like a month or whatever. I log in, and not much has actually changed. You know, like, just remember, EVE Online is still going to be the same game it was. You know, these changes are incremental. So, like, you don't necessarily need to, like, set a day off school or work or whatever in order to make sure to be on the day of the expansion. It's probably, or on the patch, it's probably not that big, especially since it's not an expansion, it's just a patch. But tomorrow, on the other hand, could be a big deal. But we'll look into that in a little bit. But yes, definitely happy birthday. Have you considered liking the video? Yes. The Scope will be broadcasting from Tabit tomorrow on the CCP stream. I will be also streaming from Tabit tomorrow. Should I wait? Do you guys think I should stream tomorrow live, or should we all watch the Scope stream and then go live immediately after? That's a good question. Achieved, how's it going, man? Achieved, I want to call out Achieved real quick. Hold on. Not bad, not bad, not bad. This dude, I haven't been able to make as much content recently. Hold on. Why is... Achieved has been pumping out content. Look at this guy. We've got, so he's been doing a series called The Ugliest Ships. He's been doing really interesting, he goes into the lore of the individual officers, which is pretty cool. I do want to, like, I've set this aside. I was going to do a lore review of this, like a recording of me responding to this video. This video you've gotten my attention for, man. Because, like, I want to know what you know about what you think you know about the Yen-Yong civilization. The Yen-Yong civilization is one of the least known ones, although it is big in EVE Galaxy, or sorry, EVE Echoes, where Sheev comes from. I don't know about these alien beings in the thumbnail, but that's something I really like to do. So let me know, you guys, if you guys want to do that, and Achieved, if it's okay. I'd love to watch that video on stream and kind of give my thoughts about it. But, you know, this guy is busting a hump, and he's a great dude. He's a friend of the show. You want the Yen-Yong ships, like from EVE Echoes? That is... Actually, that'd be pretty cool. The EVE Echoes ship weapon system is actually kind of interesting. It's sort of like the Triglavian ships, where, you know, it's all about the optimal range. But basically, the Yen-Yong ships do an incredible amount of damage when it's exactly at optimal range, but then its damage falls off in both directions. So it's a precision-based weapon system. I don't know how well it would work in EVE, especially with like ammo and other stuff like that. But it is a cool idea. And of course, the Yen-Yong culture is one of the most mysterious. And I think that, you know, if you watch my tinfoil episode, you'll know that I think that the Yen-Yong are actually incredibly important to the history of EVE. Yeah, I know. EVE Echoes doesn't talk a lot about them. They teased that they would, but then they didn't. I don't know about the ugliest ship Bargist, though. That I don't know if I can agree with that one. All right. Well, I'm skipping over basically all of the news for the day. So my question is, I'm gonna ask you guys. Oh yeah, make sure to give a follow to. Hold on. There is Ashiv's YouTube channel. Make sure to go give him a follow. All right. So we could. How do we want to do this? I can do the 2 New Eden news first, and then we can go back and kind of talk about stuff. Or we can start from the beginning and work our way up to the latest 2 New Eden news. What do you guys think? Can stream live from there? Well, yeah, no, I can stream live from there. I mean, I'll be there. I guess I could. Yeah, well, yeah. No, yeah, because I can stream it. History first? Normal order? What is normal order? First to current. Okay. All right. We'll sort out how we're dealing with this tomorrow. I will say, this means that the what is happening tomorrow happens 1 hour before my normal stream start. So my stream is either going to start early or start directly after whatever's happening happens. I'll be recording it regardless. I think I might be able to just stream it and then also like show the scope news at the same time. I think that's what I did last time, isn't it? Isn't that what I did with Turner? Wait, now that I think about it, I think that's just all I did. Was I kept the scope video in the corner? We'll probably just do that then. All right. So, for let's go ahead and jump into it. Make sure to get your coffee, your tea. You just got a few subs? Hell yeah. We've been meaning to do a show together. I haven't gotten a chance to do that yet. You need to hit me up again. In before Oxygen 5 criticality experiments. We're kind of, I mean, that's sort of where it starts. All right, so, stay a while and listen. All right. Greetings, fellow Empyreans. I am Ashrothi, the voice of New Eden, and this is your lore update to prepare us for what is going to happen on the 6th of March, YC127. There is a lot going on at the moment with the Drifter crisis, and today is a great opportunity to kind of follow up from my previous lore speedrun video, which is over 2 years old now. So while my original plan was to basically pick up where that video left off with the Athenon events and the stuff with that, given the focus on the Drifter stuff, I wanted to maybe go a little bit further back in order to kind of make sure that we understand the Drifter story as a whole, and then also kind of jump in with the story arc as it started in 2022, or I think it was, with the empires going to war. So, which is basically where we left off with the Eve lore speedrun. So to begin with, though, a few years back, I did make this video called Who Are the Drifters? And, hold on. There we go. Who Are the Drifters? I made it on Talking in Stations. I never moved it back over to my channel, even though I thought I might want to. but we're going to start here, and then we'll go through the whole story. And this is going to be interesting because I haven't watched this in a little while, so maybe I'll have something to say to myself, but we're going to start here. Greetings, fellow Empyreans. I am Ashtarothi, and I am very... Yeah.
21,000 years.
Enjoy.
By 2730 AD, nearly 21,000 years before the modern era, the human race had colonized its home system of Sol.
Within 5,000 years,
humanity had stretched out to consume all resources within the range of their warp drive technology. Near the end of the 8th millennia, a miracle came to the human race in the form of a semi-stable wormhole, which connected them to a previously undiscovered land of prosperity. Within a few short years, the largest colonization effort in human history began as countless souls poured through the Eve Gate and into New Eden. However, the fortunes of mankind took a turn less than a century later in 8061 when the Eve Gate collapsed, cutting off the colonies of New Eden Cluster from Terra. The cost was devastating to those remaining. Countless colonies were lost, and the very history of mankind faded into legend. Little is known from this prehistory, but we do know of the existence of 3 civilizations that held influence in those early days. The Yanyong, masters of gravitonic technology and force field theory, settled in the Detol region in modern-day Galente space, but all records of them end around the year 9000 AD. Unsettlingly, the remains of the Talakan Empire, which mostly are found in the mysterious Anoikis, a series of far-flung star systems accessible in the modern day only through unstable wormholes, seem to have also fallen from power at about this time. Of all of the ancient empires, the only one whom we have met in the modern era are the enigmatic Jovian. Being a relatively primitive civilization compared to their contemporaries, the Jovians survived the Eve Gate collapse by having their entire civilization loaded on immense arcs and shuffled at barely faster than light speeds. The majority of the population remained in suspended animation in a virtual reality environment known as the Construct. Those inside of the Construct used the time dilation of the simulation to rapidly advance their civilization beyond anything imaginable in the physical world. Soon, the limitations of reality were no match for this new civilization. To protect them from corruption and to ensure a tether to reality, a law was established in the early days known as the One Body, One Mind Law, which simply states that for you to have a consciousness within the construct, one must also have a physical body connected to it. This serves 2 purposes. First, it makes sure that each being inside of the construct was at least once human, but also the construct itself was eventually transformed to use the brains of those connected to it as part of its computational systems. Thus, removing the physical body would disrupt a part of the construct, or even take parts with it. Outside of the construct, the Jovians had gone through 3 distinct empires. The first collapse occurred when the highly engineered Elders began suppressing the biological experimentation of the other Jovians. When Michael Bohr reunited the Jovians in a second empire, they began performing increasingly bizarre experiments on themselves, causing both the Jovian disease and the formation of the sleeper civilization out of those living in the construct. The Jovian disease is not so much of an actual disease as an engineered defect in Jovian biology that causes melancholy, madness, and death to all Jovians on a long enough timeline. Eventually, the Jovians turned to those who lived inside of the construct looking for answers to the disease, and the only solution was to enter the suspended animation and join them within the construct. The conflict and disorder that came from this era is known only as the Shrouded Days, and no one, not even the remaining Jove, seemed to fully understand what happened in those days. What does seem to be true is that eventually those inside of the construct, now known as sleepers, fled the Jovians, eventually settling in what we now know as wormhole space, or Noikis. The remaining Jovians migrated to modern-day Jove space and continued to struggle against the disease as they monitored the younger empires, now only emerging from the Dark Ages. Eventually, modern politics, in combination with the uncontrollable disease, led the Jovians to retreat further and further from the rest of New Eden. But as one empire falls, another rises. Deep inside of Anoikis, separated from New Eden by unfathomable time and space, a violation of the construct was born. Without the shepherding of those outside of the construct, an entity which violated the One Body, One Mind law appeared within the construct. A small child with black eyes that had never been born and had never had a physical body. This thing was called the Other and was rejected and hated by the sleepers. But this seems to have only fueled its desire to take over and consume. And over time, more of these defects were made.
You guys follow so far? There was a construct made, a virtual reality construct, and in that, these artificial intelligences began to emerge, known as the Other, which were violations of that construct's rules.
A little over a decade and a half ago, in the year YC105, the Empire of Amarr was having their own trouble. The Emperor, Hadrian VII, ruler of Amarr for 3 centuries, had died of turret disease on August 28, YC105. The Amarr Empire is ruled by a small handful of noble houses, each with a selected heir to head the house. When the time came, the heirs competed with one another in a process known as the succession trials. The winner becomes the new emperor or empress, and the losers must commit suicide in a ritual that is known as the Rite of Shathal Sin. So when the 5 houses competed in YC105, Dorian Corazor was chosen and became Emperor Dorium II, but this did not settle the issues within the empire. Jamil Sorum, the heir to the highly militant Sorum house, was reluctant to give her life in the ancient traditions, and when she lost, conspired with her loyalists on a plan to cheat death.
I've tried to look up what this whole Tourette's disease is, and it's just, they just mention it. They're just like, hey, yeah, he died of Tourette's disease, and they move on.
The very flesh of the heirs is seen to be sacred by the Amarr, so the idea of cloning a body and mind of Jamil was against Amarr scriptures, but this did not stop Jamil's loyal follower Phallic Grange from secretly cloning her at the Matriarch's Citadel. These events had not gone unnoticed in Anoikis. The Other reached out across the cosmos and discovered the plot to illegally and secretly clone the failed heir to the Amarr's throne. When her mind was transported to the Matriarch's Citadel, the Other hopped on board and stitched itself into her brain. Once there, the Other whispered into the heir's mind, teaching her the secrets of ancient technology and revealing the location and function of an incredibly powerful superweapon, which she then used to defeat the Elder fleet of the Mimitar as they flew above Jamil's birth planet in Sorum Prime. The recent assassination of Dorium II had plunged the Amarr into chaos, and Jamil's triumphant return had been deemed a miracle of God. This led to Jamil being crowned the Empress of Amarr. After using the weapon, she discarded it to allow it to fall into the hands of the Road Drones, a hive that is also likely under control of the Other. A Sisters of Eve ship that was doing investigation on the Eve Gate, where the weapon was first found, traced the energy readings to the weapon's location. A Blood Raider group trailed the SOE ship and witnessed them being destroyed by the Road Drone hive. However, the Blood Raiders, probably through the help of the Society of Conscious Thought, or at the very least some Jovians, were able to disable the drones. The Blood Raiders would have acquired the weapon for themselves and brought upon an endless harvest of blood, if not for the valiant Thuckers, a tribal ship and crew who chose to sacrifice themselves to destroy the weapon rather than to let it fall into the wrong hands. The explosion triggered the Isogen 5 that was being packed inside of Jamil's ship and the hive surrounding it. This cache of Isogen 5 was one of several that was created by
Swear to God, if I made a lore bingo sheet, Isogen 5 would be the centerpiece.
the pre-Dark Age empires and stored near certain stars. Isogen 5 itself is a super rare isotope of isogen that seems to only occur around certain blue stars and have unheard of gravitonic properties. To make matters worse, this cache was quantumly entangled with at least 9 other caches, which also exploded simultaneously. These explosions poured energy into the local stars, causing massive coronal mass injections, destroying the closest planet near each star. This is known as the Salian Incident, or the Apocrypha event. In addition to the shattered planet...
I just, as an aside, there I am right there in this picture on the far left side. This was so exciting to me in 2015. This was like the first, like, oh my god, I'm in the lore. Oh my god, I'm in the lore.
Salian Incident, or the Apocrypha event. In addition to the shattered planets created by the explosions, numerous traversable temporal defects known as wormholes began appearing, leading people to discover temporary shortcuts between distant stars, as well as connecting them to the long-lost Anoikis. Still in partial control of Jamil, the Other pushed her to send her scientists into the uncharted space, breaching the sleeper conclaves and extracting the suspended bodies of the sleepers. They then used the sleeper implants to make their first immortal foot soldiers, the Templars. Inside of the construct, the Other used this chance to imprison rebellious sleepers and to send out copies of the Other into the minds of the Templars. Eventually, the dangers of the Templar was discovered, and most were purged. Most. Now partially freed from the construct, the Other constructed massive hives and cracked open the sleeper enclaves, using the bodies itself to puppet them in order to control their newly developed warship, the Drifter battleship. Around this time, something happened that the Other didn't expect. The stars we now know as Anoikis were stitched together by the ancient Talakan. They did so by constructing a Dyson swarm lattice around stars and using the energy to punch holes into reality and traverse them using static gates. One such star, W477 TAC-P, is located in what is now Jovian space. The explosion from the Isogen 5 caches sent energy through the network, pouring into W477 TAC-P and damaging the lattice around it. Several years later, in YC117, W477 TAC-P exploded, causing an even larger event, blowing open the inner chambers of Anoikis and leading the Drifter forces to pour into known space, and began exploring and dismantling the sleeper caches and Jovian observatories that had up until this point been cloaked and observing us for nearly 100 years. In the modern era, this event is known as the Caroline Star event. What they want is unclear. They have 5 wormholes, each named after a kind of fortification. Inside of each is a hive, filled with Drifter battleships and support cruisers. Highland Tukos warned us of a great invasion that never seemed to have come. However, at the center of each of these hives is a massive vortex of energy surrounding a pile of what may have been fragments taken from the observatories. Additionally,
by the way, I no longer think that these are fragments taken from the observatory. I used to think that because it looked like they were pulling apart the observatory, but I think that the observatories are actually breaking down due to nanorot, and I honestly have no idea what these sticks are.
From the records that we have gained from the Triglavians, we have discovered that these drifters have entered into abyssal dead space and disrupted the Triglavian collective that had been hiding there since the end of the Second Jovian Empire, the very same empire that drove the sleepers off over 2,000 years ago. The Triglavians see the drifters as heirs to the Second Jovian Empire, and while they do not understand their artificial nature fully, they identify them as the ancient enemy Azdaja, or the ancient enemy Dragon. Now the drifters are arriving in force in Pochven, and the Triglavians are warping space-time to gain a foothold into K-space. This ancient war has spilled out into the modern day as the Precursor Crisis.
All right. Cool. Great. All right. So this is, so that is, I mean, pretty good summary of it all. I do have a much longer series of videos, which are a playlist that I've put together from CCP throughout the years that includes a lot of this stuff, including the Empyrean Age trailers, the origins, the crowning of Jamil, the finding of the clone bodies, the implants, so on and so forth. The Shattered Worlds, Caroline Star, Drifter Autopsy, etc., etc. But a lot of that is very good. That pretty much gets us covered up to where we're at with when it comes to the drifters, because in a lot of ways with the Triglavians, the drifters kind of quieted down for a little while. What is tomorrow? We're going to get there. A major attack by the drifter forces, I think. We'll talk about that. So, but we're going to go back a little bit and we're going to talk about a guy by the name of the Deathless. So one thing that's worth noting when it comes to the Deathless, and as we're going through this whole story, where is it? Empire Story Arc begins. So this is the story as it begins in 2022. And one of the big things about the Deathless, if we go here, we can see... The Deathless allegedly gets his start in 2008 in YC110, where he is on Caldari Prime during the attacks of the Empyrean Age. He then leaves and goes and does his own archaeological research, which ends up being fairly fruitless. He then, where was it? His searches run dry, and so then he gets picked up. He decides to try to go deeper into the unknown because everything he finds is stuff that's already been picked through. So he wants to find something further out in space. And he gets picked up by a caravan of Thucker, and he falls in with them. And they kind of teach him about the broader world. And when he goes back to his own people, like he discovers that with the Thucker, they learn about the Jovian enclaves, and they discover this object known as the Athenon, which is this gravitationally active object that we don't actually know fully what it's for yet. But it's a part of Jovian tech, and he begins to kind of look into this with those people, and he's seeing this as unlocking the mysteries of the Jovian civilization, which, of course, as an SSCT member, Society of Conscious Thoughts, they are, the Society of Conscious Thought was created by the Jovian Empire, and arguably it's like an export of the Jovian Empire to the rest of the peoples. It's now an academy of sorts that exists outside of the Jovian Empire, but is still probably it's the closest thing to the Jovian Empire that we have in the modern day. And in fact, the SSCT has inherited the authority of the Jovian Empire after the Caroline Star event when the Jovians all left. So either way, he goes and when he tries to talk to his own people about it, the SSCT try to get him to betray his new friends. He doesn't like that. So he goes, he seems to have left them, but he also disappears for like a whole year where he's captured yet again. But he finds a new ally in this lady named Soldran, who I believe is a Kaldari person. So now he's got the Thucker tribe people for his connections to the Mimitar, and he's got Soldran with her connections to the Kaldari. And from this, they begin to build this network of contacts that begins to be known as the Circle. And they're digging deeper and deeper into Drifter or into Jovian tech and whatnot. The society, in its arrogance, believes that it has learned all the secrets of its masters, i.e. the Jove, yet they do not know the truth of what they keep locked away, let alone the location of a key. Now the passages have collapsed and the secrets are buried, referring to the Jovian stargates going down. It is a jealous act of diminished civilization, a meager span of light years, yet completely unreachable. However, if I've learned anything on my travels, that the boundaries of impossible diminish as perspective grows. The great divide we must cross is not one of space, but of our own ignorance. He's talking about being locked out of Jovian space now. He goes, so then he sees the drifters. When Soldran shows me today's newscast, a shiver ran through me. Their vessels are pale imitations of the original, but there is no mistaking their design. Despite the Third Empire's selective memory, my research has revealed the horrors of their forebearers. Any who would adopt the mantle of those dark days is a threat to us all. The empires are struggling to understand these drifters, but I know what they seek. They have awoken just as the gates to paradise slam shut. Should they find a way to do in before we do, true tyranny will return to New Eden. So this actually is an interesting question, which is that we don't actually know why Caroline Star happened. Like, we don't know if the drifters did it intentionally, although there is some reports from Highland Tukos that seems to suggest that the drifters were unprepared for the Caroline Star disaster and the resulting wormholes opening from it. That said, he's implying here that this also possibly blocked their way into Jovian space. This is something I've said since 2015, basically, since Inheritance, since all of these things, that Jovian space is kind of the crown jewel of all of these objectives, It's a giant cache of information and technology that is kind of lost to time at this point. The Third Jovian Empire were not necessarily, or are definitely not as advanced as the Second Jovian Empire, who lived in Utopia, but Their stuff is probably more modern. Either way, so from there, he discovers the location of Zarzak. They could have caused it, not known how, but the fallout would be. So in Inheritance, they talk about how, energy flows, and it can flow both ways, right? So effectively, what it appears has happened is the Talican created a Dyson swarm around a star, possibly more than one, which is the primary objective of which is to siphon power. They have all these different power collectors that then link themselves to a managing station, which then powers other things. But it seems that the Talican used this in order to use the massive amount of power of a star to warp space-time in order to connect systems together that would not have necessarily been able to be linked together via just normal spatial topology. They're using massive amounts of power in these stars to make possibly permanent warps to space-time in order to make this possible, right? So the entire network was originally powered by these stars like W477 TAC-P. Now, when the Isogen 5 criticality event occurred, and it detonated the Isogen 5 in the 10 different locations, it poured the energy from the explosion into the star itself, which caused a secondary reaction of a coronal mass injection, which is what just shatters the first planet of those different systems. And the idea was that those explosions were channeled along magnetic lines. So there's something that they were intentionally doing by channeling all these explosions, in which the Isogen 5 was merely functioning as a primer to trigger a deeper reaction within the stars itself. So this immense outpouring of energy appears to have coursed through the Talican's network of connections, and is one of the things that caused the wormholes to begin to open and close. It's almost as if they had these connections that they were able to make with like their static gates or whatever back in the day, and so they've punched holes in reality like Swiss cheese, and now with the amount of energy that was released during the Isogen 5 criticality event, now those holes are kind of spasming, opening and closing. That's what I like to think of it as, which is what we think of as wormholes as we know them. But the other thing that it did was it poured a whole bunch of feedback energy into the star of WW477 TAC-P. And that damaged the lattice and destabilized the star. And so they knew that time was short, and about a decade later, a little under a decade later, it blew up for realsy. And that explosion was what we know of as Caroline Star, which was significantly more energy than even the criticality event, it would seem. So, but one of the things is in Inheritance, they do point out that nobody was actually monitoring W477 TAC-P at the time of its detonation. So it could very well be that the drifters went in and did it, but like, we don't really see a reason why they would want to do that. You could argue that they were trying to blow their own way open because the drifter holes begin to open up right after that. The second explosion seems to have blown open the inner rooms of Anoikis, as it were. But again, Highland Tukos seemed to suggest that they were in disarray with it happening. So I don't know if it's necessarily something that was intentional. It might have been something that they just were prepared for or they capitalized on. But yeah, so that's kind of how the criticality event and the Caroline Star event are related. Okay. Yeah, they could have caused it without knowing what the fallout would be. But again, like, I don't know why they would necessarily do it. But I don't know why a lot when it comes to the drifters, now that I think about it. So, moving on. But, so, from site to site, we trace the lines of connections and discover a point of convergence. Now we just must reach it. So they find mapping all of these different things when it comes to Jovian tech and knowledge and this Atavum stuff that they were investigating leads them to Zarzak, which they all go into Zarzak. He brings his little caravan in there. They get stuck in there, but they find the fulcrum, and that's when he plugs himself in and becomes who is now known as the Deathless, okay? With the three worlds, a world of substance, a world of dreams, and a world beyond. The fulcrum has shown me so much, and in return it has consumed my limitations. It has taught me a new name, a mantle grated to those who it has chosen. Should it be granted? Should it be granted? Yes. He was not reduced to small shreds. A mantle granted to those who it is chosen, those who have stepped beyond the meager limitations of their body so as to exist in all three worlds, the Deathless, okay? So the important thing here is that this happened in 2015. So this is all around the same time as the Drifters, but this is before we ever heard of anything involving the Deathless. So then, in 2018, we have the civil war that's going on in Shendeli, which is a Galente planet, one of the member empire nations of the Galente Federation, the Yin-Mei, who have a fierce caste system. They're having a civil war where the elites were attempting to impose their rule on the lower castes, and the mercenary corporations were being involved in that, including Entire Direct Action, Ostracon Agency, and Sekal Expeditionary Group. Now, we know that Sekal Expeditionary Group has connections with Thucker, and we believe that Entire Direct Action has connections with Soldrin. So, either way, these three organizations are pulled out of the Shendeli Civil War, which effectively kind of brings it to a halt at the time. But this is only really important because immediately after that, about 10 days later, we get reports that there is investigations into Serpentis fleet strength. So they suggest that an unusual statement by General Karashi follows unconfirmed reports of a stolen copy of the FIO dossier on the Serpentis military buildup, making its way into the hands of the entity only known as the Deathless. While being confused as to the exact nature of the Deathless, these reports allege that this identifier was used in the hiring of several mercenary corporations previously active on the planet Shendeli. So we don't actually know when these guys get involved in the Civil War, but we do know that I assume this is the same Deathless. It seems pretty obvious that it's the same Deathless. So this would be, he's already plugged into the fulcrum. So he likely, what I believe happened was he has these different contacts within the Caldari Underground through Soldrin, with the Thucker caravan, the Harada Oki, and whatnot. And then with his gaining access to the fulcrum and becoming the Deathless, that kind of gets him a lot more clout. So he is able to use those contacts to his own advantages. So, Triglavians are not involved yet. So, either way, the point is that he's already getting involved in kind of galactic politics through acting as the intermediary for these different mercenary corporations. And we get more confirmation about this. Or no, we don't get more confirmation. Then a year later, so that Serpentis buildup became a big deal because so the Deathless seems to have handed over that dossier to Uplell, who then proceeds to begin attacking the Serpentis using Entire Direct Action and Ostracon Agency, ironically, I believe. Either way, eventually the Empires get mad because Uplell who's a relatively new player at this point, is making these attacks, so they force them to divest their ownership a year later, divest their ownership to the Scope. The Scope takes over as an official brokering services between players and entities in-game, like Empires. A year later, the Scope hands over that program to another unknown organization which appears to be a consortium that includes Ostcon Agency and Antara Direct Action. And it appears that the Ostcon Agency, who are were the primary people that take it over, because this is the thing that eventually becomes what we now know of as the agency. Okay, so then there are some raids that are conducted against the Serpentis. Oh, this is out of order. Yeah. Yeah, see, they used entire direct action and Ostcon Agency to attack the Serpentis. Then it was divested, blah, blah, blah. But also in 2016, he was supposedly seen a couple times, but we now know that these reports must be false, or at least not him, with the black and red skull bandana, unless, of course, he can unhook from the fulcrum, which we don't have any reason to believe that he's been wandering around too much since then. But so that's kind of where the Deathless starts from. So then we're going to fast forward all the way back to 2022, where in February, a group of Angel Cartel members suddenly attack and breach an ore vessel. So ore is working on their new compression technology, and the Angels attack while that's happening.
The Angel Cartel has been confirmed to be behind an armed incursion into an Outer Ring Excavations research and development station in the 4C-TAC B7X system, carried out last week. Hijacking of the Rorqual-class industrial capital ship Esperance was evidently the main objective of this operation. The Esperance was being used by Outer Ring Excavations for the testing of prototype moon ore compression technology. Heavily armed cartel commandos infiltrated the station using a captured Bowhead-class freighter, the Astrolabe, which was scheduled to deliver equipment and supplies to the Esperance. Once docked at the 4C-TAC B7X station, disguised and equipped with forged biometric identity chips, the Angels managed to load their hidden assault team containers onto the Esperance unopposed. Once in place, the infiltrators struck and heavily armed commandos emerged from the containers. In mere minutes, the Angels took over the ship, powered up, and executed an emergency undock procedure. By the time the alarm was raised and ore security teams were at the docks, the Esperance had warped away. It is believed that the ship jumped out of the system with its prototype compression technology long before ore defense squadrons could respond. The Scope was invited to meet with Outer Ring Excavations CEO Afat Asset on board the Astrolabe earlier today. The interior of the freighter shows clear evidence of a deadly and ruthless assault, but with most of its logs wiped, information on the hijacking is partial at best. The means by which the Angel Cartel assault team managed to board and capture the Astrolabe is unclear, but it is suspected that the attackers hid in the specially modified cargo containers until the ship was underway. With typical Angel Cartel disdain for law enforcement, the attackers made no attempt to hide their affiliation. Indeed, it appears a single audiovisual log from the Astrolabe was deliberately left untouched.
Well, hold on. What is that? Wait, what is that? Hold on. Lek at? Wait, oh. Hold on. So that's a person. Hold on. Wait, what? Hold on. Wait. What does that mean? Somebody posted about it in the forums, and it's the only thing that I can find. What? I don't... Does anybody know what this means? Huh. that mean? I don't know. I've got nothing. I don't know if it's like it hovers on this for so long. It feels like it should be something meaningful, right? Cattle awaits death. I mean, maybe it actually, that ironically like works really, really well. Yeah, you just shuffle, like you just switch the first 2 letters to the end. Oh no, because the last one's the 3rd letter, but you know what I mean. Cattle awaits death. I don't know. That's what I believe, yeah, Malik.
Indeed, it appears a single audiovisual log from the astrolabe was deliberately left untouched. This disturbing record shows that at least some of the freighter's doomed crew were cruelly ejected into space after their surrender. CEO Afet Asset made the following statement.
Citizens of New Eden, we came under attack last week when the peaceful mining vessel Esperance was hijacked by cowardly members of the Angel Cartel. The work carried out on the Esperance by its brave and selfless crew will in the long run benefit every man, woman and child of New Eden. Given a prototype moon ore compressor was installed aboard the ship, the Esperance was a unique and extremely valuable element in our development of materials compression technology. Integrated with the ore processing pipeline of our Rorqual-class vessels, this new technology is expected to deliver immense benefits to efficiency and logistics in the mining industries. Compressing moon ores and other harvestable resources will both reduce effective volume and shape the materials into more storage-efficient units. The breakthrough in material compression represented by this suite of technologies is set to revolutionize the mining industries of New Eden, leading to gains for all of our citizens. Of more immediate importance, however, is the fate of more than 50 of our key designers and technicians stationed on board the Esperance during the technology trials. These people are so much more than employees of Outer Ring Excavations. They are human beings with families, husbands and wives, mothers and fathers, sons and daughters. All these people are now held against their will by a ruthless criminal cartel. The safe return of our people is the highest priority of OR and our partners in the Uplell Consortium. We have therefore decided to post a reward of 1 billion ISK for each and every one of our designers or key technicians rescued and returned safely to any of OR's 4 primary stations in the Outer Ring region. Furthermore, we are also keen to share our compression technology with capsuleers assisting in the search and recovery of our people. This will be done in the form of skill books developed to allow capsuleers to operate the new compression technologies. These skill books will be awarded via OR loyalty point stores to anyone who returns a sufficient amount of OR research data fragments recovered from the Angel Cartel or their allies to us. Thank you.
The scope will bring updates on the recovery of the people and materials that are so crucial to continuation of materials compression development.
So one thing that's important to note here is that Rafik Zohar, he's one of the characters that we've been introduced to. He is a commando in the Dominations. Now, the Dominations are the most secretive, highest ranking kind of command structure within the Angel Cartel. So this isn't just like some random dude. Most of the time we don't actually know, we're not supposed to know people within the Dominations. So he's one of the few people that we actually know is in the Dominations. We can also see that he did a raid on quantum helium shipments, hijacking, lots of hijacking and other such like that. So he He's definitely like a shock troop commando leader dude.
This is Alton Hovery, reporting for the scope.
Let's see. Anything in here that's worth pulling out? Now, this was during the Guardians Gala event, which, by the way, what we're watching right here is the reason why most of the events don't exist in the game anymore, I'm pretty sure. Because the problem is that this year, in 2022, they decided to make sure that all of the lore events that were all of the events that were happening were somehow tied into the lore. So we get this, and we get the Easter event, all that stuff, and the lore tied to it. But the problem is that at the end of the year, they handed over the events system to like the marketing team to kind of maintain the current events, because the people who were on the events team shifted their priority slightly to be more of a live storytelling team, right? So more things like Shadow Wars, less things like Guardians Gala. And unfortunately, what that meant was the events that had been really worked on to make them meaningful in 2022 also made them difficult to replicate them in subsequent years. The Crimson Harvest was surrounding around this Egmar, Vard, and Turner, which we'll be talking about when we get to that. And so they've been able to, I think, move a little bit about which target systems they're targeting for Crimson Harvest. But overall, the Crimson Harvest itself wasn't directly tied to what was going on in the lore at that exact moment, in the same way that the Guardians Gala and the Hunt were. And therefore, the Hunt and the Guardian Gala, because it takes a lot of extra work for them to redo it in order to make it so that it's not related to the stuff happening in 2022, they just haven't, and that's those events went away. Sad, but anyway. So then at the end of the event, we get the conclusion.
Just a month after their main research vessel, the Esperance, was hijacked by Angel Cartel commandos, Outer Ring Excavations have recovered from the incident and rolled out a new line of material compressors. Outer Ring Excavations released the following statement earlier today.
It is with pride and gratitude that we announce a technological breakthrough for the mining industry. We are introducing to market new material compressors designed to be used with our line of industrial command ships, the Porpoise, Orca, and Rorqual classes. Installed deep in the beating heart of the ships, these new compressors are equipped with powerful computer arrays and logistics firmware that can interface with other ships in mining fleets. These features allow for high-efficiency fleet logistics coordination, permitting rapid transfer, cargo handling, and compression of materials across a mining fleet. From now on, each ship in a mining operation will be able to compress materials in their own cargo hold, utilizing active shipboard compression technology modules fitted to industrial command ships in their fleet. Ice, gas, moon, and asteroid ore can be compressed, providing a significant increase in mining efficiency due to the reduced cargo space required by minerals. Compressed ice, moon, and asteroid ore may be refined in the usual manner, but compressed gas must be decompressed to be used as a resource, and here some losses are possible. This loss of gas can be minimized by skilled operators and by using equipment found in the Tatara refineries. We also are pleased to announce that improvements have been made to the Tatara refinery structure pipeline, applying to all materials. We here at Outer Ring Excavations would also like to use this opportunity to express our gratitude to those who assisted in returning to their families over 40 of our kidnapped staff. To mark this, we will be awarding medals, recognizing the efforts of those capsuleers who have returned any of our researchers. It is in large part thanks to Capsuleer efforts in returning our staff and retrieving our stolen data that we have been able to complete the development of this new technology. Unfortunately, not all of our people have been brought back to their families, and once again, we urge Capsuleers to assist in making their safe return a reality. Thank you.
This is Alton Havery reporting for the Scope.
If you're just paying attention, like, remember, this is in 2022, so this is all stuff that has happened. This is the compression system that came out in 2022, okay? I don't want people watching and be like, oh, there's something new coming now? No. All right, so then, after that, we see Maltu Shakur become confirmed as the Samatar again. Nothing huge here. Kind of a quiet time, although we do get a good picture of him addressing the people. And we do get a reminder that, like, Flosaswin and Yagalis, the Yagalis area, we've talked about Yagalis a lot. I've had plenty of videos about Yagalis. It's this center of kind of mysterious interest by various people, including Concord. It appears that some sort of ancient potential artificial intelligence awoken in Yagalis. But we haven't actually gotten a good follow-up to that in a while, so we're going to put a pin in that and come back to it another time. But then a little bit later, right as we get into April, there is another massive pirate event where this is related to the Easter event called the Hunt.
Residents and workers at the Jita 44 Trade Hub were astounded by the sight of hundreds of capsules exiting the station this morning. After the apparently unauthorized mass launch, the capsules quickly warped off into space before they could be contained by approaching Caldari Navy patrols. Caldari authorities have described the mass capsule launch as a combined theft, sabotage, and escape operation, believed to be a cover for Garista's agents being hunted in the Jita 44 station. The identity of those making their escape using these capsules remains mostly unknown, with indications many of the capsules were launched as automated decoys. However, the Caldari state has issued a general arrest warrant for Commander Ezri Hakuzosu, a military director of one of the Caldari Navy's research and development groups. Sources have informed the Scope that Commander Hakuzosu is suspected to be the ringleader of a group of sleeper agents and defectors working deep undercover within the Caldari state over a considerable period of time. Commander Ezri Hakuzosu had been military director of a Navy research group on advanced capital ship construction and development, recently focusing on the venerable Phoenix-class Caldari dreadnoughts. It is assumed that at least some of the leaked information involves advances in capital shipbuilding technology. Caldari state officials urge all Caldari citizens to do their duty and hunt down these capsules and destroy them on sight. Capsules have been seen orbiting planets and moons and need to be scanned or probed down. Keys found in the wreckage of these capsules have been confirmed to access Garista's hunt outposts, which seem to be the escaping capsule rendezvous points. Any recoverable data or corpses are to be retrieved and handed over to the Caldari Navy through established trading protocols. There are indications that information of critical strategic importance to Caldari state interests was stolen by the infiltration group, with other empires and pirate organizations apparently making bids for any stolen information through the Capsuleer market. The regions around Venal have seen a significant increase in Caldari Navy and Garista's activity as ships on both sides attempt to scan down and retrieve the hijacked capsules. Occasional clashes between the fleets have also been reported. The Venal region seems to be the main destination of the hijacked capsules, supporting the theory of Garista's involvement in this operation. Like many outlaw groups, the Garista's pirates appear to have been upgrading and expanding their capital ship construction operations recently. There are also reported sightings from across the venal region of some kind of mobile military shipyard guarded by Garista's forces.
I've yet to find that
Dedicated
place,
Garista's capital building shipyards have also been encountered, and Capsuleers are advised to show extreme caution when approaching these heavily defended installations. The Scope will continue to report as the situation develops. This is Alton Havery, reporting for the Scope.
Okay. So this Esri Hokuzotsu, she decides to escape using these capsules. We get information from her. Actually, hold on. Let's pull that up. The Deathless. She has these different logs that that we've managed to recover, which shows a little bit of her operations, and she's dealing with a guy named Peacock. Now, in one of her posts, she refers to her tech guy. The Peacock told me he requested another operation against Ataris. I think it's a mistake. I told him as much as he laughed it off. I think he was drunk or high, but you never know with him. I don't like that a merc like him is running this op, but Rabbit made him the connect back to the nest. Sparks told me he pulled off a job against the feds that the Black Eagles don't even know happened. Hard to believe. Now, I have long believed that this, given that the Peacock is Leopold and Valari, and Leopold has since shown to be an agent of the Deathless, most likely, that this job that he pulled off, again, that the Black Eagles don't even know happened, has to do with the stealing of the FIO dossier that ends up in the hands of the Deathless, way back when. In fact, it's very possible that the Peacock himself was the guy running around that the people were describing as the Deathless, but we don't know that necessarily. However, the Peacock was very brash and not careful when it came to meeting up at the Jita 44 bar, and so it seems like that's what they got caught, because he says. Afterwards, met the Peacock in the usual place. I don't know why he insists on using that bar. He'll get us all caught sooner or later. He passes on the net. I passed on the latest news on Firebird. As usually, tried to get some data out of me there and then. Do you think I carry around on me? I don't know what the Rabbit sees in him, but I'm saddled with this guy as a handler. I'll keep making a record of how these security lapses so I don't. And then the next thing we get is time to lose. Distributing data to all redundancies. Activating contingency omelet. All cell members dispersing until the egg farm is secured. This went to hell sooner than I had liked, but we got most of what we wanted. I won't be sorry to get out of these gods and spirits damned uniform at last. Let's hope the Rabbit is happy. So that is the Esri Hokuzotsu, also known as the Tanuki. She escaped at that time, and last I checked is still in 6NJ8 TAC V, Garista's production shipyards, as her location that she escaped to. That said, we'll be following more about Esri and Zohar as we go forward. So then, 22 days later, we get another Scope news article, or news video.
After almost 2 weeks of intensive hunting for Garista's hijacked capsules in and around the Caldari state and venal regions, search activity is ramping down. Although many of the infiltrator capsules were destroyed by Capsuleers and Caldari Navy forces, significant numbers appear to have reached safe haven in venal or were rescued by Garista's forces. The Garista's pirates have released a propaganda holofilm showing the successful rescue of the suspected leader of their spy ring, Esri Hokuzotsu. Shown in Garista's garb, the former Caldari Navy commander and military director of a Navy research group on advanced capital ship construction made no statement. As is typical for the Garistas, the intention behind the release seems to be to taunt the Caldari state over their security lapses and the failure of the Caldari Navy to capture Esri Hakuzosu. It has become common knowledge that extensive Caldari research data on dreadnought construction technology was obtained by the Guristas spy ring. It has recently become clear that data on a range of technologies hugely increasing the efficiency of capital component fabrication and shipbuilding techniques were also stolen by the spy ring. To add insult to injury, it appears that the failure of the Caldari Navy to prevent this information from falling into Guristas' hands has led to the information becoming widely available to other empires and factions. Due to Capsuleer involvement in the hunt for classified Caldari data fragments, and their willingness to sell the data to all bidders, it is believed many factions will have acquired enough information to reduce their own capital ship and general shipbuilding costs. It is also rumored that a number of factions have acquired a lead in the acquisition of these technologies through a mysterious third party, speculated to be an underworld information broker and deal maker, involved in illegal arms trading, smuggling, and corporate espionage. Investigations of Esri Hakuzosu's movements in the period before the exposure and dramatic escape of her espionage ring have unearthed a visual record showing her visiting a popular Jita 4TAC4 social venue. Hakuzosu is seen at the Pulse Bar, apparently meeting an as-yet unidentified man. State counterintelligence is believed to be pursuing this lead and a number of others in the hunt for Hakuzosu and her associates. This is Alton Hovery reporting for The Scope.
Okay. So there's a couple things that are important to what's going on right now, which is that to go back a little bit, where is... Nope, that's Zenith. Stargate Trailblazers. Wait, hold on. Let me make sure I'm not confused. Oh. Yeah. Never mind. I was confused. So, all right. A couple other pieces of information about this. The system of Intaki is a very important system historically. The Intaki are another member of the Gallente Federation. They are a largely almost Janist peaceful people. And so when the war with the Caldari happened, a lot of the Intaki took exception to this, and even some of them left the Federation and went off to go become the Intaki Syndicate. However, the system of Intaki and the people of Intaki remain and are Federation members. However, the system of Intaki itself was deep in the conflicted war zone between the Caldari and the Gallente in Black Rise. And so in Uprising, so the system of Intaki can go back and forth in ownership. In 2018, I think it was, the Caldari took over Intaki, and Lydai looted a bunch of their monasteries and tech, as well as dumping a bunch of like bio waste on one of the planets there. It was a giant mess. And so this idea of like Intaki and balancing their independence as a member of the Gallente Federation, because their arrangement with the Gallente is a little bit less, or is not the same as the rest of them, because the Intaki were far along by the time the Gallente met them. So they are allowed to have a certain amount of independence. However, that also makes them vulnerable to the Caldari. So there was a peace agreement trying to be made just to resolve this issue once and for all, to add some stability for the Intaki people. And so a delegation of the Gallente Senate traveled to Jita 44 in order to meet with them about how to deal with Intaki. And that led to no scope video here. Let me get that set up. Oops. Hold on. Got to put this here. This is how all of them are done. I made this entire website by hand, so feel free to use it if you want. What is happening? There we go. All right. We'll get to there.
Concord has made a major breakthrough in its fight against a rising tide of smuggling, uncovering a major network of smuggler and mercenary bases across New Eden. Sources in the Directive Enforcement Department have indicated that Thucker and Caldari organized crime and mercenary groups have played a key role in building up this network.
Thucker and Caldari mercenary organizations. So again, we're starting to see just those, that like every single step of the way, we're seeing the actions of this growing network, this growing circle, even though we don't know who they are yet.
Concord has shared this information with all empires and is requesting the assistance of Capsuleers in disrupting this extensive web of hideouts and dead drop hacking sites. Smuggler hideouts are reported to be spread across New Eden, including a number of bases hidden in the depths of wormhole space. Concord has broadcast the gravimetric and electromagnetic signatures of these locations so the illegal sites can be found using onboard ship scanners. Smuggler dead drop and stash sites have been detected in all regions, with these requiring scanning and hacking to discover and disrupt. Concord has declared that any materials recovered by Capsuleers in the course of dismantling the smuggling network will be legitimate salvage to be retained as payment for services to interstellar law and order. Against the background of increased criminal and smuggling activity, a serious diplomatic crisis has sprung up between the Caldari state and the Gallente Federation, as evidence has emerged pointing towards Gallente involvement in the recent mass defection of infiltrators and spies within the Caldari state. An investigation by Caldari counterintelligence has identified a man meeting with Esri Hakuzosu days prior to her defection as Leopold N. Valari, a Gallente diplomat attached to the federal consulate on the Jita 4TAC4 trade hub. Leopold N. Valari appears to have been assisting the Gallente Senate delegation visiting the Caldari state 2 months ago. One key goal of the Senate delegation's visit was to explore possible avenues of achieving a peaceful resolution of the status of the long-disputed Intaki system. Located in the contested Placid region, the war-torn system contains Intaki Prime, homeworld of the Intaki people. Extensive militia warfare over the past decade has seen the system change hands dozens of times, with periods of lengthy occupation and even planetary raiding by Caldari forces. The Senate visit had ended just as the Garista's spy ring was exposed, and Leopold N. Valari is reported to have returned to the Federation with the Gallente delegation. The Caldari state's chairman, Akimaka Saraki, is known to have been in direct communication with President Celis Agard of the Gallente Federation as diplomats on both sides scramble to swiftly resolve this sudden crisis. The Gallente Federation firmly denies any involvement in the infiltration of state military and research agencies by Garista spies, but this development has already set back discussions on the future of the Intaki system, causing alarm on Intaki Prime. Federal authorities are refusing to confirm or deny reports that N. Valari has subsequently disappeared. The Caldari state has added Leopold N. Valari to their most wanted list, ignoring Gallente protests at listing a federal diplomat as a wanted criminal. The scope will report as the situation develops. This is Alton Havary, reporting for the scope.
So that is Leopold and Valari. Like I said, we believe that he is a deathless agent. Now, it does seem a little bit like there was a bit of a betrayal of Esri. Maybe he was just actually as kind of brash as Esri accuses him of. But there is one other piece of information that is worth noting, which is that if you look in this area here,
Osu days
Down at the
prior to
bottom
her
here.
defection, as Leopold
That bartender, you can tell she's got some very specific bio augmentations. And more importantly, you can see this shoulder pad with these little bolts coming out of it, right? If we go... If we skip ahead for a while, we're going to skip this. We're going to come back to this video, but we can see here, this is Soldrun. We believe that this is Soldrun. And you can see that it is, in fact, her. It's the same suit. You've got the plugs on the shoulders, the stuff in the back. So it seems... Now, CCP could have just been reusing the asset or whatever. I don't know. Now, admittedly, this is 2 years almost before that other video came out. So, you know, and we have seen her in a couple other places. I've followed her for a long time, back when we called her Alpadirch. But, so you can see that he had his finger, the Deathless has his fingers all up in this situation. And so the Caldari were researching better technology for building their dreads. That technology was stolen by Esri and sent out, and then the Deathless network distributed that to the rest of the pirates and empires and whatnot. And this is like the dread revamp that happened around this time and was setting up for like the Navy dreads to come over. We know now... We know that that's Soldrun? Did they... Are we 1,000% sure that we know that that's Soldrun? Because I know that we have the name Soldrun. But did they ever be like, that lady Soldrun who took the invitation to... I think that we're... Okay. Well then, yes, that is Soldrun. I'm being careful about what I say. Oh, that's right. You're right. We see pictures of her. We see pictures of her now. So, and that is Soldrun. Correct. All right. So moving on. So, this leads to this is the lead up to FanFest in 2022. As you remember in the previous video, there's this, focus on this smuggler ring. Now, this has been going on. This has been slowly building up for like the last year or two. Actually, several longer than that, probably since 2018, slowly. But basically, especially in the war zone between the Gallente and the Caldari, the tensions between the Gallente and the Caldari have been profited on by an increasing amount of smuggling and other criminal activity within Black Rise. There was a blockade a few years back, and there's this whole criminal enterprise around getting around the blockades, and some of the megacorps were associated with it. It was so the idea of like the Caldari doing shady stuff, or at least having shady actors within the state that are doing stuff like that, and this increasing reliance on smuggling. Meanwhile, on the other side, the Sekal mercenary group is having a turf war with the Krulifer organization, which is another Mimitar group, and kind of scuffling with the Angels a little bit. But the Thucker are really good smugglers, so it's very likely that even as early as here, we see the Caldari working with the Thucker in order to smuggle in more weapons and other resources into the war zone to keep fanning the flame of this growing tension between the Gallente and the Caldari. Now, Akima Saraki, or Akimaka Saraki as I call him often, he is now the chairman of the CEP, the chief executive panel of the Caldari. So he's the closest thing to like a leader of the Caldari state that we have. He came to power after invasions when during the Dread attacks, the CEP's tower was bombed by a terrorist, and that injured and put into a coma the previous CEP chairman. By the time before he could recover, Aki Makasaraki was put in interim position and then was made into the chairman of the CEP. He is a war hero from the invasion days, helping protect his system of, now I can't remember the name of it. Somebody will tell me it. Protecting his system from the Triglavians, leading the effort to fortify that system. But he gives a speech to the Caldari panel.
Cold wind remembers the darkest of days. When the rains of our world became laced with fire. One warrior's fierce duty seared a path to our future. The ultimate sacrifice made in blood and steel.
So he's invoking the heroic sacrifice of Toby Tolbel when he
remain Caldari.
piloted
No
his
matter
carrier into
the
Galente
cost.
Prime to allow the Caldari to escape. Hey, there's Soldier.
Everything we are, we owe to our ideas. They fuel our rise as the heart of a raging storm. A beacon of strength and a shrine to our identity. Honor and preserve your family, your corporation, your state. Without hesitation, without remorse.
So like I said, the tensions between the Galente and the Caldari continue to be flamed as more and more of these smugglers and ne'er-do-wells become involved in the war zone and around the war zone, leading to, this Concord to hold this summit to address this smuggling problem. This is, of course, FanFest, which is then interrupted. Remember, in the previous video, they talked about how the new smuggler network sites were being exposed by Concord, and Capsuleers were going to be able to, were going into there and breaking up the smuggler dens, right? So that was the beginning of this event, and then this unfolded a few days later in the middle of FanFest.
Capsuleers attending a session of the Interstellar Anti-Smuggling and Counter-Piracy Conference at the Jita 4 TAC 4 Trade Hub were surprised when a Concord presentation on rising smuggler activity was apparently hijacked by the very same smugglers.
Platitudes, blandishments, lies. You of all people know that Concord and the Empires have no interests in common with you. They have done nothing for you. They shall do nothing for you. How long will you listen to their empty words? In recent days, as is their pitiful habit, Concord has made use of you to advance their own agenda. These free trade outposts you have so willingly cleared of my associates have been taken over by Concord's worst, the Cerro. Perhaps you don't believe me? Check for yourself. I have broadcast the new signatures of those sites to all. Why should you not destroy the Sorrow Bully Boys? They have always sought to control you. Do their bidding no more. Open your eyes. Seize your destiny. And, if you would, join me, the Deathless.
Embarrassed by this intrusion, Concord officials have refused to comment on Sorrow activity at occupied smuggler outposts, other than to state that measures are simply being carried out to ensure the complete eradication of illegal smuggling activities. Any recent improvements in the strained diplomatic relationship between the Gallente Federation and the Caldari state have been overshadowed by claims that a Gallente diplomat was involved in a massive spy ring operating within the Caldari state. The Caldari state's chairman, Akimaka Saraki, delivered a fiery speech in a live broadcast from the Caldari Chief Executive Panel yesterday. The scheduled speech was reportedly originally aimed at promoting interstellar diplomacy due to the ongoing Jita 4 TAC 4 summit. However, with state corporations and citizens expressing outrage over the new allegations, the delivered speech leaned heavily into patriotic rhetoric and evoked previous hostilities with the Gallente state.
We remain Caldari, no matter the cost.
No direct response or comments have been made by the Gallente Federation so far, but Federation Navy and Customs Forces have been placed on heightened alert status. This is Alton Havery, reporting for the Scope.
All right, so this goes on where, you know, we go after the Deathless. Now, obviously, again, this is likely not actually the Deathless. We do see the reference to the circle in the back, but, you know, at this time, the Deathless is in the chair. So unless this is some sort of projection or whatever, or an agent acting in his behalf, you know, this is not necessarily the Deathless as we know him. So then, a month later, we have Galactic Hour News Roundup. Federation celebrates overshadowed by diplomatic incidents across New Eden. Where, so we have the Federation Day. So again, so we'll see, like, this is the last year of events that are related, that, of the old school events, or the events that we had from like 2019 to 2022. So we have all 4 Empire Day events at the same time too. So this is Federation Day, which I don't think we see. Agenda for diversifying and distributing federal power throughout the New Eden's second largest empire has further manifested by works to relocate the Federal Executive Council or capital from Lattister System in Essence region to Parshnir and Sync Liaison, together with a similar construction effort relocating the judicial capital from Parts in Essence to Burirai and Everyshore. So in preparation for everything that's going on, the Gallente begin to rearrange their infrastructure, as it were. And we see the new presidential headquarters in Parshnir. And around this time, actually at the same time, we discover that in the system of Arshat, the Amar have begun building facilities around a captured stellar harvester. Now, we've talked about this many times before, but just to get people caught up, during invasions, they would attack, during Chapter 3 of Invasions, they would attack specific systems, and both players on behalf of Edencom and on behalf of the Triglavians could complete sites and kill rats, and the more rats that you killed of the enemy team, the more points you basically got for your own team. And the bar started in the middle, and you pushed it all the way to the end, one way or the other. And then when it got pushed to the end, if the star was able to be progressed, it had to be a blue star or a G5 yellow star. It had to not have, like, it couldn't be a career agent system. It couldn't have Cosmos agents or anything like that. It couldn't be something that would be, like, actually a big problem if it went away. But they, any system that could progress, once it got pushed by one side, it would then go into a locking in system for that side. So if the Triglavians, or sorry, if Edencom push it all the way to their side, then it would go into I can't remember the first thing. There's redoubt. Either way, it would fortify, right? There was 2 steps, and then it would go into fortify. And then if it went with Triglavians, when they got it all the way to the side, it would go into first liminality, and then halfway it would go to second liminality, and then all the way it would go to final liminality and be locked in. Now the difference is that on the Triglavian side, when it went to it went to the when the system went to first liminality, it would become low sec if it wasn't low sec already, and when it got to final liminality, it would become null sec. So when the Edencom guys are trying to fortify things, it would be high sec or whatever the entire time until it was fortified. But as soon as you got out of phase 1 and into phase 2 for the Triglavians, it would become low sec. Now, in theory, once it's started the progression for one side or the other, it could be pushed back by the enemy team, and then it wouldn't go back to the middle state. It would just go back to the progression of the other side. The Triglavians attempted this on multiple occasions in multiple systems that Edencom was pushing for, but partially because Edencom systems, like as Edencom were fortifying, it remained high sec, which meant that we couldn't disrupt each other nearly as much. It was decided by the Triglavians that it was effectively mathematically impossible for us to be able to pull a system out of the fortification process and instead bring it to liminality. However, the pro-Edencom folk were not nearly as dissuade, and when the system of Arshat went into first liminality, the Edencom dudes descended upon it, and I think it was almost 24 hours of just plowing that system in order to not only take all of the points, but prevent the opponent from taking points, so that way they could drag it back over from first liminality and all the way to fortified. But the thing is that when it goes into first liminality, the World Arc, the Triglavian World Arc, will appear and build a stellar harvester, or stellar transmuter, as we eventually know them as. And over the course of the other 2 liminalities would build the big shield that we know. Hold on. So, like this picture here, this is a fully built stellar transmuter with its shield, okay? And this shield is, it's a whole other topic. It's basically helping create 0-point condensate. It's not actually a shield. It's not even really a solar collector. It's actually using the gravity of the sun in order to try to generate 0-point condensate. But that's a whole other topic. We've talked about the trig on many occasions. But we can see here, so this is the first step of building the stellar transmuter. But then in, whenever this was, in January, March, April, May, June. In June of 2022, the Amar begin building facilities around the stellar transmuter. Okay? And then, at about that same time, in the system of Athenon, a mysterious station begins to decloak. It looks like this. Now, we've seen these kinds of structures during the invasions. This is an Edencom Tenchu. They used them in, like, the mining fields, like, inside of belts and stuff during, in an invaded system, or rather, invaded systems that were being fortified by Edencom. I don't know if you can find them at all in the belts or anything like that anymore, but you can find them a couple places, like in Uli. But this is like the Edencom facility, and this one begins decloaking around Athenon, and people just notice it. Like, it's not one of those things, like, they didn't really make a big deal about it at first. It was this big cloud, and it starts cloaking and decloaking. Like, that's the other thing. It doesn't just appear, it keeps appearing and disappearing, right? And you can tell it was very obvious that something was malfunctioning, you know? Also, we see here alleged Garissa spy traced to Great Wildlands as rumors swirl over the Deathless. Alleged Garissa spy and missing Galente diplomat Leopold and Valari has been reportedly traced to MTAC MD3B system in Great Wildlands. Wanted by the Caldari state for espionage, trackers have been able to narrow down Valari's movement to the system using liquid router network data analysis, and precise location has not been attained. Speculation includes the theory that Invalari has sought refuge with the Krulifer organization, a Thucker crime syndicate allied to the notorious Sekal clan, and rumored to be a proxy for the Republic Security Service's deniable operations, smuggling, and illicit funding channels. I'm sorry, the turf war... I mentioned earlier the turf war. Now I don't know if I remember the people that they were going up against. Hold on. I guess they were just fighting the angels, right? No? Yes? Is it here? Do I not have it? All right. We'll carry on then. I think it was the Angel Cartel and Krulifer organization, now that I think about it. Okay. Either way, the presumed presence of the fugitive Galente diplomat under the wing of the Thucker criminals have also increased speculation as to the role of the underworld fixer and smuggling mastermind, the Deathless, in the Garissa spy ring in the Caldari state. While avowed Garissa's agent Esri Hakazotsu has confirmed to have returned to the fold in Venal, an apparent reluctance of Envalari to join her has suggested to many that he was a triple agent working for the Deathless Network. And so then we see that at the same time as this, the structure in Athenon begins to decloak, the Caldari are moving in to gain control of that system and its area around them. And this is right here basically the catalyst that causes any semblance of agreements for Concord to begin to dissolve, right? The Galente and the Caldari openly begin ignoring Concord from this point on, especially when it comes to Athenon. So Athenon continues to escalate. Both the Galente and the Caldari receive orders, like militiamen. Both militia receive orders from their militia leaders, Haika Torigo for the Caldari, that basically say you must secure Athenon at all, but with all costs, and prevent anyone from being around. Unauthorized craft in Athenon 4-5 perimeter are designated kill on sight. Repeat, unauthorized craft in Athenon 5 orbital perimeter are designated kill on sight. And it says authorized corporations, Athenon 5 orbital perimeter, Caldari Navy, State Protectorate. State Protectorate being the militia. So that's it. They said, I don't care if it's Concord. I don't care if it's Galente. I don't care if it's Capsuleer. Nobody's allowed near this thing, right? And the Caldari militia jumped on this, right? Like, one thing that's worth noting is that this happened when the Caldari militia was at a pretty strong point anyways, and they all but locked out the Galente from this area. This is Fiona Ravelli, Farina Ravelli, sorry, who gave her own order to kill on site, with only FedNav, FedDef, and FIO being authorized to take part in it. However, as I said, the Caldari were the ones that managed to maintain control of the structure, and so they're the ones that got to do the investigation. So they proceed to go into the structure. And we get a series of videos. Really? Hold on. How's that not here? I thought I had a lot more here than I did, apparently. Hold on. Wait. What? Hold on. I have a whole... Where did I put it? All right, well... Let's actually... Give me a second. I'm sorry. Ah, yeah. It was a faction campaign, that's why. So, faction campaign 1. So, this was the... Yeah, so basically in the system of Athenon became a... This led to an event in both Athenon and in the Amar side of things. We're going to get to the Amar side of things in a little bit, but in the meantime... This, I have a video. I have a page that has all of the stuff. It's in my Edencom page. My bad. Any idea if the event ends tomorrow? No, it does not end tomorrow. In fact, it'll probably escalate tomorrow. Now, whether or not the sites will change, I'm not sure. That's a new one. We'll just watch the discourse. We'll watch the discourse on it. The discourse is a player-run news organization, part of Air Talker Research Consortium.
Capsuleers have recovered footage from what appears to be a Caldari state boarding operation on the derelict Edencom structure orbiting Athenon 5. The footage appears to show State Marines discovering the already deceased crew of the station and finding indications that Edencom had detected an important Triglavian construction on the surface of what is assumed to be Athenon 5.
Power grid disrupted. Emergency lights only. Found another body. Proceeding to the operations control center. Adam Center. Some power here. Are you seeing this? Looks like Commander's right.
The meaning of the icon is not yet clear. There are some similarities to Triglavian observatories or extraction facilities, but some analysts have speculated that the structure may be a Triglavian world ark that had somehow landed on the planet's surface. This newly discovered collective construct appears to be a matter of some importance to the state and may in fact be the focal point of their military campaign in the Serthulde constellation. Arataka Research Consortium continues to offer a bounty for data or other news that may shed light on the developing situation in Athenon and the Serthulde constellation. Meanwhile, the unexplained energy discharges surrounding the derelict Edencom station appear to have stabilized. Analysts continue to investigate these discharges, hoping to shed light on the interaction between the Edencom station's cloaking system and collective spatial manipulation. Whether these disturbances are themselves a product of the collective construct on the planet is still unclear. This is Cerulean Voth reporting in Athenon for the Discourse.
Okay, so, and then when they investigated further, we discovered that there was... basically, they sent down probes. Well, what we discovered was that Edencom had built this facility here some time ago because they had discovered that there was a Triglavian facility on the planet, and they were monitoring it. Now, the story goes that they attempted to raid the Triglavian facility, but that ended up poorly. And not only did that wipe them out, but the Triglavians went in and messed up their facility, which is what caused it to end up in the state that we found it in, right? But we do have an interesting piece of footage from the surface. So, what we can learn, the thing that's important here, that is a Triglavian arcology. That is a giant structure. Now, we got to talk a little bit about the Triglavians and what they've been up to. Ever since even before Invasions Chapter 3, there was some attempts by the Triglavians. There were a few planets where the Triglavians had come in and taken every single person within a community and basically stripped the community of all biological matter down to a cellular level. And then they found those same people elsewhere in like storm planets undergoing significant bioadaptation. The Triglavians were experimenting on people to try to make their bodies accustomed to extreme weather environments and such. And so it's believed that this is like one of those such facilities. Now, what's interesting about this is that like a big piece of all of this is space-time and space-time manipulation, right? And the ability to create wormholes or transport things via space-time, you know, like manipulation of space-time. And the Triglavians are pretty good at this, especially with stuff like the filaments that they use to get in and out of the abyss and whatnot. But what they were working on, and as it turns out that like the Triglavians in the broader area within the Surthrud constellation were working on, was a technology, basically a teleportation technology, right? A beam device, a la Star Trek, right? Where you could take an individual and just like beam them onto a planet, right? And so Edencom was very interested in this, so they were researching it. And then, of course, they got found out. And so the Caldari are now interested in it. And they seized control over this area. And they actually started fighting over it and in order to build a Stargate to Athenon from their heist. Because remember, Athenon is actually really deep into the faction warfare space. It's several jumps away from any high-sec. So both the Galente and the Caldari became interested in building new Stargates that led to Athenon. While at the same time, well, not necessarily at the same time, but around that same time, over the course of the next couple of months, we see now the Amar begin building their own stellar transmuters in their war zone. So they pick 3 different systems that are, historically Minmatar. They're on the Minmatar side of the... Hold on a second. If we go to the Frontlines webpage, we can see both war zones. Now, can I... There we go. Okay, so here is the Caldari Galente war zone, and we can see hold on. Oh, there it is. Athenon. Yeah, so Athenon, which is right here, as you can see, it's like it's not only in the middle of nowhere, but it's also at the end of this like 3-chain dead end. So both people, the Gallente and the Caldari, wanted to build this Stargate here. Meanwhile, on the other side, so everything up here, more or less, a lot of this stuff up here is traditionally Mimitar. Like, one of the things that isn't talked about very much in faction warfare is the fact that each system has like an original owner, right? This territory was contested and always was contested, and that's why it got set aside for the war zone during the Emergency Militia War Powers Act. But the idea is that some of these systems are Mimitar that can be taken by Amar, and some of these systems are Amar can be taken by a Mimitar. One second. What is a DAWS locust? The DAWS liminality locust is the device that the Triglavians put on in systems to create the status effects, or at least used to. And it also will decloak cloaked ships within systems that are owned by the Triglavians now. But it's basically like their broadcast tower that they put in systems that they own. Much like the observatories in Edencom systems. All right, so at any rate, there are these 3 systems that are in Minmatar territory. Yeah, minor victories, yeah. There are 3 systems that are in Minmatar territory that were all qualified for, like, progression, for, like, transmuters, right? If you were talking about it from the invasion standpoint. So they're blue stars. And that would be Egmar, but it would, yeah, Egmard. Oh, gosh. Yeah. Egmar, Vard, and where's Turner? Turner. These 3 systems. Egmar, Vard, and Turner. Each of them, these are Mimitar originally systems, but at the time, just like now, they were owned by the Amar. So basically the Amar were occupying these 3 systems, and they put their own stellar transmuters in them, which caused a whole bunch of panic, because, of course, this is not really well-known technology, and the Amar have prevented anyone else from being able to investigate the transmuter in Arshat, and now they're building their own transmuters, which is something we've never, like, the Triglavians are the only ones before this that have built transmuters. So both of these things are happening at the same time. In the Gallente Caldari side, we have the fight over Athenon and the trying to build Stargates. And on the Turner side, we have these 3 systems and trying to control those systems while these transmuters begin to become online one at a time. They actually turn on and begin firing at their stars. Going back a little bit. So then, let's see, we get the images from Athenon 5, which is the one that I showed you with the arcology. Let's see, anything that stands out here is something that we should look at before we jump on to the next thing. Hey, look, they did rebuild the landfall, the CEP Spire in Landfall City. DED, New Eden organized crime smuggling turf wars die down as, quote, demand for illicit freight forwarding and transport services skyrocket. And this is a big thing that, like, one of the things that the Deathless seems to have done is negotiate. He's managed to actually, like, simmer down a lot of the bigger conflicts between pirate groups in order to get pirate groups to align in ways that they didn't before, right? The so-called Deathless Network central to negotiating a peace between rival gangs and cartels involved in interstate stellar smuggling. I think this is when we really see, like, the conflict, that turf war between Angel Cartel and Krulifer Organization die down. Flow of arms, cybernetics, and drugs into Curse, Delve, Fountain, Syndicate, and Venal regions increase as outer region criminals exploit interstellar tensions. We also see new orders come out. Orders come out from both the Tribal Liberation Force and the 24th Imperial Crusade. Focused on the Flossuswind system. Republic forces are authorized to disregard Uli Accord's obligations in Ugidi. So things are like Flossuswind has been a system of contention for quite some time historically. All the way back to 2018 with the Chakade stuff. That was Chakade was the governor of the city in Flossuswind when that whole thing went down. So, yeah. So this is a fight over Ugidi, which the Ugidi constellation. The Ugidi constellation includes Aset, Athenon, this one that I don't want to say, Flossuswind, Barata, Turner, Usper, and Vimini. So they go in there ostensibly to resecure Flossuswind, but then turn around and build this stellar transmuter in Turner. So by September, and a hot skip and jump away is Annie and Deltol. That's true. A series of military alerts issued yesterday by military authorities within each of the Big Four empires has led to Concord conflict monitors to raise the war threat levels in the core territories to New Eden to their highest since the equilibrium of mankind crisis in YC123, which was the Dread attacks. The Interstellar Security and Diplomacy Organization has attempted to seek a resolution for building conflicts, involving increasing military confrontation between both the Amar Empire and Mimitar Republic and the Caldari State and Galente Federation, but with signal failure due to disintegrating faith in the institutions and its offshoot Edencom. The role of Edencom has come under particular intense scrutiny for its apparent acquiescence to the militarization of the Amar Empire to the captured Triglavian stellar transmuter site located in the Arshat system domain region. While Edencom maintains its operations to contain the Triglavian collective, probe the occupied systems of Pochven and repel Triglavian incursions, the course of absolute neutrality that Provost Marshal Kashia Valkanir has set her organization on has been described as a tissue of lies and obfuscations by Ambassador Kaiten Yun, the Mimitar delegate to the Concord Inner Circle. The Secure Commerce Commission has also reported increased market volatility and unusual movement in the securities currency trading exchanges. However, much of this has been attributed to the shifting power patterns of capsular trading, along with market jitters raised by the atmosphere of conflict and uncertainty within core empires. So then, yesterday's flurry of military communiques began with a special alert issued by Hetman General Kenneth Filmer of the Republic Fleet, focused primarily on the systems in which the Amar Empire have erected prototype stellar transmuters, together with the surrounding constellations. The Egmar, Turner, and Vard systems are considered a high priority for the Republic mobilization and call for priority action, with grave concerns over the stellar transmuters being activated, heightened by increased Amar activity. The Amar Empire's establishment of the stellar transmuters in Egmar, Turner, and Vard outraged the interstellar community and brought particularly sharp condemnation from the Mimitar Republic and its longtime ally in the Galente Federation. Even the Caldari State diplomatic stance has demonstrated significant concern, though has stopped short of adverse comment on the Amar activities in the Engils, Ugidi, and Head constellations. That's the constellations of those three systems. Captain Marshal Zerdan Sirkosh of the Imperial Navy swiftly responded to the Mimitar mobilization call issued by Imperial Defense Alert to the Amar and Loyalists focus on the so-called rebel provinces, the Amar Empire's internal designation for the territories of the Mimitar Republic. The Amar occupation of much of the war zone by Imperial forces has been underpinned by the performance of the 24th Imperial Crusade Capsuleer Militia, which has withstood multiple assaults and guerrilla warfare actions by the Mimitar Tribal Liberation Force. Even so, the boldness of the Empire's decision to test such technology as the stellar transmuters in an active war zone has raised fears of the inherent dangers and speculations that Imperial scientists are aware that these experiments risk extreme catastrophe in systems that they are carried out in. So the idea is that they're using these systems that are occupied by the Amar, but are historically Mimitar, which means that most of the population there are probably Mimitar, as like experimental grounds for these transmuters. They don't want to do it in their own territory. Meanwhile, we also see in Athenon, despite cluster-wide alarm for the developing crisis, the Gallente Federation's response to the intensified confrontation between the Amar Empire and Mimitar Republic was to issue an all-forces alert that appeared to foreshadow a new offensive in the Caldari-occupied system of Athenon and Placid region. Following weeks of military and infrastructure buildup by both the Federation and state, the communique from the Vice Admiral Forina Ravelli indicated that an expeditionary force Athenon was mobilizing and reaffirming the priority of the Federation Navy places on controlling Athenon. The importance of a Mignon system, where the Federation was built a new Stargate, and the industrialization of nearby Jafit were also indicated, suggesting that the Federation intends a lightning strike to establish some form of bridgehead to Athenon. The Caldari state responded by this escalation by the Federation by issuing special orders by the State Protectorate Militia, praising the exemplary Surthud campaign and exhorting all Caldari forces to maintain control of Athenon and surrounding Surthud Constellation. Reports from independent monitoring services and industrial analysis have indicated a massive buildup in logistical and military infrastructure in the Samanuni system, as well as the nearby Anamon, apparently aimed at supporting the next phase of the Samanuni Stargate connection building efforts the state has also been pursuing. So Samanuni, by the way, was the system that was defended by Akamasaraki, the chairman of this of the CEP for the Caldari. So that's the system he was like known for saving. And so the Mimitar and the Amar have both put out orders to gain control of Egmar, Turner, and Vard. Whereas the Caldari and the Gallente continue to fight over the constellations, the Surthud constellation and Athenon specifically. Now, as time went on, two things happened. So then, I guess at this point, they've only built the Stargate, the transmuters. Right? Yeah, they've just built them at this point. So then, 4 days later, I think it is, on October 2nd, the Turner Stellar Transmuter turns online. Hopes are fading for a diplomatic resolution of the controversy and conflict over the Imperial prototype stellar transmuters in the Amar Mimitar war zone, as interstellar outrage over the activation of the Turner transmuter has been echoed by hardening diplomatic postures amongst all the core empires. For its part, the Amar Empire's Ministry of War has reiterated the position first set out by Captain Marshal Zerdan Sirkosh, that the empires have a sovereign right to exploit all resources within territories held under the provisions of the Concord Emergency Militia War Powers Act of YC110, that's Faction Warfare Space. Under this hotly contested interpretation of the controversial and much criticized War Power Act, the Amar Empire has often made claims ranging from asserting mineral rights to the rights to take slaves from populations resisting in occupied territories. Royal Heir Hamideh Kador is Imperial delegate to the Concord Inner Circle, but has issued no statement, as the Imperial Privy Council continues to meet with Empress Caddis I at the Imperial city of Dam Torsad in Amar Prime. The Mimitar Republic has repudiated the claims of the Amar Empire, with Ambassador Kaitan Yun declaring the activation of the Turner Stellar Transmuter a criminal act carried out by the terrorist state run by gangsters and pirates. The Republic's delegate to the Inner Circle further vowed that all MR taking part in the Imperial Prototype Stellar Transmuter project would be marked as criminals and hunted for all time with every means at our disposal. The Tribal Council of Matar was summoned to an emergency meeting by Scimitar Malatu Shakur shortly after activation, with the Scimitar issuing emergency mobilization orders to all Republic fleet, regional territory guards, and tribal militias. The Caldari state reaction to this event has been muted, but been notably lacking in clear support for the Amar Empire's actions. Chairman Akimaka Saraki expressed his profound disquiet and concern at the development when pressed in a session on the state's economic performance with financial journalists, but would say no more. Speaking to a meeting of worker representatives and executives, the Hasiota CEO Athenon Osman went so far as to state his belief that the Amar action is, quote, precipitate and destabilize. Precipitate and destabilize the interstellar order, but stopped short of commenting on the Caldari alliance with the Amar Empire. Laidai CEO Alakoni Ishanoa expressed her support for the clearly correct resource right interpretation of the Empire has with the Militia War Powers Act, but would not be drawn on if that covers manipulation of stars and inhabited systems. Laidai was the one that was known for abusing Intaki when they owned it, so it makes sense. The Galente Federation has been forthright in condemning the stellar transmuter activation, with Ambassador Devin Malatate harshly criticizing the Empire's reckless and wholly illegal experimentation with Triglavian technology in occupied territory, threatening millions, perhaps billions of innocents in the process. While the Federation's current military and diplomatic focus is clearly on the developing situation in the Athenon system, President Celis Agard has ordered the Federation Navy squadrons patrolling the borders of the Empire and Republic to be placed on the highest alert levels. Basically, both the Amar Minmatar and the Caldari Galente have their own thing that has escalated to the point where Concord is no longer able to rein in the aggression between the two. And because they're both distracted with their own thing, they don't really want to get involved in the other's thing at the moment, which leaves Concord at an incredibly fractured state. Concord is at an all-time weak position. Because Concord was created, originally to help bring peace to the cluster. The Jovians during the Galente Caldari War wanted to, and with everything going on, were trying to stop the ongoing aggression between the Minmatar Rebellion and the Caldari Galente War, and bring at least a broad peace to the universe. And that was resulted in the formation of Concord, and kind of the universal order that we know of today. So, but these organizations exist because all four empires agree that, their combined survival against things like the pirates and the Capsuleers is more important than their interfighting with each other. However, with things escalating as far as they had at this point, diplomatic relationships have all but collapsed across the board. And in this world, in this environment, the CEO of Interbus dies. Interbus is one of the, basically Concord as a universal UN kind of government for the empires functions to create, agreements within them, and also, manages things that are useful to all four empires. Things like the SCC, the Secure Commerce Commission, and the communications protocols, and running the fluid routers, and maintaining our records, like for keeping Capsuleers in check, and maintaining global or universe-wide law and order against pirates and piracy with things like the DED. And Interbus is one of those agencies. It's a group. It's the transportation agency. In fact, when your station gets destroyed, and your stuff goes into asset safety, it's Interbus that is pulling out your stuff, right? They are the general transportation policy and supply line kind of maintainers of the galaxy. And the CEO, Hakuka Pukara, dies. And he dies of a heart attack during a meeting where basically there's a contest of, or there's a conflict within Concord because it becomes increasingly clear that the Amar are actually blockading the systems of where the prototypes are. We see here an extraordinary meeting with the Interbus board ended in chaos today after representatives of the 4 founding interstellar empires walk out of the session of the Interbus Arcology in Oriphe 4. The meeting was hastily scheduled following a report of the Imperial prototype stellar transmuter built in Turner becoming active, with fears those in Egmar and Vard would soon follow. The meeting took place behind closed doors, but according to Interbus insiders, the session ended without resolution of any of the points at issue. The Empire representatives present were completely unable to agree on how New Eden's most popular transport and delivery network should respond to the alarming and divisive news from the Amar Mimitar war zone. Founded in YC127, the Interbus Corporation is a joint venture between the Amar Empire, Caldari State, Gallente Federation, and Mimitar Republic. In the past, the organization has been praised as an example of peaceful cooperation between the big 4 empires. Interbus itself is directly owned by the core empires and is overseen by a board including empire representatives. Interbus's mission is to maintain strict neutrality and improve impartially provide transport and delivery services essential to cluster-wide trade and economic infrastructure. Many now fear that rising tensions and the prospect of sanctions or closed borders could make it impossible for Interbus to operate these services across the empires. Interbus CEO Hakuka Peruka has responded to these fears in post-meeting press, saying, quote, "Freedom of movement and open access to commodities, products, and services are at the heart of a stable New Eden. Despite their disagreements, all 4 of the founding member states understand the importance of protecting these freedoms. I have no doubt that we will be able to find a mutually acceptable compromise that allows the continued operation of the Interbus essential services, no matter what else the future it holds." He then proceeds to die. The reported military buildup of Caldari and Gallente forces, increased Mimitar agitation and such, and the controversial actions of the Amar, many consider the future uncertain. According to reliable sources high in the Interbus administration, Pakura's words have done little to assuage the fears of future conflicts and will make it impossible for organizations to operate. It seems only that time will tell what lies in store for this institution and its essential services. And we see... Panic spreads on inhabited worlds of Egmar and Vard as continued Amar control of systems block efforts to leave. Federation State condemns Amar Empire and Caldari State for gross acts of militarism and imperialism on the war zones. Federation Navy issues general notice to civilian orbital infrastructure in Placid region to prepare for inspections and military operations. A lot more smuggling. So Garistas moving stuff through Ardenon and Adamia. Serpentis moving military-grade performance-enhancing boosters into Placid. Sanchez Nation causing incursions and widespread panic. Of course they are. And remains of Angel Cartel Cell and Syndicate reported found in kennels of Slaverhound Fight Club on Thucker Station. So then, 9 days later, the CEO of Interbus dies. He dies at age of 77. He passed away unexpectedly in the early hours this morning. He was discovered by the staff of his estate on Ulai 3 and is believed to have suffered a massive cardiopulmonary arrest event in his sleep. So maybe he was just stressed out. Maybe it just is a coincidence that he was... fighting against the Amar position. with their blockades of the stellar transmuters. But he has served as CEO of Interbus since the company's founding in 72. A young Concord administrator at the time, Pakura was appointed to lead the fledgling organization because of his unflinching dedication to public service. Blah, blah, blah. But quickly, he's survived by 3 children. His eldest, Ilmari Pakura, is also the Interbus board member and was staying on Uli 3 with his father at the time. And shortly thereafter, same day, same news article, they turn around and it looks like the son, Ilmari Pakura, gave a vote of confidence towards Alexander Ducasi to become the new head of Interbus. And as soon as he becomes the new head of Interbus, they then proceed to basically rebrand completely. So, we can see this is what the stellar transmuter in Turner looks like. And during this time, the Caldari are managing to almost completely shut out the Galente from Athenon in the gate building efforts, trying to build their gates to Athenon. Remember, the Caldari started building a gate in Onamon that they wanted to connect to... they created a gate in... gosh darn it. What was it? I keep forgetting the name of the system. The one I said earlier. Starts with S. So they created the Stargate there that they wanted to connect to Athenon. Meanwhile, the Galente had built theirs in Mignon and were trying to build it in the exit in Athenon. However, the Caldari militia guys were incredibly successful at not only running their own sites and mining their stuff and completing their task, because basically mining sites appeared throughout the constellation. You had to mine the ore in those sites, which were locked to either it either had ore that the Caldari were interested in, or that or that the Galente were interested in. You couldn't turn in one for the other. So you had to mine the ore for your side and then bring it to Athenon and then drop it off at the drop site, which was just an open site that anybody could like guard or attack you because it's all low sec or anything like that. So the Caldari managed to basically keep the Sorthud constellation on effectively lockdown and reward people for participating and helping them build their Stargate. So they managed to build their Stargate successfully and managed to completely lock out the Galente from being able to build theirs. Okay. So, but then we have Alexander Ducasi, who's the new head of Interbus, and he turns around and immediately restructures Interbus as Evermore. But between those 2 days, the Caldari do succeed at completing their Stargate construction. So now they're just waiting to get it online. So the Caldari successfully complete their Stargate construction. And remember, this is player effort. Players managed to do this. Samanuni, that's the name of the system. This is the Samanuni muster site. And here is an Amygdon muster site, the Galente one. You can go to these systems still and go and see all of their buildups and everything. It's pretty cool. All right. So then on the 13th, Interbus is reincorporated as Evermore. Evermore is a new private entity that replaces Interbus. So Interbus has announced today that it'll be reincorporating under a new parent company, Evermore, just days after the death of Interbus former CEO Hakuka Pukara, newly appointed CEO Alexander Ducasi has announced an extensive restructuring of the corporation. Interbus was founded by the Amar Empire, Caldari State, Galente Federation, Memorial Republic to ensure open transportation of goods and people throughout the cluster. Under this new structure, Evermore, a private-controlled entity, will become a majority owner of the formerly government-controlled corporation. Interbus has been experiencing a deadlock since representatives of the founding empires were unable to reach an agreement of the operational future of the company following rising militia war zone conflict and the controversial activation of prototype stellar transmuters by the Amar Empire. The restructuring of Interbus under Evermore will end that deadlock as Interbus becomes a private-public concern. Representatives of all four empires welcome the reconstructing deal in a joint announcement today, saying that it'll ensure the continued independence and neutrality of Interbus in uncertain times. The details of the deal has not been disclosed, but it rumored that Evermore has paid significantly above market price for Interbus shares. A number of longer-serving Interbus executives resigned over the deal, stating that far from safeguarding Interbus's future, the empires have sacrificed it in order to fill their war coffers. Alexander Ducassi, CEO of Interbus and now president of Evermore, says that this change in management allows the New Eden transportation stalwart to crawl out from underneath the constraints of international politics and expand beyond its core mission. So now we have yet another inter-empire independent organization, because we have hold on. Yeah. So a year before this, we saw the founding of the Association for the Interdisciplinary Research, or AIR organization. So now we have these three organizations, consortiums, whatever you want to call them, groupings that exist outside of any of the four empires that have their own kind of forces of their own, right? So we have Uplell with its member corporations, which they have member corporations from all of the different empires. We have Chemeltech, Intaki Bank, Zor & Sons, Eifer & Co., Mortis Legion, Outer Ring Excavations or Ore, Yitri & Co., Dulcia Foundry, and Freedom Extensions, all members of the Upwell Consortium. We have the Association for Interdisciplinary Research, which is founded by a Caldari, a former Caldari person, and Sisters of Eve person, and is designed for like international, or like designed to be not catering to any given empire. And then we also have the Upwell Consortium, or sorry, we also have the we have the Evermore organization, which then immediately expands to include New Eden Interzone Shipping, Zero G Research, Adaptive Provisioning, Valor Spec Ops, and Cremo Inc. So the reason why this is really important is because the groups that they're acquiring are useful for various things. Interzone Shipping is, of course, shipping. Zero G Research build like larger facilities, like they build structures and stations. Adaptive Provisioning, I don't remember exactly. Valor Spec Ops is a mercenary, like a dust soldier mercenary group, and Cremo Inc. is a cloning corporation. And so the thing is that, like, if, for example, you are going to want to build your own paramilitary organization for your own, shipping group, in a world in which we've been seeing increased raids and shipping supply lines, and Concord having difficulty dealing with all of this escalating threats and smuggling and all this stuff throughout the universe, it seems that Interbus wants to take things into their own hands and begins acquiring the corporations that it takes to be able to do that kind of thing. In addition to that, they founded a host of new corporations: Verdi Enhancement, an augmentation manufacturer for the average New Eden citizen; Vapor Sea Technologies, a cloud-based computing company; and an Planetary Media Network, a cluster-wide network of planetary news and entertainment media outlets. Ducasi assured the scope that in this dark time, Evermore will show us a way to a brighter tomorrow as we grow closer to fulfilling our dream for a better, more connected New Eden. We hope that you'll all join us in the coming days. We have more announcements to follow. Forevermore, this is only the beginning. And actually, that's not... So, like, the fourth, I guess, another organization that's independent at this point, to a certain extent, is Scope. The Scope is divested from a lot of their stuff, and so now are more or less respected as a neutral information services. That's one of the reasons why they got chosen as a broker back when that was a thing. But I wouldn't necessarily say they're as much of a power player as much as Evermore or Air or Upwell or any of them are. Or I guess now the Deathless Circle. Let's see. And the Stargate to Athenon has been brought online. Wait. I think I'm missing a scope video here. Hold on. Where's the... Oh, never mind. I got ahead of myself. Never mind. That's a different one. Edencom was formed from all four empires as well. That's true. Well, Edencom is part of, like, I would say that's part of Concord. You're right. Edencom is the New Eden Common Defense Initiative. It was the heart of Edencom is Aegis, which is like a department of Concord that was originally created to deal with the smuggling problems and the raiding of ship lane. So the Aegis groups are more about like ground troops and as opposed to pilots, and always have been. But when the invasions began, because Aegis was originally focusing on the raiding and potentially stuff involving the war clones and such. When the Triglavians invaded, they kind of shifted their focus, and the Triglavian part of that whole crisis, because they were already had case green magic under them, which was the raiding of the shipping lanes. And so then when the invasions started to happen, or rather right before the invasions began to happen, as the first rumblings of it was happening, and people were talking about how, like, we saw the construction of the World Arc, and I think it was Makoto Priano went to the forums and was like, hey, Concord, you got to let us know what's going on. We know you have information about this stuff. Let us know. And the response was Kashia Valkynie, because he asked Ovig Dursk, the head of Sorrow, or one of the heads of Sorrow. But Kashia Valkynie, the head of Aegis, responded saying that case Red Gamma, which was the Triglavian investigation, the Triglavian crisis, was now being brought under Aegis along with green magic. So from that point on, Aegis was helping run the defense against the Triglavians, and then when the Triglavians escalated in Chapter 3, Aegis created a foundation, basically created a fund in order to pool the resources of all four empires to unite their in a defense against the Triglavians, and that is what became Edencom. However, there's always been accusations that Edencom, much like Concord, was largely in the pocket of the Amar. But yeah, we'll get to that. So then, yeah, 7 days after Evermore is founded, they release their new artificial intelligence, Iris. Iris is an interesting one because it's the first instance of a embodied AI So like she has a physical body that she embodies, I guess, and she runs and operates the different Paragon stations in the universe. So if you go into browser and you type in the word Paragon, all of these stations that are Paragon fulfillment centers all have an instance of Iris in there. Now, Iris is very questionable. One of the other themes that have been happening is, you know, over time, the rules against artificial intelligence and strong artificial intelligence has been being pushed by various different people, both in Ugidi when it comes to like, the Ugali situation, and Derail being there, the Concord's anti-AI group, to Edencom dabbling with artificial intelligence that stretches the limits of what is allowable when it comes to artificial intelligence. To now we have this artificial intelligent entity that is instanced multiple times and has a physical manifestation. Why is this important? Remember, the drifters are an artificial intelligence. Like, so if we go back to the very beginning of this whole thing, we're talking like the big bad end guy, the big threat, and under all of this, while we're talking about this, you know, with the Deathless and all these empires and all this politics and all this, you know, all this stuff, much like Game of Thrones, right? We have all of this political intrigue and war and conflict and betrayal. But behind it all, there's the real threat, the White Walkers. And this real threat, hopefully, is not going to just be beaten in one episode that's way too dark, you know, that doesn't really make sense, but like is a real growing threat. But in this case, the White Walkers are the drifters, right? So behind all of this threat is emerging. And why is this such an alien threat? Because like I said, the drifters are a rogue artificial intelligence, and it seems to have a lot of power when it comes to artificial intelligence and technology. Potentially related to the rogue drones, and in Templar 1, he kind of shows off his ability to manipulate things and to control technology by messing up Marcus. Not Marcus. Is it Marcus? Either way, getting his own drones to... Yeah, Marcus. Getting his own drones to cut him apart. But the point is that this is like... potentially pretty spooky, but they're getting away with it. And she is kind of creepy every once in a while. She says some stuff that is definitely dropping some, like, vibes. Also, it's worth noting that, remember, this is a week. So, Hakuka Peruka dies, and 9 days later... not only have they completely reorganized as Evermore, but they've released this new AI representative, which tells me two things. One, this AI representative was being worked on before Hakuka died, which also tells me that it's very possible that Alexander Takasi had something to do with all of this, right? Like, it's extremely suspicious that right as there's this disagreement between the empires that kind of focus on Interbus, while at the meeting, like at the, not like at the meeting, but like at the location of the meeting, that night, the CEO dies. They immediately are able to replace him, and that replacement has extensive plans for how to expand Evermore, or, you know, expand their operations. Founds a whole bunch of new companies, buys a bunch of new companies, and releases an artificial intelligence within 9 days. Kind of sus. What's tomorrow? An attack. Well, it doesn't have to be worked on before he died, because if AI makes another AI, that can be done quickly, right? No, well, he's not AI. Hakuka Peruka was not an AI. All right. Next, the stellar transmuters. So On the Galente Caldari side, the Caldari managed to build their Stargate and completely lock out the Galente, and then they begin to do their own investigations as to the technology that the Triglavians were experimenting on in the Surthu constellation, which was this novel transportation tech, this beam technology to allow them to transport people or things or whatever from one place to another easily. So the Caldari begin to do their research on that. Meanwhile, the transmuters continue to come online in Egmar, Vard, and Turner. Oh, if some other AI was to make it, then that would be quietly done. Well, yeah, I mean, like, you could just split off a copy of it, but that's assuming. I don't know if it's that malicious. I just think that Alexander Takasi probably just is a very ambitious person who had plans. You know, I'm not sure if I'm really willing to go so far as to say that there are people actively working for the other in this sense. But maybe, but I haven't seen necessarily that much evidence of it. The other seems to kind of just find us all distasteful as much as possible.
Deep concerns have arisen across New Eden following the Amar Empire's activation of prototype stellar transmuters in the Amar-occupied Minmatar systems of Turner, Vard, and Egmar. The constellations these systems belong to have also seen increased Amar Navy and Minmatar Republic fleet activity in recent months as Imperial forces aimed to capitalize on the strength of the 24th Imperial Crusade's occupation of much of the war zone. That these apparently experimental stellar manipulation projects are taking place far from Amar population centers and in occupied territory has fueled rumors that such experiments bear a significant risk of system-wide catastrophes. Active fighting in and around their locations has only further alarmed the interstellar community. The Amar Empire's Captain Marshal Sirdan Zerkosh has dismissed protests at the Amar actions and claims that Imperial law and interstellar treaties permit infrastructure development and resource extraction in occupied territories. Republic Ambassador Ketan Yun has described the Amar position as delusional arrogance. Republic Fleet Hetman General Kanth Filmer warned of the grave danger posed by the Imperial stellar transmuters in systems which are traditionally Republic territory and primarily colonized by Minmatar settlers. In response, the Minmatar Tribal Liberation Force mounted an offensive that captured both the Vard and Egmar systems, among numerous others. By this success, the Capsuleer fighters of the Minmatar militia handed control of the Vard and Egmar transmuters to the Republic. Despite the risks, the potential for advances in energy and resource collection technology apparently seem high to the Republic as well as to the Empire. Following the capture of the Vard and Egmar systems, there are no signs that the Minmatar are about to shut down the stellar transmuters. It appears evident that the Republic plans to carry on with testing the technology and intends to develop it for its own use. In the face of extraordinary developments in the Amar Minmatar war zone, both sides apparently remain wary of the risks of escalation to full-scale war between the Empire and Republic. Even so, the respective militaries of each empire are taking further steps to recruit Capsuleers to their cause. Access to new naval ship designs are among the offered incentives for assistance in the stellar research efforts of the two empires. A rapid deterioration in relations between the Caldari State and Galente Federation is threatening to become critical following a number of recent incidents and escalating conflict in the border war zone between the two powers. Earlier this year, a diplomatic crisis followed accusations of Galente involvement in a massive spy ring operating deep within the Caldari State. The mass defection of spies, and particularly the escape of ringleader and Garista's agent, Esri Hakuzosu, is believed to have caused leaks of advanced technology developed as part of the Caldari Navy Dreadnought upgrade program. Subsequently, the discovery of a derelict Edencom outpost orbiting Athenon 5 and the uncovering of an apparent Triglavian facility on the surface of the planet has attracted the attention of both the Caldari State and Galente Federation. While the exact purpose and nature of the Triglavian facility remains unknown to the public, it is clear that it contains something of great value, as Caldari and Galente naval squadrons have clashed frequently in the contested system. In the midst of the rising conflict, the Caldari state has constructed a stargate in the system of Samanuni. With the support of Caldari Capsuleers, construction of a connecting gate in the Athenon system has also been completed, giving the state a valuable advantage in recovering Triglavian technology. The Galente Federation has likewise constructed a stargate in the Amignan system, but are still struggling to complete the construction of its counterpart in Athenon. The undisclosed technology rumored to be found in the Triglavian research facility on Athenon 5 and associated Triglavian relay sites seems to be of tremendous value as both sides compete in a desperate race to acquire a working understanding of it. Rapid construction of military infrastructure and signs of fleet buildups in the Samanuni and Amignan systems have additionally raised concerns that an all-out war between the two empires is imminent. Concord has urged diplomacy on all parties, but escalation seems set to continue. This is Alton Havery, reporting for The Scope.
All right, so that was a good, getting us caught up on what's going on, right? Let's see, anything big in the news in brief? Okay, so at this time, another big important thing to note is that Egmar and Vard, two of the three systems that have the stellar transmuters, are actually captured by the Mimitar militia members, right? So the Mimitar militia players, managed to secure both Egmar and Vard, leaving Turner the only one of the three systems with the stellar transmuter in it still in Amarian control, okay? And the Caldari managed to successfully lock out the Galente, as I said. So then, within a week or so, it gets noted that the star of Turner is beginning to flicker. It's showing instability. You could actually see it physically flicker as you were looking at it. I think you still can see it that way if you look at it carefully now. But it was noted, and the flickering was slowly speeding up.
The Turner system's star appears to have been destabilized beyond recovery by the activity of the prototype stellar transmuter placed in orbit by the Amar Empire. Stellar radiation emitted by the star has been fluctuating at ever shorter intervals, seemingly heading towards an imminent crescendo. Scientists raised the alarm upon calculating that the interval between radiation spikes has been decreasing in a linear manner, indicating that a terminal phase will be reached at around 1700 hours New Eden Standard on November 2nd. What exactly will happen during this posited terminal phase is debated, but the common consensus is that a major stellar event will take place. One leading theory is that a radiation burst and stellar mass ejection similar to that seen during the Salin incident of YC127 will take place. While the output and scale of extreme stellar events can vary widely, any effects from such a catastrophe are expected to be significant across the system. On the orders of Captain Marshal Sirdan Zerkosh, the Amar Empire crew manning the stellar transmuter in Turner has been drawn down, and engineers are reported to be working on shutdown procedures. Orbiting closest to the star, the planet Turner 1 and the Republic station around it are believed to be at grave risk of catastrophic damage or destruction in the event of a stellar event of similar scale to the Salin incident. Despite offers to raise wages and give substantial hazard pay bonuses, planetary industry workers on Turner 1 have begun to evacuate from the planet. Thousands upon thousands of workers and their families are leaving, abandoning their equipment and leaving subsurface settlements empty of human life. Amar occupation forces have also long since left the planet, taking their own support workers and slaves with them. The only group willingly remaining behind are those nomadic descendants of the original Minmatar settlers of Turner 1. These nomad clans lived in isolation for generations before interstellar trade and planetary industry began to make their presence felt on the rocky desert world. The nomad clans have apparently been convinced current events are caused by intervening spiritual forces due to the teachings of a shamanic figure known as Tanuk Gufran, the Absolver. He preaches that the planet and wider system will be purged of the conflict introduced by industry and war, leading to a transformation of Turner 1. The bizarre teachings of the Absolver are taken seriously by Minmatar traditionalists as the ways of the clans of Turner 1. And combined with the Amar presence, this has stymied efforts to evacuate the sizable yet untallied nomad population. Republic Fleet Hetman General Kanth Filmer has hit out at the Amar Empire for its reckless ambition and monstrous negligence in deploying and operating the stellar transmuters. General Filmer also condemned the Amar for hindering evacuation of the population from the system. Amar Imperial forces have refused cooperation offers and flatly rejected efforts to broker a truce. The Empire's stance has made it impossible for the Republic fleet to mount a major evacuation operation. Nevertheless, flights of transport ships have infiltrated Turner and are struggling to move people from the Republic Parliament station above Turner 1 onto other stations further out in the system. The desperate hope of Minmatar rescuers is that a major stellar event will not doom the entire system in far-flung stations, and planets will provide at least some shelter from any cataclysm. Further complicating efforts to cleanly evacuate threatened populations in Turner is the presence of the Blood Raider Covenant and the Order of St. Tetramon. In the general celebration of their annual blood harvesting festival, the Blood Raiders have taken advantage of the increased chaos and conflict in the war zone to mount attacks on evacuation and military flights.
So earlier we were talking about how the Crimson Harvest was tied into this and all that stuff. That's this. And that's why the Crimson Harvest is able to be, like, separated from it, because they just need to, like, even if the next year they even attack the same three system or constellations. I think that they moved the constellations last year, or this last one, but it was disassociated enough from what was going on that they could just continue to run the Crimson Harvest as is without it feeling too weird, as opposed to like the Capsuleer or the Hunt, which was like clearly had a reason why it happened, right? Like all of those capsules were out in space because Esri Hagazotsu initiated a contingency omelet. Like, so why would there be another Hunt this year? Are they celebrating the annual event of Esri having to run away from Jada 44? Probably not. Like the return of the Guardians Gala would make more sense. That's a party that was ongoing beforehand. But this is a big reason why the events that we still have today are kind of in shambles compared to what they were before. But yeah.
Heretic hunters of the Order of St. Tetramon seek to oppose them, but as a notorious Amar military order, are hardly likely to be welcomed by the Minmatar colonists and fighters in the war-torn region. This is Alton Havery, reporting for The Scope.
Okay. So, then things get closer to instability. Efforts to evacuate threatened populations from the Turner system continue as fears of an extreme stellar event continue to grow. Ships from involved empires, corporations, and interested Capsuleer groups have been attempting to move as many as possible from the planet Turner 1 and stations located in the inner zone of the system. Increasingly energetic flares, pulses from the central blue AO star of Turner first gave rise to the alarm last week or so as scientists from around New Eden voiced their concerns as to the pattern of stellar activity observed in recent weeks. Since the activation of the Imperial Stellar Transmuter in orbit of the star, a number of changes have been observed, but the recent upward curve in energetic activity has heightened fears. The pattern of activity is apparently linear and set to culminate in some kind of peak event or terminal phase at 1700 New Eden Standard tomorrow. Many stellar mechanics specialists and scientists with experience of analyzing events such as the sailing catastrophe of YC127 and the events of Triglavian stellar transmuters have speculated a range of stellar events if possible. Blah, blah, blah. So, like, there's some concern that there's going to be a big detonation. This was, like, we all knew it was going to be at this time, at this place. So it's very similar to what's going to happen tomorrow, but we don't have a promise of quite as spectacular of a thing. We actually don't know exactly what the nature of the strike is going to be tomorrow. But this is another example of where CCP has done this kind of thing before, right? So we were building up to the crisis in Turner. We know that Turner's going to blow up, or Turner's going to hit its critical point, whatever. Remember, Egmar and Vard still have their own transmuters, but those are now under control of the Mimitar. And that results in the next day, an extreme stellar event has devastated the disrupted system of Turner as radiation burst and wave of supercharged plasma exploded from the star in culmination of several days of increasing stellar instability. It's been confirmed that the destructive radiation and plasma has scorched the inner planet of Turner 1, leaving the world a charred ember with the atmosphere stripped away by the passage of the blast wave. Fears are mounting that there will be no survivors of the planet, raising the specter of hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of casualties. Although there are some hints that maybe the Turner survivors had escaped, especially given the fact that the Triglavians have that new transportation technology. There is a suggestion with the Absolver could have connections with the Triglavians, and so, but they haven't shown up since, and they seem to be dead. Estimates of the death toll are impossible to make given the certainty of the size of the nomadic population that chose to remain on the doomed world. And this event caused a significant destabilization in local space-time, which now causes an abnormally high amount of inbound wormholes to appear in Turner. So there's almost always up to like 10 different wormhole connections to other low-sec systems in Turner, making it the most highly connected low-sec system in New Eden. Which is a pretty big deal. The station on Turner 1, the nearest station, was basically destroyed. All of its you can still dock in it, but all of its services are off. By the way, guys, I know we are at over 3 hours now, and I warned you guys it's going to be a long time. We are still working on it. My goal is to go until we actually catch up with what's going on. It is a lot to cover. There's a lot of you watching, and I appreciate it. Hi, guys. Please make sure to like the stream if you're enjoying all of this. It is a lot of work to put all this together and to do it for hours for your education. So make sure to like the channel or like the stream so that way people see. Is it worth us skipping the vids? What do you mean? Oh, well, I mean, no, I wouldn't say so, because like that's what this whole thing is about laying it all out. So I'm willing to take the time. I'm just asking for people to like the stream, so that way, you know, the algorithm notices that this video in particular is an important one, and so of my videos, it gets showcased to people. Also, if you want to continue to help make this channel possible, it's done so completely by you guys as supporters. So you can become a channel member, you can become a patron, you can tip me directly, you can buy some merch, whatever you want to do. I really, really appreciate it, all of you guys who support it. But really, honestly, liking the channel and sharing this video with somebody else is honestly just as important. Either way, let's keep going.
The details of the disaster following the blast from the Star of Turner on November 2nd are still emerging in its aftermath. Closest to the star was the Imperial prototype stellar transmuter, understood to have destabilized the star through its experimental operations. A skeleton crew of Amar volunteers stayed aboard the transmuter, and attempts to avert catastrophe continued until the very last moments. As it became clear that all hope was lost and the terminal phase was imminent, Marshal Zirkosh addressed the transmuter crew, thanking them for their devotion and service to the Empire.
By the way, I'm in it to win it. I've got my muffin, I've got my coffee, like, I've got at least another couple hours in me. Not that I don't think it's going to take it, but like, don't worry, guys. We're going to make it there today. Today's going to be an epic stream. That's why I need you guys to you know, hit that like.
Before commending their souls to God. At 1700 hours, the Star of Turner entered its so-called terminal phase of instability, and the transmuter ceased to exist. The destruction of several capsuleer structures close to the star swiftly followed. Orbiting high above the barren planet of Turner 1 is the Republic Parliament Station, which has played a crucial role in the combined efforts of Empire and Capsuleer corporations to successfully evacuate the population of Turner 1. At the time of the terminal event, only a handful of crew remained aboard the station, maintaining docking and traffic operations to ensure that the maximum number of refugees could escape. Ahead of the blast, the station's spare shield generators and power had been diverted to reinforce the structure. Unfortunately, the hastily rigged enhancements did not deflect all radiation and supercharged particles, with many systems wrecked and secondary explosions and fires breaking out. Regardless, the shielding did save most of those who sheltered in the core of the station, which remained structurally sound despite the severe damage to peripheral superstructures. The worst effects by far were felt on the surface of Turner 1. As the planet closest to the star, it was clear that this barren world would be hit by any extreme energy burst, making its evacuation a top priority. Industry workers and many settlers were lifted off to safety, with only those refusing help remaining on the planet. Principal among those remaining behind were the nomadic Minmatar clans faithfully following the teachings of Tanak Gufran, the Absolver. In a final bizarre broadcast from the surface of Turner 1, the Absolver encouraged his followers to embrace the spiritual forces about to transform the system. Turner 1 has been scorched beyond recognition by the effects of the intense radiation burst and bombardment by a wave of supercharged plasma from the star. So far, there are no known survivors from the surface of the planet. Despite many warnings as to the risks, a large number of Capsuleers placed their ships and crews at serious risk to witness what promised to be an extraordinary event. Unsurprisingly, these ships took heavy damage from the radiation burst, with shields and armor systems collapsing in seconds, leaving damaged hulls totally exposed. A number of ships were destroyed when rival Capsuleers exploited these moments of extreme vulnerability to wreak destruction on one another. The chaotic struggle in space added to the death toll of this already tragic day. It is now becoming apparent that the Turner system has been permanently affected by the extreme stellar event. The widespread destruction is almost superficial on an astronomical scale, with the local space-time environment being profoundly altered, leading to very high unstable wormhole activity. For its part, the Amarr Empire has declared its stellar transmuter research program a success, despite the extraordinary demise of its Turner operations. Ominously, the Empire appears confident it has gathered all the data required to take their exploitation of the technology forward to the next stage of development. In the aftermath of the Turner tragedy, attention is turned to the stellar transmuters in Egmar and Vard, currently under the control of Minmatar forces. The urgent question remains whether the Republic is willing to continue experimental operations or attempt to shut them down. This is Alton Havery, reporting for the Scope.
So that last piece is actually kind of important. Even though the Minmatar, were accusing the Amarr of being reckless, when the Minmatar took over those systems, they didn't shut off the transmuters right away. In fact, it wasn't until after Turner detonated that they safely shut down the other two transmuters. Because once they got their hands on it, they were interested in that technology for themselves, right? So in the end, this whole thing ends up with the Caldari having captured Athenon and secured information about the Triglavian transportation technology that was going on. And both the Amarr and the Minmatar secured their own transmuters. And even though the Amarr lost a transmuter, they learned enough that they've advanced their information about stellar transmuters and that technology. Okay. So that's kind of where this came from. And that leads us to I've got to mute this one because the sound in it is actually copyrighted. And in fact, I'm going to have to do that for a few of these trailers. There's a ticking. Tick, 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 tick. Here. Like that, see? So we see all of the people preparing. So here we have the commander of the Caldari efforts, whose name is eluding me at this exact second. And she's observing the Athenon development. We also, by the way, here we see our very first time we get to see what would become the Caldari Galente Warzone map. And we also see the videos from inside of the Athenon station down here. Oh yeah, it is worth noting that when the Turner explosion happened, like actually what happened to us was at, I think it was 1700, right? At almost exactly 1700, the Stargates to Turner shut off, right? So nobody could enter or leave Turner. And then the star burst, right? Everyone's screen went white, and we heard that sound that you heard a couple of times in that trailer that we just listened to.
Oliver encouraged his followers to embrace the spiritual forces about to transform the system.
Right? So that happened to everybody. Your screen went completely white, and your ship was reduced to, I think it was 30% hull. Every ship in the system was reduced to 30% hull. The stations the player structures that were too close to the star were destroyed. The transmuter was destroyed. The planet itself became scorched like this. And of course, like I said, the station had all of its services shut off. Yeah, we got all of the alarms at the same time. All right. So this was the precursor to Uprising happening. So you can see like things like, here was actually our first image of the Absolver before we even knew who he was. Space Gandalf. But then comes Uprising.
The region is still coming to terms with the catastrophe in the system of Turner, with devastation on a staggering scale.
Initial estimates of fatalities are reported to be in the millions, with complete loss of life on Turner 1.
Evidence points to the catastrophic failure of the Amar-built stellar transmuter, sparking condemnation across New Eden.
Further increasing tensions between the Minmatar Republic and the Mar Empire are now at breaking point, witnessed by a sharp escalation of skirmishes.
Diplomatic negotiations between both sides have all but collapsed.
Remember how we were talking about Intaki a little bit ago? President Sagard remembers.
Live with shocking scenes of Federation ships invading Intaki and neighboring systems. This is a major developing situation amidst the current turmoil in New Eden.
My fellow citizens, the time has come for the Federation to rise and liberate Intaki, to recover what is ours. These worlds and the people of
the Caldari state are being slaughtered in this outrageous invasion. We stand ready to confront any aggression against the state, and the combined
military of the Minmatar Republic will repay our enemies in kind for this mass murder, for it is the
sacred obligation of every subject of Holy Amar to reclaim the stars and rise up for your empire.
So, Celis Agard President of the Federation decides that enough is enough and diplomacy has failed, and proceeds to execute a massive invasion of the Intaki system, basically going in and securing it through military force, and begins constructing a new Stargate. You remember that Mignon Stargate that never got connected to Athenon? Well, they found a new target for it. They quickly began securing the area and removing the infrastructure hubs from all of the from Intaki and the system and the rest of the systems in the constellation. Now, the infrastructure hubs are what allows ownership of the within the militia to go back and forth, and so by removing those and putting in their own, they effectively removed that entire constellation from the war zone. In violation with the Emergency Militia War Powers Act, they kind of unilaterally took over, and this was considered a huge act of imperial aggression and represented a turning point for the Gallente Federation and Celis Agard. The Gallente Federation has launched a massive invasion of the Intaki system and a number of surrounding systems in the Placid region, according to multiple sources. Incoming from locals, large Federation Navy capital fleet has been spotted in the system amidst the unprecedented level of sinusoidal beacon activity. Scattered reports from the Intaki system indicate the Caldari Navy forces are fighting a rearguard action against overwhelming Federation Navy forces. Some reports indicate that the entire Verret constellation has been invaded by Federation forces, and some reports indicate that even wider assault across systems close to the borders with Verge Vendor. Communications with civilian planetary and space installations and authorities are heavily disputed. The situation on Intaki Prime is unclear, but the planet was under the control of the Intaki Assembly and its planetary militia prior to this dramatic event. There are reports from Luminaire that President Celis Agard is preparing to address the Gallente. And then she says, "My fellow citizens, the time has come for the Federation to rise and liberate Intaki, to recover what is ours. These worlds and the people of Intaki, the wider Verret constellation, and the Phislipis constellation has long been under the threat of Caldari state occupation and ruthless exploitation by a system of authoritarian corporate rule. This state of affairs have always been intolerable to us, but our greater democracy, a beacon of peace and prosperity for all, chose in the past to pursue a path of diplomacy and observance of law that has so often been cast aside by the megacorporations of the Caldari state. We can no longer afford to continue to follow this policy, preferable though it is, wise as it would be under normal circumstances. The long history of megacorporations' exploitation of Intaki in the wider Placid region is one thing. Now, though, we see the tragic events in the Turner system. We face the potential of the total devastation of Intaki and many other worlds peopled by our citizens. I judged this threat far too grave to acquiesce before. With the advice of the Federal Security Council, Military Commission, and leading members of the Senate, I took the decision to act. When I was elected to this great office, when I became your president, I promised to place the highest importance on achieving peaceful coexistence with our neighbors and total and implacable resistance to those who would destroy our way of life. Sadly, to fulfill this fulfill this promise, the actions I authorize today are necessary, and if they prove insufficient, you may be assured that the Federation will act again." So they removed these systems from the war zone. Well, I mean, Celis Agard. So when it comes to Celis Agard, she's always been very much a promoter of the people on the fringes of the Federation. In 2009, she ran... So originally she was the governor of Mise. So, Celis Agard, governor of the Mise system, announces her candidacy, promising to turn the tide of war. Agard pledged to empower and strengthen outlining systems and eradicate the factors that have turned our great nation into a slow, lumbering beast. The announcement was made at blah, blah, blah. And then she did a rally at the for Yin Mei. When frontier settlements starve under Caldari blockades and riots and panic spreads amongst those who feel that they are voiceless, all our leaders can say is toughen up. Fear is a powerful motivator, but has failed to quell the governmental apathy towards the minorities of the Federation. I'm a strong supporter for maintaining the independent cultures of groups like the Yinmei, Manar, and Intaki. I would be ecstatic to see a president who gives more than token support to the minority cultures of the Federation. So, like, she's always been really big on supporting the edges of the Federation. The problem here is that securing and protecting Intaki and respecting Intaki's independence are in conflict with one another, right? So Agar's pledge to support the frontier settlements in low-security regions, as well as her wish for total military effort to reclaim the lost systems, gave her a strong base of support in Placid and Verge Vendor. The disenfranchisement of those territories have denied Agar's camp one of its strongest cards. So, like, basically what this is saying is that in 2009, when she first ran for election, those very systems in Placid and Verge Vendor, the faction warfare systems, were under control of the Caldari. And while they were under control of the Caldari, their members were not eligible to vote. And they're saying that that is what led to her defeat back in 2009. So like I said, she's always been in support of these people. However, she also has had a critic since the beginning, Suvio Belleron. Suvio Belleron he ran against her in the previous election. He's a senator. So when they caught the Galente Admiral, Anvent, he was the reason why the Galnet was able to be taken down. So basically he functioned as a mole. He betrayed the Galente people and took down the defense grid long enough for Tybus Heth and his crew to attack Caldari Prime during the events of the Empyrean Age. So when it was discovered that Anvent Intur was the guy who did this, he was scheduled to be executed. And what they did was they pumped him full of a chemical that would react to a specific tonal frequency. And there was a huge crowd there, and they made them all scream and put them through a speakerphone, which modulated their voices to make it so it was that frequency. So that way the crowd screaming basically forced Anvent to burst into flames. And that's how he died. And this was considered to be particularly egregious method of execution. And so Suvio Belleron back then used that as an excuse to kind of forward his own agenda to try to end capital punishment within the Federation. And then fast forward to 2019, when he's running against Celis Agard, this idea of ending capital punishment, which eventually would be known as the Belleron Bill, was something he was greatly promoting. Now, Rodin was the president at the time, but Rodin ended up sitting on the Belleron Bill. It passed here in December of 2019, but he decides to sit on it. So we see, responding to the news, outgoing President Jacob Rodin issued a short statement. As Federation President, I respect the decision of the Senate, but I consider the issue raised by this federal directive too serious and far too reaching to be the subject of an approval or veto process by myself as an outgoing second-term president. I am therefore tabling this federal directive to ban federal capital punishment and regulate sub-federal punishment to the consideration of the next president of the Federation Union of the Galente Prime. So, yeah, we're getting there. So they're doing this election, and what's on the table is this this bill to ban capital punishment within the Federation, which, by the way, a lot of the elitists in the Yinmei do not like, for the record. But this leads to right before the election, on February 27th, there is a simultaneous attack against all but two members of the candidates for the election. So we have a massive explosion outside of Mise at Governor Celis Agard stadium. Well, at the stadium, this explosion ends up killing Celis Agard. In fact, we see Governor Agard's motorcade last seen in the vicinity of Blast Zone. Communications disruption reported across Galente Federation. Caldari Prime and Taki Prime and Manar Sinade blacked out. Celis Agard reportedly killed in action on Rhine Stadium. Status of Governor Agard's registered backup clone unknown. We also see Suvio Belleron reported to be hospitalized. Unconfirmed report of attack on Intaki Assembly. Claims Deathglow chemical weapon used. Shailene Ramnev and Wayaki Kayara still unknown. They shot down their plane. We do get an update. So they suspended elections because obviously they're not going to do an election in the midst of this terrorist attack. We get Celis Agard survives assassination via backup clone. Governor Agard recovering in secure location. Experimental time loss unknown. So, yeah, Celis Agard is killed and has to go back to a backup clone with experiential time loss unknown. The rest of them are all, you know, they go through their own thing. Slightly injured, in a coma, etc., etc. But this one where Celis Agard is dead, this is important because then the new election happens 3 months later, and Celis Agard wins. So Celis Agard runs for office, dies, and then 3 months later becomes president. And we already know, like, Empress Jamil, the other was able to stitch itself into her brain during a clone jump. So there's a lot of suspicion. This is a very sus situation. And, you know, Celis Agard has been pretty militant ever since becoming president. But of course, the most extreme version of it being the taking of Intaki. But this is important because actually we are in another election year for the Galente Federation, and this drifter attacks have actually suspended Galente elections. So in theory, we should have Galente elections sooner rather than later. We'll see if that actually happens. But, you know, it'll be the first election since Celis Agard has taken power, since Celis Agard took Intaki, and all the criticisms that come with that. So we see a lot of back and forth about Intaki from this point on. We'll see it. So then the Caldari, the Intaki syndicate become concerned because, you know, this liberation of Intaki, you know, is kind of threatening. It's like the Galente are becoming far more aggressive in keeping people in their fold. And so the Caldari convince the Intaki syndicate that, like, they might be next. And so the Caldari secure one of the constellations within the syndicate, blocking the Galente's ability to access the syndicate region, specifically the one named system in syndicate, which, does anybody know the name of the one named system in syndicate? Anyone? Anyone? No? Nobody knows the name of the system in syndicate? Poidat, yes. So, you know, they were wanting to protect Sliffy and Poidat. And so the Caldari take over a constellation within Nullsec, making it the only null security system owned by one of the big four empires. This is one of those things that they did, and then it's kind of just gone on the back burner. Like, we haven't seen any. Like, they built up their facilities in these in the constellation, but CCP has not done anything with this development yet. There is a side thing where Quaif, which is a Gallente corporation, but has become more and more independent of Gallente, has actually cozied up with the Caldari, and may in fact be just working with the Caldari more with the Gallente. They're definitely involved in this whole syndicate takeover, by the way. Yes, there's a name system. There's one name syndicate and system in syndicate. It's called Boydat. All right. So then all of this stellar transmuter disruptions, modifications, whatever. A bunch of groups from the Outer Rings excavation / Upwell group start discovering new rare air ore types, which is where we get the AO, Blue Star, and Border ore stuff. So we have Ducinium, Ifinium, Mordinium, and Yttrinium for Ducia & Co., Ducia Foundry, Ifer & Co., Mordu Legion, and Yttri and Sons. Then, by December, the new Intaki Stargate has opened between Mignon and Intaki. The Mimitar successfully shut down their 2 stellar transmuters and remove their information and materials. They say Republic Fleet engineering teams reported to have safely removed critical materials from Egmar and Vard transmuters. Yeah, Quaif Company fends off increasing criticism in Gallente Federation as role of syndicate and ties to Caldari State. We see more Garissus Pirates raids, Angel Cartel raids, gang warfare flaring up in Pegalar Constellation, which is right next to the Verret Constellation. Or, I guess well, no, Pegalar Constellation is where Yagalis is, which is right near Intaki. And Concord is concerned because of the proliferation of transmuter technology. All right, in January, we see the Caldari fortify the system of Anamon, which this is that's just a normal high-sec system. So now we see the establishment of the 4 militias headquarters, okay? So Anamon becomes the headquarters of the Caldari militia. Mehator becomes the Amar one. The Mimitar go with which one is what is the Mimitar one? I don't remember the Mimitar system anymore. Do they say it here? Ammo. So these 4 systems, and the Gallente go with Intaki. So as the Gallente fortify Intaki, it actually increases the security status of Intaki. So it goes from being a low security system all the way to being a 0.8 system, bit by bit, over the course of several months. But they establish Intaki as the Gallente militia headquarters, along with the other 3. They also, the Amar, begin building another stellar transmuter, this time in Ohide, which is actually in high security space in Amar territory. So clearly they feel like they can move on to the next stage of their development. This should be over here. Actually, all of these should be... Oh my gosh. Stop. Oh, okay. Hold on. Let's move these over here. There we go. So we see the Ohide stellar transmuters start to be built. Oops. Oops. Oh no. Either way, so we see the establishment of all these different headquarters. And now begins the Shadow War. All right? So it comes out that secretly the Amar have been using Edencom as an avenue to spy on the Caldari. Because remember, the Caldari have been doing this investigation in Athenon, while the Amar have been doing their experiments in Egmar, Vard, and Turner. And it turns out that the Amar actually were very interested in what the Caldari had been working on, and information about this was discovered by the Minmatar. So the Minmatar come forward and accuse the Amar of using the Amar, or using Edencom as a method to gain information on their supposed ally, the Caldari, secretly. And this ends up being a big hullabaloo, right? A big crisis of between the two. So, following Ambassador Kaitan's allegations against Edencom, Concord, and the Amar Empire, the combative response by the royal heir Hamador Kador, the Concord Assembly public session devolved into scenes of shouting, booing, and confrontation on the floor of the chamber. The Caldari and Galente delegations were caught up in the chaos as assembly members from the two empires sought to separate the Amar and Minmatar assembly groups. Ambassador Devin Melitate of the Galente Federation addressed his reporters after the session was prematurely closed, saying, quote, "I deplore the scenes we have just witnessed as counter to all principles of rational diplomacy and discourse between member states of the Assembly. The accusations and counter-accusations made today are serious and must be investigated, but it is plain that a neutral party, such as the Federation, is best to thoroughly determine the facts and the disposition of the certain technologies. We intend to press this point in future discussions." Ishikone CEO Mens Repla, attending the Concord Assembly as the rotating delegate from Caldari State's Chief Executive Panel, poured scorn into Ambassador Melitate's suggestion, responding, quote, "The Federation motives in this matter are not obscure, given their critical failures in analyzing and adapting Triglavian strategic technologies. Pressed for comments and the Republic charge of Amar espionage against the Caldari state through Edencom and Concord, CEO Repla would only say, quote, "Naturally, we take such claims seriously, given the gravity of what is alleged, but we must see to our own investigations and arrive at our own conclusions without the basis of third-party intruding." So basically, he's calling out the Galente because the Galente are very interested in helping with this whole spying row because they were the ones that were left out of the tech, right? The Caldari got the transportation tech. The Amar and the Minmatar both got transmuter tech. The Galente ended up empty-handed from all of that. So then the Caldari released their own evidence of the spying. Caldari state investigators have uncovered evidence of Amar agents gathering information on Caldari efforts to develop a so-called interstellar shipcaster technology, according to sources of Concord Assembly and ULI. The Caldari investigation team is understood to have confirmed the substantive and in substance the accusations by the Minmatar Republic of espionage carried out by Amar agents operating through joint Edencom and Concord Technology Intelligence Task Force. Investigators from Caldari Navy Intelligence are understood to have worked closely with operatives of Archive K of the House of Records, an organization believed to have been secret intelligence and security agency answering to the chairman of the Chief Executive Panel, Akivaka Saraki. It is worth noting that the one agent that we know that works at Archive K, the one person that we know from Archive K historically, was in Sine Wave Omega. Yeah. I think it was, in Sine Wave Omega, the chief investigator on Shattrath Spire, which is basically where if we go all the way back to when the coronation was happening of Empress Katis I, there's the Rite of Shatho-Sin. All the other heirs had to commit suicide. They did it at this location called the Shattrath Spire. And at that same location was where there was a meeting that was Sine Wave Alpha and Sine Wave Omega. There's a meeting between a guy who is an insider in Concord and what appears to be an assassin / spy / whatever who works for the Thucker / Sisters of Eve. And they're discussing the Ascendancy program, which was basically the Sisters of Eve were at the time doing secret research on drifter skin tissue in order to develop what is now alpha clone technology. And so the Sakuni, the spy guy, the Thucker dude, meets with this guy in the Concord agent and talks to him about it all, finds out like how far along they are in figuring out what's going on, and then blows them both up. He's got to back up. The other guy doesn't. You lose track of time. But this explosion in this bar gets the attention of an investigator, the Amarian Inquisitor that's there, and he reports to his senior Inquisitor of the area, and that senior Inquisitor who uses the authorization codename of Card Player contacts his contact in Archive K in order to discuss what's going on and get secret information about the clone jumping of the assassin and such. So there were secret coordinations between the Amar and Archive K historically. But what's interesting is that Inquisitor is now the head of intelligence for Edencom. And that contact within Archive K that he contacted is, I think, his second in command. I can't remember the exact positions. But so when we say that there is a spying row, like there's deep spying infiltration between the Amar and the Concord and Edencom, like this is a very a real thing. Not Anakori. Am I going to be able to recognize their name? Are they here? I don't think they're here. Nope. Nope. Oh, that's a whole nother thing. All right. I do have here events. Sine wave alpha and sine wave omega. Here we go. Yeah, Ramhole Zoshen was the sub-inquisitor. Sata Mochin was, oh, that was the Lidai operative, the Concord person. And come on. Yeah. Parvaz Sarkovas. That's the Inquisitor. And Havo Tagamatsu is the other person. So if we take this person and we head to universe.eveonline.com and hit search, we see that Parvaz Sarkovas is named Edencom Intelligence Directorate, or Chief of Edencom Intelligence Directorate, and Havo Tagamatsu is the head of EID Cultural Intelligence Section. So, what's happening tomorrow? I don't know. An attack. Okay. Whew. Let's keep going.
Hostilities between New Eden's Big Four empires have been growing over the past few months, with no sign that the escalation can be reversed. Against this background, with the empires apparently racing to develop advanced power and transportation...
I have a theory about what's happening tomorrow. There's some interesting stuff about what's happening tomorrow. I asked you guys at the beginning. You wanted the history first. We're... Jesus, I almost said that we're getting close, but... I'm not even sure if that's true. We're just going to keep on going.
Technologies, a fresh diplomatic crisis has erupted. Allegations of Edencom and Concord agents gathering details on Caldari State research into new shipcaster technology were the spark for a major diplomatic row between the empires. The Minmatar Republic accused the Amar Empire of using Edencom intelligence assets to covertly acquire technology from the Caldari. Subsequently, Caldari State investigations have revealed evidence that supports these allegations. Credible accusations of spying against an ally at such a sensitive time have put a significant strain on relations between the Amar Empire and the Caldari State. Derived from Triglavian technology recovered from the Athenon system, the shipcaster is believed to have the capability to cast ships over vast interstellar distances with pinpoint accuracy. Able to bypass gates, cynoshield jammers, and other defenses, the technology would provide the Caldari Navy with a significant force projection advantage over its rivals. The Scope has learned that the Caldari Navy is already preparing to build a shipcaster at a construction site located in Anamon. The fortified system in the Black Rise region has already seen extensive naval movements and construction, building it up as the Caldari Navy headquarters for war zone operations. As the spying scandal rumbles on in diplomatic circles, it is being reported that senior figures in the Caldari State and Minmatar Republic have begun security cooperation talks in the Caldari system of Arakan, close to the Republic border. The new aggression and apparent duplicity of the Amar Empire comes at a time when the Galente Federation's militarization of the Intaki system is also coming under scrutiny. As New Eden's two largest empires appear increasingly ruthless and militaristic, some speculate that the Republic and State may seek a diplomatic realignment in their own national interests. This is Alton Havery, reporting for The Scope.
Okay, so the Turner Star is exploding tomorrow, exactly. So, you encountered some Eve Uni pilots in your wormhole yesterday, gave them a good butt kicking. Hey, I mean, you got to be gracious hosts. You know, people come to your wormhole, you got to give them the fight that they came for. Anywho, okay, so this is the Shadow War, where basically all four empires attempt to begin constructing their own shipcaster. And in order to do so, they must complete their research assignments and then actually construct the thing, right? So the Caldari start with stellar transmuter tech. No, sorry, transportation tech. And the Amar and the Minmatar both start with the stellar transmuter tech. And so all four empires have to do operations to steal stuff from the people who have the tech that they don't have, right? So the Caldari have to go and steal from the Amar and the Minmatar. The Minmatar and the Amar have to steal from Caldari, and the Galente have to steal from all three, really, because the Galente had to catch up. They had twice as much work to do because they had to complete both research assignments before they could even begin building their own shipcaster. So as this conflict goes on, which it goes on for a few months, I think, obviously diplomatic relationships between these different empires and Concord's ability to stop the devolving conflict has totally given up, right? And so because of this controversy involving the Amar spying on the Caldari, and the fact that the Minmatar used this as an opportunity to build a newfound friendship with the Caldari, right? Basically, the Minmatar go to the Caldari and be like, hey, man, the Amar and the Galente are both acting pretty imperialistic right now, right? With the Galente taking over Intaki and the Amar being the Amar, like, we need, those of us, we need to stick together because otherwise they're going to, they don't respect us. And so we see this ceasefire come between the Caldari and the Minmatar. And the tension, like the fear of that ceasefire and its potential effect, causes the Gallente and the Amar to also seek a truce. So it used to be in faction warfare that the Gallente and the Caldari were at war, and the Amar and the Mimitar were at war, but the Amar and the Caldari were allies. So an Amar militia member could actually attack a Gallente militia member because it was just two sides. It was two sides with two people. It was Caldari Amar versus Gallente Mimitar. But with this dissolving of political agreements and realigning of things, with the Mimitar realigning more with the Amar, or with the Caldari, and the Gallente realigning with the Amar, this dissolves. And so now faction warfare consists of two separate wars: the Amar versus the Mimitar, and the Caldari versus the Gallente. When did Concord ever succeed in stopping conflict? I mean, technically in like YC0, you could argue. I don't know how that happened. How long have I been silent? Why did I... That's weird. Okay, it's fixed now. I'll just reread this. A few minutes? Okay, well, basically, you know, with the realignment between the Caldari and the Mimitar and the Gallente and the Amar, we see diplomats and operatives of the Big Four Concord empires reported to be actively escalating trade negotiations and efforts to acquire new technology as the two militia war zones and empire militaries adjust to the reality of isolated wars. Ongoing ceasefires, the Caldari Caldari Mimitar Treaty of Arakan and the looming treaty between the Amar and Gallente seem to bring a lasting end to the old military alliances between the state and empire and Republican Federation. Oh yeah, since I coughed and then I forgot to unmute it. I'm silly. Okay, so, but really all of this is eyed towards the development of those shipcasters, right? We see the beginning of the Shadow Wars. Leadership highlights serious concerns over rising violence associated with the so-called Shadow War between core empires in a rare public briefing before the New Eden Cluster Security Commission and the Concord Inner Circle today. In particular, DED Star Marshal Eladal noted the significant increase in capsuleer combat in high security space due to conflict between suspect flagged vessels at Empire research facilities. The reason why this was so like when you go into the site spawned in high sec and low sec, I think. But when you go into the site, it gave you a suspect flag. So even if you were in high sec, participating in these events caused you to be, able to be attacked by anybody, which actually made it a very interesting event. I had a lot of fun with it, and a lot of people had a lot of fun with it. But either way, increased mercenary and pirate activity associated with raids on research facilities. So the thing is that in all of this, we see another force kind of showing up, right? You have the four empires are all attempting to get their tech from each other. But there's another group that is also showing up. And it's like this mysterious group of criminals and smugglers that are attacking these facilities, right? Here, let's see if the scope goes over that.
Fractures in Empire alliances are widening as the race to develop and construct stellar transmuters and interstellar shipcasters intensifies. Reports of deadly conflict between mercenaries and capsuleers seeking to acquire the required technology and materials are increasing. The recent espionage crisis and subsequent diplomacy has brought to an end military alliances between the Amar Empire and the Caldari State on one side, and the Galente Federation and the Minmatar Republic on the other. Amidst this breakdown in interstellar alliances, it's evident that the empires are not discouraging loyal capsuleers from engaging in hostile activities against former allies. Loyalist capsuleers are engaged in tech acquisition operations, such as hacking research nodes, salvaging wrecks, and attacking research labs in order to obtain the technology required by their empire. As the situation in the militia warfare zones intensifies, all four empires have opened up direct capsuleer enlistment to boost their ranks. Capsuleers are no longer required to leave their private corporations to individually enlist in empire militias. The struggle to acquire interstellar shipcaster technology is fierce but largely illicit, leading some commentators to call this a shadow war between the empires. The four empires place a high priority on obtaining shipcasters due to the significant operational advantage they'll provide when deploying their forces in the militia war zones. As of now, it is only the Caldari State that has the required transport relay technology vital to constructing a shipcaster, having garnered much data from the Triglavian research facility discovered last year on the surface of Athenon 5. However, it has become clear that a shipcaster requires tremendous power and special materials for its operation. Its precise yet unbounded manipulation of space-time calls for resources that only the output of a Triglavian stellar transmuter is known to reliably provide. The Amar Empire and Minmatar Republic are in possession of the knowledge and experience to build and operate stellar transmuters derived from an example captured during the Triglavian invasions. The full knowledge of their operation was gained at the great cost of the cataclysmic destruction of the planet of Turner 1 and its inhabitants, when an Imperial prototype transmuter caused an extreme stellar radiation and plasma burst. Of the Big Four empires, only the Galente Federation lacked the knowledge to develop and construct either a stellar transmuter or a shipcaster following the dramatic events of the last year. This has put the Federation in a challenging position, but indications are that Galente loyalists are rising to this challenge along with the other participants in the so-called Shadow War. This is Alton Hovery, reporting for The Scope.
So yeah, let the Shadow Games begin. So, this went on for quite some time as we were attempting to build each other's, or, steal from tech from each other and then build our own shipcasters. Hold on a second. One second, I gotta see, because a website was made that tracked the progress over time. I'm trying to see whether or not I can grab that real quick. No? I don't think so. That's unfortunate. I should look into seeing whether or not I can find that. Wait. Oh, no! No, it's down. Hold on. Wayback Machine. No. All right. Well, I'm going to have to go find an old video where I showed it off. But you could see the progress over time of who completed what when. The Caldari kicked ass yet again, obviously. They were very organized at the time and very motivated. But you can even see, like, Caldari State significantly advancing stellar transmuter understanding in technology shadow war. Uneasy peace holding on Antaki Prime as assembly election looms. Anything here jumps out as something that's worth pulling? Oh, they send several other... No, this isn't yet. More attacks by Guristas and Rafik Zohar of the Angels. Which leads to the completion of the Caldari Shipcaster. Oh, yes, and as Malik pointed out, these mysterious... They didn't go into this. The third party, or I guess fourth party, I don't know, whatever. The other force that was out there, there was a bunch of mercenaries that were apparently trying to do it, recover the stuff themselves. And all of their ships were Caldari, Minmatar, and Triglavian, but specifically the Ikitursa and the Draugr. Now, one thing that you guys, some people might not realize, is that when you look at Triglavian ships, this baseline, the Damavik, the Kikimora, Vedmak, Rodiva, Drekovek, Leshak, and Zenitra, these are all developed by the Triglavians. Each one of their descriptions talk about which clade it was, Leshak subclade, Avelis clade, scattered adaptation schema, blah, 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 blah. Right? All of these are named after the subclade that it was done with. These upper ones, the Tech 2 ones, are actually not made by the Triglavian Collective. Each one of them is made by a different empire. First, the Amar dropped a Guardian subsystem into a Rodiva to make the Zarmazd. But then the Caldari created the Ikitursa, the Minmatar made a Draugr, and the Galente made a Nurgle. So there were two Triglavian ships, but it was the Draugr and the Ikitursa. So it was the Caldari and Minmatar version of those Triglavian ships. This mysterious force that we pretty, like, it was the Deathless in his circle. All right. Yeah, so here we go. SOCT sounds warning over uncontrolled spread of advanced technology in Pirate's hands. See, even from here, the SOCT were the ones that were the most humming and hawing about all of this. Elder Mentor Matashi Reich of the Society of Conscious Thought has warned of grave and potentially catastrophic consequences over the apparent uncontrolled spread of advanced technologies among networks of criminals and pirate groups across New Eden. In remarks to journalists ahead of Concord's Inner Circle meeting that would include fresh negotiations on technology sharing and technology controls between New Eden empires, Concord insiders expect the issue of increasing pirate and organized crime group access to cutting-edge technology will sharply color the topic of restrictions and exploitation of so-called ancient technologies and those derived of sources such as the Triglavian Collective, Sleepers, or Drifters. The Society of Conscious Thought has been so concerned by the recent activities of the self-styled Guri Malachim, which, yeah, so now we also start to see the rise of the Guri Malachim, which is a grouping of Guristas and angels working together. And this seems to be independent of the mercenary groups that we were seeing, right? So those are two different things. The Guri Malachim appear to be an alliance of convenience between subgroups of the Guristas Pirates and Angel Cartel focused on acquisition of advanced technology. Notably, the coalition is believed to have led by notorious criminal operatives and technology acquisition specialists Esri Hakazotsu and Rafik Zohar. Hakazotsu is a Guristas agent who came to widespread notice as the leader of a ring of spies within the Caldari Navy Capital Ship Research and Development Program operating out of the Jita 44 Trade Hub Station. Zohar is a well-known is well known to law enforcement as the leader of a highly capable and brutally efficient cartel assault and retrieval team. The Commando Zohar group is responsible for a number of high-profile technology heists, culminating in the hijack of ore research vessel and scientists working on valuable material compression technology. So, yeah. And then... let's see. Mimitar border forces intercept shipment of weapons bound for dissident terrorists based in Hek 5 refugee camps. Amar Empire shipcaster development program makes several advances as Republic maintains steady progress. Chairman Akimaka Saraki arrives in Landfall City for CEP Summit in domestic and foreign interstellar trade balances. Royal Khanid Navy reportedly uses experimental weapon to destroy Blood Raider cult base on Balanaz 5. I don't think we know. Oh, no. This must be the earliest test of the Lancer Dread. Probably? We'll keep an eye on that. Renegade war clones fight way out of Sorrow ambush in Mirotem 6 after attempting rescue of Angel Cartel Kingpin. Interesting. All right, so then 5 days later, we see the Caldari now escalate by militarizing their civilian workforce. Following an agreement reached by yesterday's meeting of the Chief Executive Panel, the Big 8 mega corporations of the Caldari State have ordered a wide-scale repatriation of workers sent to extraterritorial stations and planetary habitats. Earlier today, the orders called for the reassignment to home territories of a significant number of non-essential workers with Caldari citizenship. The mass worker recall coincides with the signing of ration ceiling agreement by all 8 members of the CEP. This agreement introduces maximum limit on the purchasing of a wide variety of goods, both essential and luxury commodities. These limits have been defined relative to an employee corporation classification. The new limits will be enforced by standard corporate oversight and personal corporate script accounts, with all transactions being monitored and blocked should they exceed the ration ceiling. So the Caldari are going full militant, right? Like they're militarizing their citizenry, they're recalling them, they're putting them on rations. You know, they are basically, yeah, becoming a military force, like a giant military force. Meanwhile, continues to debate about Intaki. There's some congressmen who go and investigate Intaki to see what's going on. Angel Cartel and Thucker Renegade clans reported sharing secret navigation and spatial anomaly datasets. So we're seeing early agreements between Angel Cartel and Thucker Renegade clans. Secret navigation and spatial anomaly datasets. So this is important, okay? Because as the Shadow War is going on, there's another thing that happens. And we see the evidence of this happening, but we don't really know right away what it is. Which is, hold on. Another event starts. Hold on a second. So, yeah. So around this time, another event starts too. Where is it? CDIA reports claims Guri Malachim coalition of Angel Cartel and Grissus pirates exploiting new mutual interests. Angel Cartel dominations leadership pursuing relatively peaceful strategy in espionage and tech smuggling, says CDIA. Society of Conscious Thoughts, grateful for interventions by Capsuleers against ruthless Guri Malakam pirates. Yeah, we missed... They don't really talk about it here, but there's another event that's going on right now during this part, which is the Capsuleer Day event, you know, the anniversary of Eve, which is surrounded around the SOCT. And in this case, we see that there's attacks by the Guri Malakam, which lead to the Capsuleer Day 20 event, where we had to go after Guri Malakam as they were dealing with these different sites. The agency campaign for this event is split between running sites for the Society of Conscious Thought or the Guri Malakam Pirate Cooperative. Capsuleers can choose which faction they wish to support in the event. Both factions reward the same skins but different combat boosters. It's possible to run both faction sites. Yeah. So, the point is that the Guri Malakam... Actually, hold on. Well, we have this report by none other than our friend of the show, Dutch Gunner, giving his observations of the Guri Malakam survey base. So, wasn't there... I thought there was... Wasn't there the Jovian observatories in these sites? Am I wrong? Hold on. No? Who's this? Trojan horse? Okay. I guess not. But either way, the Guri Malakam were doing something. I swear to God, there's a Jovian observatory in all of this. Somebody help me out. Was it the data site? Nope, that's the wrong one. What's the raider base? Survey expedition. I don't know. I'm just having a moment of madness now. So there's the... That's not a Jovian observatory. That's just a normal POS tower. Huh. No? That's the combat site, though. Where's the... Found it. Riley Entertainment. There it is. Yeah, see? Okay, so the secret here was that the data site in these events were Jovian observatories. So the Guri Malachim were hunting after Jovian observatories, and the SOCT were low-key trying to stop them without necessarily letting us in too much about why it is that they were interested in all of this. And all of this kind of used the ongoing shadow war as cover, so that way they could do what they wanted. But what was happening in the background, behind the scenes, shortly before this, we have this. And now we know who all these people are. Hey, look, it's Estri and Zohar. And that, of course, is Soldrin.
All right. Let's see it.
I bring promise of a brighter future for us all. This is an invitation.
So now this video came out much later, right? And the whole point of this is that we had to go to Jovian observatories and use the Entosis links on them in order to get these doodads, these navigational things. And then we had to decrypt this code to go to the correct system, to the correct location, and then activate the correct sequences in the order to be able to arrive where the Stargate was secretly cloaked this whole time. Okay. Now the thing is that happened to us later, but we now have enough evidence to show that this video itself happened like now in the timeline, and the Guri Malachim, who are running around and trying to figure out ancient technology, that was them doing this for the Deathless. The Deathless had now reached out to them and offered a olive branch of sorts and challenged them to find the gate. And so we saw them hunting for it themselves when the SOCT got us to go after them. But we were too busy with the Shadow War. So let's continue with that. So then all four empires begin processes to upgrade their industry. So we have the Itinerant Forge, which is this program for basically a mobile construction system platform for the Mimitar. The Itinerant Forge is a new industrial doctrine using modular machinery that can be quickly assembled and disassembled, allowing us to deploy our best technologies to any colony. Our tribes have worked together to create a traveling infrastructure. Caravans of individual ships will move from planet to planet, ensuring that we build whatever we need, wherever we need it. Boon for the entire Republic. By stepping outside of the rigid mindset of other nations, the Itinerant Forge project will unlock a better and brighter future for all Mimitar. So basically, they create their ultimate, like, mobile construction team, right? Then Celis Agard puts forward the United Response Act. Now, it's worth noting that Celis Agard did a pretty good job of squashing her opponents around the time of the Stargate Trailblazer event, which was a year or so before the stuff that we were just talking, the Stargate, or the Athenon and all that stuff. During that time, if you remember, during the presidency, that Belleron bill was like the thing that people were debating about. Well, Celis Agard managed to shore up enough support, including from the Intaki, which Suvera Belleron is from Intaki, so it's kind of funny that she managed to get their people to back her up, and allowed her to veto the Belleron bill and still secure enough political support for all of her funding for her infrastructure construction desires, which would eventually become, the building up of Amignon, and eventually the taking of Intaki and the build up there. And now with this United Response Act, United Response legislation has rapidly become controversial as its proposal for greater federal oversight of industry, transportation, and taxation at the district level have become more widely known. Basically, she's federalizing large-scale manufacturing within the Federation, right? Like, normally each individual district has their own thing. She's unifying everybody into one, like all of the industrial forces of the Galente into under her command. President Agard has apparently chosen to press ahead with the measures given the support of progressive union backers and such allies such as Senator Farron Shu, representing Lersatin's Yinmei interests. Senator Shu has long been a hawkish figure in Federation politics, and while strongly opposed to interference in Yinmei culture, has often been happy to back President Agard on the basis of carve-outs protecting member states and nations from interfering in social matters. However, this United Response Act is highly controversial and leads to riots breaking out in protest. By the way, what we're talking about now, if you are docked in a station and you hear about Caldari scripts and Caldari assets come cheap, blah blah blah, and they were talking about rations in the Caldari stations, and they talk a little bit about there's protests in the Promenade, go witness our democracy in action. All that comes from these events, right? These are this is the original thing that sparked like those protests and stuff. So riots broke out in Cali today as protesters against controversial new government legislation were held across the Federation. An estimated 10 million protesters crowded in Cali, many traveling up the Federation's outer districts to take part in demonstrations against the newly passed United Response Act. United Response Act passed into law by a narrow margin today. Full session of the Federal Senate includes provisions that will increase federal oversight of traditionally district administrative services. This will grant federal authorities the ability to exercise lower-level control over a wider range of sectors, including industry, taxation, transportation, and even education. So we see this guy. While supporters of the president celebrate for her call of unity, critics dismissed it as manipulation. At a rally held in Cali's Liberty Square, Senator Tybalt Chaler of the Labor Populist, one of the bill's most outspoken opponents, responded, quote, "The corrupt elites that have hijacked our democracy think that they can turn our patriotism against us. They use it to justify the interference in the lives of the real Galente, the people who live far from the shining towers of the once great city and the marbled halls of Valor. The people who have sweat and bled from build the Federation only to be told that they don't know how to defend it. Well, I fought the Caldari menace in the orbit of the same star that shines down on us now, and I have fought its influence in these marbled halls. And I say now to President Agard, you will not turn up late to the battlefield and tell us how to fight." Following the senator's speech, the city law enforcement tried to contain protesters that claimed had become unruly. President Agard called on rioters to disperse, saying, quote, "While I applaud those who exercise their democratic right to protest, the Federation will not tolerate acts of violence in the street." Senator Taylor countered, "If the president spent less time telling people how to behave and more time listening to them, then people wouldn't need to take matters into their own hands." And so this guy Theobald Taylor, basically becomes radicalized and forms a group known as where is it? Here it is. Galantea Primacy. So we'll get to that in a second. We'll get to there when we get to there. So as of right now, he's just protesting. So then, 2 days later, we see the Empress Caddis Tashmerkon putting out an edict that is pretty controversial herself, which effectively says that slaves can volunteer for special military service, and doing so after 5 years of service, they can earn their freedom. Now, this is somewhat similar to a previous one that was done by Empress Jamil, which was saying that basically after so many generations, like after I think it was 2 generations, then they're free. But so, you know, one of the things to pay attention to this is that like the political machinations of the Amar is very delicate, and it's like House of Game of Thrones, you know? So different empires or different houses rely on slaves more than others, and rely on a larger slave work more than others. And so what she's by like offering this ability for slaves to be able to get out of their service by joining the military service, she's also somewhat undermining some of those leaders, right? And this ends up inflaming previous hostilities. So, Empress Caddis Tashmerkon. So the Tashmerkon family, the Amar believe deeply that their holders are sacred. Like their entire religion is founded on the idea that like God creates different people differently, and everybody has their own place in the universe, right? And so Amar, being that they've never lost their faith, they never lost their way, they are the most chosen by the Amar, and the most or by God. And among those, the most sacred is the holders. They're so sacred that they're, you know, there's the right of sacred flesh and all this sort of stuff. Well, the Tashmerkon family actually were not originally a holder family. They joined as a holder after the Khanid rebellion, when the Amar Empire was kind of broken. Tashmerkon is one of the most wealthiest houses, and so they kind of step in leadership and earn, or basically buy their way into being a noble house of the Amar, which was fine until Caddis Tashmerkon wins the Empress, the position, because the Tashmerkon family, unlike the other royal houses, do not have an undiluted bloodline, right? Outside of the Khanid, which they're their own people, the other empire or the other heirs are all true-blooded Amar. However, Tashmerkon family, their family intermingled with the Eudorians, which are the other race of people on Amar Prime, the ones that the Amar kind of took over in the early days. And so the Tashmerkon family, by some of the most elitist of the Amar, are seen as kind of impure blood, mud blood, as it were, right? And so this idea of like the purity of the throne was a point of contention when the Empress rose to power. But then she managed to secure power and bring things together and like very deftly manage her adversaries and her allies to kind of quell that problem until this stuff starts to prop up. And so we start to see consternation again. Anyway, so the Military Emancipation Edict of the Prefect Council reforms and announced in the live broadcast watched by trillions in the greater Amar Empire. The broadcast concluded with the speech by the Empress from the Imperial Palace in Dam Torsad, setting out her vision for the Empire. I see a people driven from their homeland for their faith. They adapt, they thrive, and God sees fit to grant them a great empire. They become stronger, and their Lord grants them a planet, then a star, then hundreds more like it. Through the power of their faith and under the guidance of their divine leaders, they build a mighty empire. I see a people too comfortable in their halls of gold. They have been granted so many gifts that they have grown fearful of losing them. They are suspicious of any change, for they have so much that they dare not lose. Then when change comes anyways, they find their destiny challenged. First by the Jove, sins of the old world brought back to life. Then by the rebellious children of Matar. Then by the evils of the drifters and Triglavian invaders. Their empire shrinks, and they cast their eyes upward and ask, why? I see a people shining bright among the stars. They have faced many trials, but they are bold enough to not be humbled by them. They know their faith is too strong to be shaken by any change. They have learned to adapt, to thrive, not outside of their faith, but fortified by it. Secure in God's light, they renew their faith, return to the foundations of Scripture, and build an empire secured by mastery of the very stars entrusted to them by their Lord. I am your empress, chosen of God, and in my heart I feel his will guiding me. Let me show you the way so that we may be bold once more, so that we might thrive. Let us raise the banners of the faithful and proudly declare, this is the empire of Holy Amar, and none may stand against it. On hearing their words, crowds massed in public squares and basilicas to hear the speech cheered approbation and pledged themselves to the Empress's vision of Amar. However, rumors have since surfaced of a number of notable heirs expected to attend the announcement in person, and Dom Torsad canceled their plans at the last minute. The scope approached officials of the Imperial Court for comment, but received no response. So, protests over Federal United Response Act continue as Automated Industry for Democracy bill goes to full Senate. Oh, we must have missed that one. Maybe not yet. Sorrow Red Troop unit tracking multiple renegade war clone units guilty of collaboration with Triglavians and other war crimes. Still haven't followed that one to its conclusion, I don't think. So, yeah. So the Mimitar... So then the Galente follow up their controversial Unified Response Act with the Automated Industry for Democracy bill, which is even more controversial. The Galente Federation Senate has passed the Automated Industry for Democracy Act into law. Despite ongoing protests over the United Response Act, 2/3 of the Senate backed the bill proposed by Celis Agard, which loosens the legal restrictions on AI development. This includes the updated definition of restricted AI that no longer is in conformity with all Concord guidelines. So now, Galente, who are, by the way, the people who made the rogue drones in the first place, are now disregarding the rules on restricted AI, the Concord guidelines that were put in place because of the rogue drone uprising. President Agard has refused request to comment on any differences between the new Federation legislation and Concord's more stringent recommendations, but is willing to say that she took the view that the Federation's previous laws have been outdated. The president added that in order to maintain a competitive advantage, the Federation must not be afraid to play to its strengths. Advanced robotics has always been one of their strengths. The AID Act will free our citizens from drudgery with more efficient automation. Let machines do repetitive and taxing work. Let people use their talents to build a better future and stronger democratic nation. So yeah, and they've managed to push this through, even though it was very controversial, and there's the whole like, oh, is it AI or whatever, and the labor population were against it. This has proceeded forward. So then, Turner survivor charged with treason after calling for desertions. The writer and Turner survivor Kami Daya has released a holoreel calling for Republic troops to abandon their posts. The holoreel has been covertly distributed by Dia supporters throughout the Republic military. It contains recording of her condemnation of the Republic for failure to protect smaller clan holdings from recent rise of criminal activity and pirate attacks. According to Dia, these attacks are the result of the Republic's desire to embrace new technologies, such as the new Itinerant Forge project. Where does he say? Kamiya Dai is a survivor of the Turner 1 disaster and the author of the best-selling From the Flames, a collection of her Lost Clan songs and legends. It also contains poems and philosophical essays written by Dia herself. The collection is critical to the Republic and its interests in Triglavian technologies. These criticisms have struck a chord among among the smaller clans who feel abandoned by the Republic, earning Dia a dedicated following. So we see Dia kind of fomenting unrest within the Mimitar. We see Tillbald Taylor fomenting unrest within the Galente. We see... that's it so far. Well, we see the holders unhappy with Empress Tashmerkon's decisions. And then civil unrest within the Caldari state, because remember, there's like they locked everything down, put everybody on rations and everything. Over new rationing has reached new heights as an illegal worker union declares plans for stoppages. According to statement issued by workers of each of the big 8 megacorporations, strikes will be held throughout the state unless their demands are met. These demands include end to the rationing, protections against forced conscription, and abandoning the employee corporate classification system. Signed by the United Champions of Freedom, invoking a reference to the Brothers of Freedom who led a violent uprising against the corporate state over 15 years ago, the statement was delivered via a statewide broadcast over hijacked channels. The reader of the statement has been identified as Sumali Deng, a former official of the Wiakomi Corporation State Union. As Wiakomi affiliates of the Caldari State Workers Union, the WCSU has been quick to disavow Deng and the newly formed United Champions of Freedom, UCF, as agitators who refuse their duty in time of war. So we see the UCF beginning to rise as this protest movement within the Caldari. And Amar charitable mission of mining colonies in the Nerut system was destroyed in a surprise attack yesterday. A group calling themselves the Disciples of Purity have taken responsibility for the attack. In a holoreel released by the Disciples of Purity, a masked figure calling himself the Grand Incarnate said that the attack has taken place because the mission had been providing aid to seeking freedom under the terms of Empress Katish I's recent emancipation edict. In the holoreels, the group made a number of demands, including calls for the abdication of the pretender Katis Tashmerkon, the dissolution of the corrupted heir families, and reinstatement of the long-defunct Council of Apostles to select a new true-blooded emperor. The disciples claim that to be a new sword of justice forged from the dual blades of Scripture's greatest defenders, which is a reference to, it says right here, the exact meaning of this is not clarified in the holoreel. Nonetheless, the group's names, its demands regarding the Council of Apostates have led to speculations that the dual blades refer to the Purity of Throne's heresy and the Order of St. Tetramon. The Order's Grandmaster Kemen Dulcer, Tetramon, has repudiated any connections to the Disciple of Purity, condemning the attacks as an unconscionable act of heretical butchery, finding no justification in scriptures as the Order of St. Tetramon understands it. The Order Emperor family issues official condemnation of the group, swiftly followed by leaders of all royal and major houses. The Ministry of Internal Order has condemned and confirmed that an investigation is underway, but sources within the Amar government suggest that it is yet to uncover much about the organization. So the Disciples of Purity are like a much more organized version of the Purity of the Throne. And the two swords that they're referring to, Katis Tashmerkon, one of the things that she did when she took power was she announced that the Empress is in control of the double blades of basically the two blades of the religious institution and the government. So now we have, and then of course, sorry, one last thing. Outspoken labor populist Senator Tillbald Taylor was expelled from the Senate yesterday, according to official reports. The decision was made by the Senate Disciplinary Committee. According to Senate officials, the Disciplinary Committee proceedings were initially carried out in secrecy in order to avoid alerting Taylor. Taylor was elected to office as a member of the Labor Populist Party for largely industrial subdistrict of Northwest Astron. Was considered to be on the right-wing party for the greatest appeal among the Gallente working class. A veteran of the Battle of Caldari Prime, Taylor ran on a platform of increased military spending and sanctions against Caldari imports. Earlier this year, Taylor was appointed to the Military Spending Oversight Subcommittee. According to the FIO, it was then that he began working to channel funds and military assets to associates. The FIO alleged that he and other like-minded veterans used these funds and equipment to build their own paramilitary force, the Gallente Primacy. So now we have the Gallente Primacy. We have the Ashes of Turner, which I don't know whether or not we've gotten that exact name yet, but Kamidaya's followers. We have the UCF protest group within the state, and we have the Purity Disciples of Purity. So, you know, given all of the tension and events in the last several years, basically rebel factions in each of the four empires emerge and start to cause problems. This, by the way, is where home fronts come from. These are the major entities involved in home fronts. Yeah, I put together this website slowly but surely over time. Most of this stuff comes from universe.eveonline.com. All right. So, from there.
After nearly a decade of being a key member of the Imperium Coalition,
we're at 1 year ago.
The initiative announces its departure on amicable terms. In a statement, Initiative CEO Dark Shines expresses that it is now time for their organization to embrace fresh challenges on their own terms. Headquartered in the Fountain region, the initiative reaffirms its strong alliance and collaboration with their neighboring Imperium members in Delve. Additionally, the initiative has declared its unwavering commitment to deploy its formidable forces supporting the B2 coalition in the ongoing war in the north. The conflict that initiated in the region of Pureblind has carried on for close to 3 months now. What started as incursions by Winterco into the B2 coalition-held region grew into a full-blown war, with multiple nullsec parties drawn into the fray. During the initial phases, Winterco wasted no time in establishing their foothold and constructing citadels in the region for their operations. The incursions made by Winterco did not escape the attention of the major capsuleer power blocks of New Eden. The first major escalation happened when the Imperium, led by Asher Elias, made a significant move by deploying their forces to Pureblind in support of the B2 coalition, which had been vastly outnumbered in defending their territory. According to Asher, the main strategic objective of this deployment was to prevent Winterco from expanding its territory and renting it out to smaller entities. Although the PanFam coalition, a long-term rival of the Imperium, did not fully commit to the war in Pureblind, they did deploy many of their most experienced capsuleers to support Winterco in their fights against the Imperium and B2 forces. The combined forces of the Imperium and B2 coalition numbered approximately 70,000 capsuleers, while Winterco and PanFam had a force of around 83,000 capsuleers. Deploying a vast number of fleets to the region, this war has unleashed a relentless wave of death and destruction. Initially contained within the confines of Pureblind, numerous significant battles unfolded, involving thousands of ships. Among them, the most ferocious clashes erupted in the strategically pivotal system of X47L TAC-Q, where Winterco managed to construct a formidable Keepstar Citadel. Despite enduring weeks of relentless combat and incurring substantial losses, the combined forces of the Imperium and B2 triumphed, reducing the Keepstar to ruins. However, undeterred by their setback, Winterco swiftly established a replacement, perpetuating the cycle of conflict. Another notable confrontation transpired in the system of 5ZXX TAC-K, where over 4,000 ships engaged in a grueling 15-hour battle, culminating in the annihilation of yet another Winterco Keepstar. As the war persists, its reach extends beyond Pureblind, with skirmishes igniting in various corners of New Eden. Systems like the ravaged Turner and the Triglavian-controlled Navula in the region of Pochven have become the new battlegrounds. While Pureblind is no longer the singular focus of the conflict, the situation is still smoldering in the northern regions as both sides have retained their forces there but not made any significant moves. The heavy engagements have been more sporadic, with both sides taking a measured and reserved approach to future hostilities. Much of their focus has been on defending against any unwanted advances across several regions in the north, waiting for the respective enemies to make a mistake. Needless to say, countless millions of ship crew members and Citadel residents have already perished in this merciless conflict. Most tragic are the workers who were enticed by employment agencies with promises of a brighter future for themselves and their families living in the numerous citadels scattered across New Eden. These unfortunate people are now left in a state of uncertainty. With the departure of the initiative from the Imperium, their only solace lies in fervent prayers and hopes that this latest development will not intensify the conflict, potentially making their homes the next primary targets. This is Alton Hovery reporting for The Scope.
All right, I forgot. This one's basically just catching up with what's going on the player side of things. That's fine. In the ticker, we see Federation agents pursue ex-senator and terrorist leader Taylor following Galente primacy attacks. Uplell Consortium will consider commercial strategy in light of regulatory challenges. Kali Rogue Drone Cultural Exchange Society raided by Black Eagles agents investigating industrial AI subversion. Garissa's pirates ambushed by Intaki State Police and Caldari Navy in attempted convoy raid and syndicate. Reports from Ugali's 4 indicates renegade artificial intelligence subsurface facility destroyed by Svarog Clade. Angel Cartel Rafik Zohar reportedly evades assassination attempts as associates of Guri Malachim go into hiding. That's because of the end of the SSCT event. Edencom Intelligence meets with Derail and Sorrow officers to assess Triglavian planetary incursions in the Ugalis. Amar Empire's Order of St. Tetramon hunts disciples of purity as group declared apostates by Theology Council. Federation Black Eagle sweep Ugalis 6 in search of illegal instances of backup in unrestricted AI networks. Spooky stuff. Yeah, Triglavian, stop it with unshackled AI, people. Stop it. All right. And that leads us to Epiphany, which was that video that I showed you before, where... So now we are given the challenge to follow the Garistas and the Angels in finding the gate to Zarzak. So... In a dramatic public address to the Concord Assembly, Elder Mentor Matashi Reish of the Society of Conscious Thought revealed the probable existence of one or more hidden Jovian stargates across New Eden. Elder Mentor Matashi Reish also raised the alarming prospect that any of such gates might be under the control of a major pirate organization such as the Angel Cartel or Garissa's Pirates. The Elder Mentor of the SSCT focused his presentation on the analysis of data fragments recovered principally by Capsuleer pilots, together with a report on intelligence gathered by Society operatives within the network of criminals and mercenaries run by the mysterious underground figure only known as the Deathless. Based on the Society's preliminary analysis, stated Reich, the most recently recovered data appears to, with high probability, to show an intact and possibly active Stargate of Jovian design. This shocking revelation was accompanied by an overview of new intelligence gathered on the Deathless Circle organization, including surveying of a high-level meeting of notorious Angel Cartel and Garissa's Pirates commanders with the representative of the Deathless. That's what we watched. So then, players go out, and we find the Stargates.
Following a remarkable hunt by Capsuleers, 4 ancient Jovian stargates have been discovered. The first stargate was found in the devastated system of Turner, discovered by the Winterco Research Group. The same group also located another gate in G-0Q86. The third gate was found in H-PA29 by the Capsuleer Hack, while the last one was found by Capsuleer Cyron Istjar in the system of Alsavoinen. Both these capsuleers wished to mention and acknowledge the open source efforts done by the Arataka Research Consortium and collaborators, attributing to them a crucial role in finding the gates. The gates appear to have lain hidden and dormant for many centuries. While the gates are currently offline, they're shrouded by an unusual active cloaking field and appear to be completely intact. The discovery of the Stargates was the culmination of tremendous efforts by capsuleers to collect and decipher pirate data in recent days. The gate's search was sparked by leaked security footage from an undisclosed pirate hideout showing a figure now confirmed to be the Deathless, the shadowy leader of a circle of pirates, smugglers, and mercenaries. In a ceremony held at the School of Conscious Thought at FDZ 4-A, Elder Mentor Machi Raish awarded the capsuleers involved and vowed further investigation.
On behalf of the Society of Conscious Thought and the people of New Eden, we thank you for your efforts and perseverance in the search for these Jovian Stargates. Your achievement is remarkable, and as promised, you will receive your due reward. Preliminary findings from a survey of the first gate to be found indicate that it has probably been recently reconnected with its destination system. However, it is clearly in a locked state and is almost certainly under control of a network routed through its connection, likely at some central location. We speculate that the controlling location is that referred to by the name Zarak. This name appears to be an ancient Amar word, meaning at the edge, but it is currently unclear what this may refer to. We believe that the Deathless is controlling the state of this gate and any others that exist from this Zarak location. Rest assured that every effort will be made to gain further understanding of this remarkable discovery, and make sure that the opportunities and knowledge it brings will be used to the benefit of all of New Eden. Thank you.
Where do these gates lead is the question that's on everyone's mind today. The Scope will continue to monitor this story and keep you informed as it develops. This is Alton Hovery, reporting for the Scope.
Okay, so we find the Stargates. What's happened? Hold on. Wait. Uh-oh. My phone just died. That's not great, but I'll deal with it. Okay, so we find the Stargates to Zarak. And a few days later, well, 20 days, about a month later, we get
new developments involving the recently discovered ancient Jovian gates have emerged. All 4 Stargates appear to have shunted power to navigation and FTL communication systems, pairing with their destination gates. While the Stargate pairs remain closed to traffic, their systems have registered with the Interstellar Stargate Network. Navigators across New Eden were startled to discover a new location and routes displaying on their star maps as the new gates were registered and reported their destination, pairing with gates in the unexplored system of Zarak. Given all 4 ancient Stargates lead into Zarak, it is clear that if they become active, this mysterious system is likely to become a significant transit hub for those willing to brave its unknown dangers. Elementary statistical data about Zarak has been obtained from the gate registrations and their basic navigation fluid router reports. Most noticeably, the star system appears not to contain any planets and is shrouded in electromagnetic and gravimetric interference. However, the central star is clearly of the blue A0 type, and as well as the Stargates, there appears to be a space station. This structure is broadcasting its designation as the Fulcrum and appears to be under the control of the Deathless Circle. Scrutiny of telemetry from the star indicates some kind of construction project ongoing in its vicinity, but the data is difficult to interpret. It remains unknown what is being constructed by the Deathless, but messages carried by pirates that were intercepted by Capsuleers reference some kind of powering up procedure initiated from the Fulcrum. The Zarzak station is of previously unknown design, but carries clear signs of being of Jovian construction, and is evidently enormous in scale. When and how the Deathless gained access to Zarzak and then managed to seize control of the station remains unknown. These developments are causing significant interest and disquiet among Capsuleers and the Four Empires. The location of Zarzak and its far-flung connections across New Eden may make it one of the most strategically important systems in the cluster. The fact that Zarzak and its Jovian station is under the control of the Deathless, a man who seems determined to bring together the Angel Cartel and the Garistas pirates with a promise of sanctuary, poses a significant danger to all of New Eden. What other knowledge and control of Jovian technology is the Deathless in possession of? How does the Deathless Circle intend to utilize the strategic location of Zarzak? What are they constructing and what are their intentions? These are all questions burning in the minds of Empire leaders and Capsuleers alike. This is Alton Havery reporting for The Scope.
All right, so that is the revealing of Zarzak. Now, help me out, guys. We talked about the shipcasters already, like the result of the Shadow Wars. Each of the four empires built their own shipcaster and their own stellar transmuter. Well, the transmuter is nearby, but within a few systems, but the shipcasters in their headquarters systems. The shipcasters are like special teleportation systems where basically they can deploy landing platforms throughout the war zone, and then the shipcaster will connect to them and send them there, right? We talked about that, I believe. I think I didn't miss a video, did I? Any rate, so... Let's see, anything in the headlines there? Society of Conscious Thought calls for urgent meeting of Concord Assembly as fears grow over Stargates. Hold on. Deathless Circle organization reached compared to major pirate and criminal cartels by Federal Intelligence Office. Kaldari Navy High Command Chairman Akimaka Saraki in conflict in... Wait, hold on. Interstellar shipping and navigation bodies reviewed. Possibly new trade routes as Stargate connections revealed. Edencom reports signs of increased intensity in fighting between Triglavian Collective and drifters in abyssal dead space. So we do get a lot of reports from Edencom about changing things in between Trig and all that stuff. But this is one of the very first signs that we see this uptick in conflict between the drifters and the Trig in abyssal dead space around the same time as the discovery of Zarzak itself. So then shortly thereafter we have... How much shortly thereafter?
The Scope has received a joint declaration from the Angel Cartel and Garistas pirates containing explicit threats directed at the proprietors of two citadels strategically positioned near the Jovian stargates leading to Zarzak. The statement demands their immediate removal, underlining that non-compliance will result in their annihilation.
So as soon as the Stargates were discovered, people started, just like in Turner during the Turner disaster, people were deploying structures. Now in Turner, those structures got blown up by the explosion of Turner. But of course, you know, as soon as these Zarzak structures were discovered, or the Stargates were discovered, people started dropping these citadels
Citadels
on
in
grid.
question are an Astrohus under the jurisdiction of the Decoy Alliance, situated in the GTAC Null Q86 system, and a Fortizar operated by the Initiative Alliance, and securely positioned in the Alsavoinen system. The Angel Cartel and Garistas pirates have issued a stern 24-hour ultimatum, setting a deadline for removal, at any time after which they warn action will be taken against the structures. Alarmingly, the pirates are also encouraging Capsuleers to take part in the imminent attacks, claiming it will strengthen the bonds between them and the pirate-aspiring Capsuleers. While not entirely unprecedented, it remains a rare occurrence for these pirates to seek cooperation from Capsuleers. This recent trend has raised concerns within the New Eden community that it signals a substantial shift in strategy on the part of the Angel Cartel and Guristas. After the Deathless online the system's long-dormant stargates leading to Zarzak, the Angel Cartel and Guristas appear to have been ceaselessly preparing for forthcoming operations based from within the system. Through the strategic deployment of weapon emplacements, the Deathless has initiated the process of asserting control over the system, seemingly aiming to counteract the rampant violence that had previously plagued it. In tandem with recent pirate activities, these developments strongly suggest a concerted effort to incorporate Capsuleers into the planning of forthcoming pirate operations. The system of Turner has recently seen a significant increase in Capsuleer activity since the discovery of the Jovian gate connecting it to Zarzak. Turner was the location of the experiments with a prototype stellar transmuter last year, which resulted in a cataclysmic failure that devastated the planet of Turner 1. Following that event, the system experienced increased wormhole activity, and now with the discovery of the Jovian gate leading back to Zarzak, Capsuleers are seeing the opportunities presented in settling there. Groups like the Deepwater Hooligans, Volta, and Shadow Cartel are among those rumored to have settled in the system. What kind of relationships these Capsuleers will have with their Angel Cartel and Guristas neighbors living in Zarzak remains to be seen. Concord's Secure Commerce Commission plans to restrict script transfers to issuing corporations only in a response to money laundering by criminals and pirates. The restrictions will halt all loyalty point trading between individuals and private corporations. Trading in Evermarks will also be restricted, as the currency is based on a corporate script. Alexander Dukas, president of Evermore, has criticized the announcement as a typically anti-business move from an overzealous commission. Evermore's legal team has filed for an exemption for Evermarks. The scope understands that Dukas has deployed significant resources to exert pressure on the SCC. The SCC has confirmed that Evermarks will not be exempt from the initial suspension, but do not rule out a future exception. This is Alton Hovery reporting for the scope.
Okay, so as an aside, guys, I need everybody who happens to be logged in right now. If anybody, I need somebody to find a system that has a Jovian observatory, but does not have an unidentified wormhole. Okay, so like if you see this system here, this system, we are at the unidentified wormhole right now. We're not talking about something that you probe down. Okay, I'm talking about the actual beacon. So we see that we have a Jovian observatory, and then we also have an unidentified wormhole. I'm curious whether or not there are any systems right now that have a Jovian observatory, but does not have an unidentified wormhole. The reason why I ask because of this image that I just saw on Reddit. This is one of the Drifter wormhole systems. And while Drifter wormhole systems are usually one of the most connected systems in EVE, so there isn't one there right now. But there is there's a Jovian observatory, but no unidentified wormhole, correct? Okay. Yeah. Because like this picture, like that is a lot. Drifter wormholes are some of the are the most connected systems in the game, I'm pretty sure. But this is a lot even for them. Dutch maybe will be able to confirm that. I don't know. But wow, we've crossed over 1,000 views in just this stream. Make sure to like the stream. All right. Which of course now leads us to the Havoc expansion. Yeah, I think there's more than normal.
Zarzak has been waiting. An ancient nexus, long abandoned. Now ruled by the the insurgents. The fearless. The deathless. Trust is rare among our kind. Yet here you are, compelled by my invitation. I offer you a haven, a fortress, hidden from the empires. I have given it life. It feeds on me. And in return, it yields knowledge, gifts, power. Prepare your forces for chaos on the front lines. Harness the might of Capsuleers with the promise of riches. And together, we will unlock Zarzak's secrets. One by one.
All right. So this kind of opens the door to what's going on. We now know about Zarzak. We know about the Deathless. You know, all of this stuff. They've been working in the background throughout all of this. We've been trying to just piece together traces here and there. But now it's all out in the open. The Deathless has emerged as a full-on figure, and he controls the system of Zarzak, the station of the Fulcrum, and the virtual reality virtuality inside of the Fulcrum, as well as various other technologies involving Jovian-style war clones. Okay? So he then he's now convinced the Angel Cartel and the Guristas to side with him and begin funding us, Capsuleers, to begin just causing chaos within the war zones. And so this is the beginning of insurgencies, where the Angel Cartel and the Guristas have both begun to attack the different insurgents or faction warfare systems, using a forward operating base in order to create chaos within those systems. Now, this isn't the overall goal of the Deathless, but this, like, the Deathless is attempting to weaken the empires, sow chaos, and use his enemies, or use his allies against his enemies, you know? And so, and working with the Angels and the Guristas. So, and then meanwhile, his main goal is to investigate deeper the Fulcrum and the technology that is there.
The Angel Cartel and Guristas pirates have launched insurgent offensives across multiple Empire warzone systems, taking advantage of their vulnerability after years of relentless conflict. These calculated strikes originate from the Deathless Circle-controlled system of Zarzak, where a pirate shipcaster is deploying raiding ships across the vast distances to the insurgency zones. 2 days before the primary assault, pirate forward operating bases were jumped into each militia war zone, one above Floswen 4 and another in orbit of Renaral 5, setting the stage for the impending insurgencies. Believed to be the product of Deathless Circle technology, the FOBs apparently utilize powerful transport systems that enable them to jump into the targeted systems. Functioning as beacons for Angel Cartel and Guristas ships using the Zarzak shipcaster, they enable the pirates to strike over vast distances while providing extensive logistical support. The available information strongly suggests that these pirate FOBs originate from concealed locations in Zarzak. Some speculate the FOBs may even be launched from within the expansive interior of the Fulcrum Station itself. The pirate insurgencies are rapidly spreading from the initial FOB systems of Floswen and Renaral as more and more pirate forces arrive in the war zones. In a significant development, the pirates have directly enlisted independent Capsuleers into their ranks. The formidable firepower and extensive resources that Capsuleers can bring to their cause will allow the pirates to strike into the Empire war zones at an unprecedented scale. Large numbers of ore corporate outposts have been repeatedly attacked, and a significant number have been overrun by the pirate raiders. Multiple ore mining operations have also been ambushed, with heavy losses and ransoming reported as the relentless pirate attacks seize valuable cargo. In order to protect their assets from the increase in pirate attacks, ORE has reached out to Mordu's Legion and extended the coverage of their existing protection contracts. Mordu's Legion has deployed additional forces at locations scattered around the contested systems in an attempt to regain the initiative and repel the pirates. Capsuleer militias are organizing their defenses against the pirate threat and preparing to purge the criminal taint from their empire's space. Despite militias fighting back, the pirate enlistment of Capsuleers seems set to further widen the divide between Capsuleers and the general population of New Eden. Commentators in the Big Four empires claim that Capsuleers are losing touch with their humanity as they pursue selfish goals with total disregard for any lives lost or destruction caused. There were great celebrations at the Evermore corporate offices on UFA 5 yesterday evening, as Evermore President Alexander Dukas announced that Concord Secure Commerce Commission will be exempting Evermarks from the corporate script trading ban in the coming days. The restrictions came into effect only 2 days ago, and Concord's swift U-turn on Evermarks is a clear sign of the considerable influence Dukas is capable of bringing to bear on interstellar policymakers. This is Alton Hovery, reporting for The Scope.
All right, let's keep going. We got to pick it up. All right, let's see. So they begin to do their chaos. Actually, well, yeah. So it's 13 days later that we get an update. So this video has a lot more to do with null news than lore stuff, but it has both.
Details surrounding the heist and sabotage operation in the heart of Imperium's capital system of 1DQ1 TAC A have been emerging, as it becomes evident that trillions have been lost to this audacious act of theft and sabotage. Beyond the theft, the Imperium leadership were shocked to discover that the perpetrator had made use of his administrative rights within the First Imperial Palace Keepstar to disable all support systems for the vast cloning center housed within. Dedicated to storing tens of thousands of Capsuleer jump clones, the facility's stocks suffered immense damage. While many could be salvaged, rumors are circulating that many were irretrievably lost in the process. Imperium leader Asher Elias identified a long-term Imperium member known by the nickname J. Amazingness as the perpetrator. While unclear on his motives, former comrades singled him out on public communication forums in connection to this highly destructive act. After carrying out the heist, J. Amazingness left the Imperium and joined the Pandemic Legion Alliance. It is unclear if Pandemic Legion were involved in any way with the theft, or if they simply welcomed Jay into their organization along with his newfound wealth. Perhaps to further torment his former friends and partners, Jay has uploaded recordings of the system logs generated during the heist, thereby exposing the full extent of the damage he had inflicted upon the Imperium. His motive still remains unknown. After delivering their ultimatums over citadels anchored close to Jovian stargates, the Angel Cartel and Garistas Pirates have made good on their threats. A series of attacks were launched over several days, ultimately destroying the Astrahus owned by the Decoy Alliance in GTAC Null Q86 and the Fortizar operated by the Initiative Alliance in Alsavoinen.
No.
Despite warnings that their citadels were too close to Jovian stargates leading to Zarzak, both owners refused to comply with the removal demands, triggering the pirates' assaults. In a show of collaboration with the Angel Cartel, Volta Alliance initiated a strike on the Astrahus, later teaming up with an Angel Cartel assault fleet to completely destroy the Citadel in GTAC Null Q86. On the other front, The initiative attempted to mislead Garista's scouting parties into believing that their demands were being met and the Fortizar was about to be removed. However, following the failure to fool the Garistas, the initiative faced a first wave of Garistas attacks a few hours after the 24-hour deadline passed. The initiative successfully repelled the first Garistas fleet, mainly composed of rattlesnake battleships and Gila cruisers. However, 2 days later, the Garistas launched a more formidable assault, deploying a larger fleet, including numerous Cayman-class dreadnoughts. Catching the initiative by surprise, the Garistas' dreadnoughts conducted heavy bombardments which reduced the Fortizar's shields to 0. A third attack was conducted the following day, and despite putting up considerable resistance, the initiative did not manage to hold back the Garistas' onslaught. Taking multiple hits during the engagement, the Fortizar armor was wiped out just before the defense fleet could destroy enough Garistas' dreadnoughts, triggering hull reinforcement for several days. The fourth attack was conducted 3 days later, with the initiative making no significant attempt to defend the structure, effectively abandoning the remaining residents to their fate. Again, the Garistas deployed a large dreadnought and battleship fleet. The Garistas were assisted by pirate capsuleers and quickly tore through the Fortizar hull, causing the Citadel to detonate in a titanic flash of energy. This is Alton Hovery, reporting for the Scope.
All right. So that's basically how Havoc began. However, a big piece of this is the new Vanguard soldiers. So a big piece of what the Deathless is actually trying to do is advance his technology and his understanding of these clone soldiers that he has access to now that from Zarzak. As it was pointed out, the main targets of a lot of the attacks of the Deathless has been outer ring excavation or other Upwell facilities. And therefore, Mordu's Legion has been one of the major defenders during this time. Shortly after all of these attacks started happening, a few days later, there was a bowhead traveling in Insurgency Zone, and that's when this happens.
A Mordu's Legion task force sent to reinforce corporate security troops on the besieged planet of Hevris 3 was ambushed by Garista's pirates last night. The task force included heavily modified Mordu's bowheads that are reported to have been outfitted to support Legion war clone unit operations. The ships carried war clone blanks, cloning bays, and materiel for ground warfare. The advanced Legion equipment is speculated to be of high value for the rumored Deathless research and development efforts into cloning. Taken by surprise and overwhelmed by superior Garista's forces, the task force escorts were quickly wiped out, leaving the freighters defenseless. While the majority of the Legion fleet was destroyed in high orbit of the planet, a handful of bowhead freighters rushed towards the planet in a desperate attempt to deploy the Mordu's troops to the surface before their destruction. Only one ship managed to reach low orbit, but heavily damaged and under limited control, the bowhead crashed down on a remote part of the planet. The crash site is likely to become a priority target for pirate forces. Reports are circulating that the Deathless Circle is deploying units of experimental clone troops, designated as Vanguard, to the planet. With the decision to send lightly defended freighters into a pirate insurgency zone, highlighting how overstretched Mordu's Legion and Upwell are, the surviving Legion troops on the surface of Hevris 3 are preparing for the first strike by the Deathless and his Vanguard troops. This is Alton Hovery, reporting for the Scope.
So that was the beginning of Vanguard with First Strike. So then Evermore begins to go after NES. This is the beginning of their, Evermore begins to roll out their Skinner technology. However, with this new threat, with the Vanguard running around and clear pressure on Upwell and member corporations within Upwell, Upwell begins rapidly developing their own response to the whole thing, including their new clone technology, which we first see hints about with the Chemeltech convoy.
Chemeltech has suffered the humiliating loss of one of their convoys. destined for the Intaki Bank deposit.
Oh, sorry. It's worth noting that one of the reasons why this turnaround was such a big deal was because Arkhambine, which was the major mercenary soldier corporation, like for war clones that Mortis Legion worked with, defected from Upwell and joined the Deathless, which not only limited Mordu's their own clone forces, because most of their clone forces were invested in Arkhambine, but also greatly empowered and built up the Deathless's stockpile of soldiers that he can use. And they have this whole process where they convert Arkhambine soldiers into the modern war clones, the Vanguard version of the war clones, to live within the virtuality within the Fulcrum. So the Deathless has teamed up with two other characters that have been from the past. Namely, there's the Quartermaster, who is a technological, basically arms dealer who worked with the Guristas and specifically Fatal in developing of the Valkyrie immortal fighter pilot program, and the technology used, like as in he built the ships that they flew, not necessarily the clone jacking or the clone mapping technology, but the actual weapons. But he was always very interested in drifter technology, and somehow he's managed to find his way into the circle. And the other character is Life Giver, who is we believe she's the Kaldari scientist who is an Amarian convert from the Empyrean Age and Templar 1 books, who was basically, she's a doctor who was on the ground when the Templars were first rolled out in Templar 1. And so she got access to the war clones really early and was became one of the early peoples to understand these war clones. And so she has slowly but surely kind of gathered her own collection of these wayward original clone soldiers in Arkhambine and has been kind of leading them all this time. And with the Deathless opening up the virtuality, he offered this opportunity to the Life Giver, and the Life Giver accepted it. And so Arkhambine and all of her soldiers moved in with moved into the Fulcrum's virtuality.
Repository in the TX.
Now then,
Cameltech has suffered the humiliating loss of one of their convoys, destined for the.
That last piece is actually one of the more important pieces for what's coming up tomorrow. So now we're starting to actually get into the stuff that really, really matters, but we'll go.
Intaki Bank Depository in the TXW-TAC EI system, the convoy security was critically undermined by a prior intelligence leak that exposed its cargo and itinerary. The decision to carry on with an unchanged plan regardless of this leak has now come under heavy scrutiny. From the moment it embarked from the Cameltech research station in the Orsolart system, the convoy was followed by hundreds of Capsuleer ships. Centered around the Akator-class transport ship Daphne, tasked with ferrying vital equipment and science personnel, the convoy also consisted of a small contingent of escort ships. Potentially overestimating their defensive capabilities or misinterpreting the intentions of the surrounding Capsuleer ships, the convoy started its voyage. The uneventful passage through the initial systems might have bolstered their confidence, but as soon as the convoy left the relative safety of Empire space and jumped into low sec, the convoy came under attack. Chased through low sec by vastly superior forces, the convoy desperately broadcast pleas for support. Needless to say, the convoy's desperate calls for help did not result in their salvation, and within minutes, the outnumbered and outgunned Cameltech ships were destroyed one by one. Surviving Cameltech geneticists captured by members of the Fraternity Alliance have been threatened with execution if demands made by Fraternity are not met. Following this statement, Cameltech has announced the reward of 1 billion ISK for the safe return of each geneticist, emphasizing their commitment to the welfare and safety of their staff. In recent days, Cameltech has been plagued by a series of data leaks, including sensitive information recovered from the wrecks of the destroyed convoy. These data fragments have been pieced together by Capsuleers, revealing ties to a secretive cloning project run by the Upwell Consortium, of which both Cameltech and the Intaki Bank are members. The specifics of this cloning initiative remain unclear, with Upwell Consortium maintaining silence on the subject. However, The recovered data suggests the project is a feasibility study for a cloning operation of considerable scale. The intended purpose of these clones is the subject of wide speculation. Some observers suggest they might be being developed as a counter to the recent deployment of Vanguard clones by the Deathless, while others speculate that they could form a new workforce or even represent a breakthrough in capsuleer cloning technology. As this story unfolds, the Scope promises to deliver ongoing coverage of these developments. This is Alton Hovery reporting for the Scope.
So yeah, the Chemeltech bowhead was ambushed, or sorry, the Chemeltech convoy was ambushed. This is actually a really good example of, like, CCP doesn't script the event, but it's kind of obvious how it's probably going to end up, you know? Like, CCP didn't make the player base attack the convoy, but if you tell the player base that there's an NPC convoy going and they're going into low sec and you give them 2 days of ahead of time, like, sure, it could very well be that there's more players that show up to try to defend the convoy than attack it. That's never happened in the history of EVE, but it could theoretically happen. Like, people can do whatever they want to do. The fact that people played their part was players' choices. And most importantly, what happened to those geneticists actually is really important. I'm showing right here. It was a Chemeltech geneticist. It was a brand new thing. And most of them were returned to Chemeltech. However, one of the geneticists was actually brought to the Deathless Circle, and that geneticist is now defected and joined the Deathless Circle. So, you know, didn't have to do it. We also, I mean, like, CCP, the fact that there is one extra geneticist or whatever on the Deathless Circle side doesn't, like, define the lore or anything like that, but it is true that there is a Chemeltech scientist that does keep showing up in the lore now because Fraternity brought that scientist to the Deathless. All right. About half a month, 3/4 of the month later. So there's, from that point on, there's multiple other convoys. Some of them are more secretive than others. More information starts to be leaked out, etc. And also in the news and brief, we want to look into this where it says CDIA is seeking information on Archon figure known as identified as Lifegiver, following reappearance of Alias and Deathless Communications. Lifegiver Alias originally noted by DED in YC115, 116, which is 2013-2014, reports in connection with suspected Gurissus and Angel Cartel elements. SOCT launches, here's a good one, SOCT launches new Abyssal Dead Space Astronomical Observation Program. Very important. Remember, SOCT noted that there's an increase in conflict between the Drifters and the Triglavians recently. Next.
Uplell has started construction of a prototype orbital structure in low orbit above the planet of Ovikin 6. No specific details have been released regarding the purpose of the structure. However, Uplell is extending an invitation to capsuleers, offering rewards for the submission of rogue drone-related materials. The drone graviton emitters can be obtained from rogue drone anomalies and signature sites within high-security space. Additional drone-related materials that are required can also be collected from sentient rogue drones, or possibly purchased on the regional market. The materials need to be handed in at the Uplell construction facility at Ovikin 6. In recognition of their contributions, capsuleers are awarded Uplell Consortium loyalty tokens. Moreover, participants stand a chance of receiving new blueprint copies for Consortium tractor beams and a Consortium mobile tractor unit as additional rewards for their efforts. Be warned, unscrupulous capsuleers are known to be loitering around the construction site with the intention of acquiring these rewards via less than legal means. Recent Uplell-related documents that have been acquired by capsuleers from Empire operations centers show that Uplell is reaching out to all of the Big Four empires, proposing a collaboration on mass cloning or rejuvenation of selected segments of their population. The wording of the communications is clearly tailored to each individual empire, appealing to their culture and beliefs. Capsuleers have been stringing together details provided in the documents, and it seems that Uplell is proposing some sort of rejuvenation of different population elements depending on the Empire. What the purpose of this proposed mass cloning or rejuvenation project is remains hotly debated. Some believe it is Capsuleer related, while others argue that it is a type of large workforce or even war clone recruitment. Perhaps it is a countermove to the recent appearance of war clones known as Vanguard, developed by the Deathless. As the Uplell Consortium continues to push the boundaries of what's possible, we are left to wonder and watch closely. What are they planning? And more importantly, what implications will this have on the near future of New Eden? This is Alton Hovery, reporting for The Scope.
Okay, yes. I love player influence on MMO. That is one of the things that's very unique about EVE Online storytelling, is because, like, it is a single server, so things that happen in-game is effectively canonical. So it allows unprecedented ability for us to shape the story in small and big ways, like Arshat, or like the Chemeltech scientists, or like tomorrow, again, like Turner, events like Turner and events like tomorrow are likely going to be one of those things that we more or less witness than influence, I would say, just to give everybody a warning. Who knows, though? Who knows? What are you doing, dog? Hold on, I got to make sure my dog isn't doing something crazy. She's fine. Like Pochven, I'm sure that they went through all the programming, art, design, and content just for the chance for people wouldn't let it taken. Well, I don't know how much. Like, I've talked to CCP quite a bit about invasions and Pochven and all that stuff. I will say that it was absolutely in the realm of possibility that Pochven would not be formed, that there wasn't, that we would not secure 27 systems. And, like, I think that there's a certain amount that CCP didn't believe that was going to happen, because CCP didn't think that there was going to be an organized Edencom response at all. But I think that and I've talked to them before, and I sincerely to this day believe that had we have like done the same thing as Serenity did and fortify every single system that that came under fire, that CCP would have acknowledged that. I think that would have been, I mean, yeah, they put in all of that plan, but if we over the course of months ensured that the Triglavians never got a single foothold, I think that would have been a very interesting story for them to reflect as well. Now, and there's a lot of things about Pochven that, like, sure, it'd be cool for them to do or whatever, but, like, how much of it was, like, they would be, quote-unquote, ruined by it not being formed? Well, Pochven itself was, what, like, a couple of mechanics, which were already introduced into minor victories and such like that, which was the real tech that they were testing. But in a database change, right? Linking the systems together. So, I don't know. I don't know how much they were married to the actual formation of Pochven during invasions. I do know that CCP did not have very much control over how invasions played out. Invasions was mostly directed by AI, two different AI actors that controlled which systems became invaded and when. Yeah, and honestly, that's the thing. A lot of people are like, oh my God, you know, they wouldn't have just not done Pochven. But you realize that, like, Pochven was almost an afterthought, right? Like, the whole point of the invasion was the actual fighting over the systems themselves. That was the tech. That was the thing that they were doing. And Pochven was just, like, the thing that they were left with afterwards, right? So, yeah, I don't know. It was very clear to me now that CCP put a lot of thought into how invasions would play out and not a lot of thought to the next step. You know, that's one of the reasons why a lot of the threads like died off right away. You see a lot of anger from like Edencom not feeling well supported. We no longer get any communications or whatever from the Triglavians. They really invasions was about the sites. You know, the Chapter 1 and Chapter 2 doing the Incursion 2.0, and Chapter 3 being this competitive PvPvE. That was the point of Invasions, not Pochven. It's a big problem with big event Jesus patch thing. Well, yeah, and like Invasions was a big thing. It was the first time that CCP's ever done a full arc story arc that like had a beginning, middle, and an end. We'd never seen a story end before, so it was pretty crazy to think about how it was going to happen. Didn't Pochven change the shipping lanes between Amar and Cheetah pretty significantly? Yes, because we managed to take Niarja, which was not a guaranteed thing. I've talked about this on many, many videos, so we're going to have to move on. Yeah, it was from, I think it was from 7. It's from 7 to 40 something. At any rate. Okay, so Upwell is developing all kinds of new technology. They're building a new facility. They've got new clones being worked on, all sorts of stuff. Then a couple days later, we get
details of various Upwell Consortium projects have been slowly surfacing over the past few weeks, and today the Scope received this footage from an undisclosed source. It shows some sort of industrial or transport ship under construction in an unknown outer ring excavations facility. The ship seems to be considerably smaller than the Orca-class industrial command ships also manufactured by OR, but its overall layout is undeniably similar. The exact role and specification of this new class of ship is still unknown. Earlier this week, Capsuleers recovered a number of partially corrupted Christ ships following the tracking and interception of secretive deep space transactions between OR and Chemeltech, both key players in the Upwell Consortium. After defragmenting these corrupted Christ ships, Capsuleers have managed to reconstruct another potentially crucial Upwell document. There is much speculation as to whether the hologram in the document is part of a structure, a ship, module, or something else. Construction activities by Upwell are escalating rapidly in low orbit over the planet Avakan 6. With substantial assistance from Capsuleers in gathering drone-related materials, the pace of construction has intensified. The purpose of these materials remains undisclosed. However, previous Christ ships secured by Capsuleers include a tractor beam schematic boasting an impressive range of 300 kilometers, aligning with the requested drone materials. Pressure is mounting on Upwell to disclose the full scope of this ambitious project, which appears to encompass orbital structures, advanced ship technologies, and some sort of mass cloning or rejuvenation facilities. Upwell has indicated that they will release a comprehensive statement in the coming days that will shed light on these developments. Rest assured, the Scope will continue to monitor and report on these and other significant events unfolding across New Eden. This is Alton Hovery, reporting for the Scope.
All right, and so then, as this is happening, we get reports from the SOCT. SOCT confirms Drifter Triglavian conflict amidst calls for Capsuleer aid. So this is now made it back around. We're back at Capsuleer Day, and this time it is these abyssal battlefields that are starting to emerge. Basically, the fighting in abyssal dead space has collected to the point where there's these big battlefields where the weapons or the technology that's being used is destabilizing the pockets, causing them to dump their contents into New Eden. We were able to find their stuff and use that to travel into the abyssal battlefields during that event to fight the Drifters and the Triglavians that were there. But either way, the whole point was that SOCT are showing that there is like basically this increased conflict between the Drifters and Triglavians. Yeah. And then shortly thereafter, we do get the announcements by Upwell.
I always dreamt that one day I'd make it. Do something great. See the stars. But sometimes reality has different ideas. I remember those dreams starting to slip away. Those doors, they never opened for me.
Until now. Because with Upwell, it's never too late. We will give you a new life. A way to make a difference. Our cloning technology will provide you with a second chance. A fresh start. Be the version of yourself you were destined to be. And seize the dream of a future that you've chosen.
And if you're getting some strange vibes from Upwell here, it's intentional. Upwell's pretty shady. We've gone into this deeper in other things. We're going to kind of skim past it for now. But yeah.
I always dreamt that one day I'd make it.
Welcome to the future of space colonization and resource utilization. Welcome to Equinox. The Upwell Consortium is proud to bring you a groundbreaking suite designed specifically for the development of nullsec star systems.
No second chance for hair. Actually, if you go, like... So one of the things is the clones themselves in the reports that we've gotten from them. Like, they are stripped down, mass-produced clones to be as cheap as humanly possible. That's why they don't have hair.
At the heart of the Equinox suite lies the Sovereignty Hub, a marvel of engineering and a cornerstone of system-wide development. This central hub acts as the administrative and operational command center, orchestrating the collection and distribution of power, reagents, and workforce across the star system. The Sovereignty Hub integrates seamlessly with a range of modules, each designed to enhance various system capabilities and infrastructure. From the construction of mighty supercapital ships to the advanced management of jump gates and cynosuro fields, the Sovereignty Hub facilitates strategic advancements that can transform star systems into formidable strongholds or bustling industrial hubs. Additionally, it can be equipped with advanced survey modules that identify and locate valuable mining sites, as well as pirate detection arrays to pinpoint pirate hideouts to be eradicated. These upgrades not only boost the system's economic output, but also enhance its strategic importance within sovereign space, creating vital assets in the ever-evolving landscape of nullsec warfare and commerce. To power and operate these upgrades and modules, the Sovereignty Hub requires 3 source components: power, reagents, and workforce. Some base power is harvested from the star by the Sovereignty Hub itself, with the amount gained depending on the star type. In general, blue stars provide the highest power output, while white dwarf stars provide the least. Orbital skyhooks act as the connection point to planetary surfaces, and additional power can be harvested from 3 types of planets. Plasma planets provide the most power, then storm planets, and finally, gas giants. Power cannot be transferred between star systems. This makes some star systems far more valuable than others, as the combined power potential depends on the system composition of star and planets.
Boy, did players hate
Reagents
that.
are consumed when operating some Sovereignty Hub upgrades, and reagents can be brought up from planetary surfaces using orbital skyhooks. Superionic ice can be harvested from ice planets, and magmatic gas from lava planets. An automated alarm is activated in the event of a raid, and when reagents are being stolen from an orbital skyhook, alerting neighboring systems up to 2 jumps away. This enables the rightful owners to quickly respond and intercept the intruders. Reagents can be transported between systems and can be bought and sold on the market. Orbital skyhooks not only facilitate the extraction of resources, but also replace the interaction point for planetary industry services wherever they're deployed in orbit. To complete the Equinox suite, Upwell is also providing the means for obtaining the workforce required to operate all structures and equipment. Healthy and skilled standardized clones provide an elegant solution for optimization and efficiency. 3 types of planets provide support for workforce upkeep. In order of value, they are temperate, oceanic, and barren. Through Equinox administration controls, an alliance's workforce can easily be distributed to systems where they are required, as long as the systems are part of the same network and the combined output of workforce supporting planets is high enough. The Metanox moon drill facility can be deployed in numbers across many moons in nullsec, lowsec, and wormhole space. As long as the Metanox is supplied with sufficient reagents and fuel blocks, its automatic systems will continue to operate. While a Metanox's efficiency over time is much lower than that possible with a refinery's moon drill, this automated facility can be left to get on with the extraction of valuable materials. These developments have created the need for specialized transport ships, and this need is being fulfilled by a new line of ships produced by Outer Ring Excavations. Optimized to transport reagents and other planetary-related items, they can be fitted with missile launchers to counter threats faced in potentially hostile environments. While the design focus of these ships is the optimization of all things related to space colonization, they can also carry conventional cargo. The Squall is an affordable hauler, perfectly suited for most standard transport of reagents within relatively safe space. For more demanding scenarios, the Deluge specializes in hauling colony resources, while also having additional cloaking capabilities and a focus on agility and speed. The Torrent trades mobility and agility for sturdiness, a much larger base capacity, a fleet hangar, and the ability to use medium micro jump drives. This makes the Torrent ideal for use in high-sec, where it cannot be brought down easily by ambushing pirates. It is also suited to use in controlled, friendly space, where the extra capacity is worth the penalty to speed. Finally, the Avalanche, boasting battleship-level firepower. The Avalanche contains a massive optimized cargo bay, making it the most efficient ship for hauling planetary resources in bulk. Equinox will empower you to get the most out of your star systems, opening the door to unprecedented levels of development and prosperity. Seize the dream and start building your ultimate empire. Upwell, building dreams.
All right, so that's what Upwell did in response, basically. Let's see if this one's worth watching. All right, so that is Equinox and Solstice, where basically, so Upwell created this new platform. However, the security within the system was compromised. Yeah. In Avoiken, which is where they're building the stuff, there was a sinusoidal jammer blip, which was considered to be a non-issue, but it allowed the kind of the interjection of, or the deployment of Vanguard soldiers onto the planet, where they raided it for technology and information. And this was I feel like this was supposed to be a bigger thing. but it never actually happened like in game. It wasn't really that big of a piece of the event. It's one of the things that made me sad that they didn't really follow through with it as well. Although they did mention it later as being a thing that happened. So, yeah. Hold on one second. Oh, no. Actually, let me get... I don't want to run out of time. Yeah, there was Vanguard stuff about it. All right, so then we see Ash's figurehead calls for violence in response to unsubstantiated conspiracy. So, you know, the Ashes of Turner folk, Kamiya Dai, accuses the 4 major nations of partnering with Capsuleers to secure dangerous Triglavian research. In this holoreel, the ideological figurehead of the Ashes of Turner call on those who follow her teachings to seek out and destroy facilities researching either the Triglavians or the Abyss. Dea writing identified Triglavian technology and more broadly abyssal dead space as corrupting influences in New Eden. A survivor of the Turner disaster and the sole remaining member of her clan, Dea blames the use of Triglavian technology for the destruction of her own planet. She has a point. She's also condemned the Mimitar Republic for failing to prevent the catastrophe. Though Kamidaya inspired the Ashes of Turner, the group has no combined hierarchy. The Ashes is a loose association of rebel clans and military deserters who abandoned the Republic to follow Daya's philosophies. These philosophies are based on the vision of pre-occupation Matari that contradicts the findings of Republic historians and archaeologists. According to Daya, prior to the Amar invasion, Mimitar society focused less on the tribes and more on individual clans and personal freedoms. Freedoms that Daya believes can only be regained through the suffering and violence. As she puts it, the collection in her collection from the flames, quote, "Death has changed us, but it has also burnt away the lies of progress. So let us be joyful and show those who are less fortunate the lessons the fire has taught us." So yeah, radical anti-Triglavian, anti-tech kind of folk, and this kind of mythical. It's weird because, like, so each of the 4 rebel groups are basing themselves off of a flawed understanding of their empire, right? The Purity of the Throne wants to go back to the Council of Apostles. The Ashes of Alar, or the Ashes of Turner, want to like undo the effects of the Mimitar Republic and go back to kind of an earlier pre-Republic day of tribes and clans. The Galente Primacy believe in this higher order grand calling of the Galente, and I guess the UCF is kind of a little bit different because they're basically just a bunch of protesters. But, I mean, still. All right. So then, in August, we see the emergence of these deep flow rifts. So these are like an aftershock from the earlier abyssal conflict zones that we went into. These deep flow rifts are like eddies in abyssal dead space. So hidden rifts have begun to appear throughout New Eden as SOCT reports spiking energy signatures in abyssal dead space. The Society Conscious Thought has observed massive energy spikes in abyssal dead space. The spikes originated in the deep flows of the abyss, beyond where any of New Eden Explorer had ventured. The energy signatures are similar to those recorded during the escalations of Drifter and Triglavian War some months ago. It was widely believed that the Capsuleer intervention has successfully de-escalated their conflict, but it seems to have only caused a brief respite. The deep flow rifts appear to be the result of a destructive energies unleashed in the Drifter Triglavian War. These rifts are inaccessible to New Eden pilots. This is likely because they have led to the far depths of abyssal dead space, which are untransversible and with conventional technologies. Despite this, activating a significant number of tractor beams on the rift allows players or pilots to pull objects through to the other side. These objects provide possible evidence of a long-term Triglavian presence in deep flow regions. This science community The science community is divided as to whether these objects are the remains of past settlements that have drifted into the deep flow, or signs of a Triglavians have been capable of surviving in an even harsher environment than previously predicted. At the same time, reports are coming in from Galente, Caldari, Amar, and Mimitar scientists that changes have been observed in other rifts. Abyssal artifact recovery operations have recorded shifting patterns, prompting calls for... Hold on. Hello? I convinced my son he's going to be walking home, which is fine. He doesn't, like, school isn't too far away. So hopefully that means that we can keep going. He knows how important this is, so we're going to keep on going. All right. But like the stream, please. Okay. So these deep flow rifts are discovered. Pulling out of it, what we get is pieces of a map. Okay. And this map... hold on. Is this the one? Hold on. There's a lot of these records now, so I've got to go find which one is the correct one. Not gleanings analyzed. It is... Wait. Yeah. Yeah, wait. Oh, for crying out loud. I don't have the map on me. Nope, this isn't even the correct one anyways. Somebody give me an image. Somebody send me the image. Wait, I think I know who has it. Here it is. Thank you, wizard. Wait, how do I... Wait. So, put together, the pieces make this map, right? Which we discovered over time, and it indicated to us that the drifters, because there's a lot of stuff to this, we've gone over it deeper, but effectively this is a map that the drifters had made leading to Zarzak. And so this culminates in, like, so we start to discover these data slices and starting to piece together that map. The Deathless releases net resonators, which is additional technology for the production of ships to the different pirate groups. Or rather, they released the resonators back in Havoc, but it's now discovered that these net resonators came from the Deathless. But that then becomes then begins. Words are hard. I've been doing this now. We've been going for 6 hours straight. Please like the stream and give me a little bit of credit for misspeaking a little bit. All right, hold on. Why do I feel like there should be a video here and it's not here? Hold on 1 second. Let me double check. Hold on. Where's that? Who's that? Oh, there's a shuttle here. Huh. No? Oh, shoot. Hold on. All right. What are you chewing on now, Doc? Oh, yeah, the thing that I gave her. Okay. Whew. Space is hard. Words are harder. Yeah, it's true. Words are hard. Okay, so there wasn't a New Eden news, or there wasn't a scope video for this. So let's go back to it. Drifter attacks gates as Zarzak of Zarzak as event horizon appears around system. So basically, in September, the drifters began attacking Zarzak, right? They attacked the 4 systems that were adjacent to Zarzak. HTAC PA92 or A25, not HTAC PA29 and GTAC OQ86, as well as Turner and Alsavoinen. They started putting up these giant siege engines, and it was run by a bunch of new drifters that we saw, including being operated by a drifter known as Tyrannos Tecton. So it says, drifters have launched an all-out attack on all 4 systems that contain stargates to Zarzak. Zarzak is a unique solar system in close proximity to a black hole currently occupied by the Deathless Circle. As the attack began, deep space telemetry detected a massive warping of spacetime around Zarzak itself. This warping has created a boundary through which no events can be observed. It is functionally the same as the event horizon around a black hole, except for the selected energy and matter seem to be able to pass through it unimpeded. Reports out of Zarzak have confirmed that there has been no change inside of the system itself or within the black hole present there. The scope has reached out to the Society of Conscious Thought for insight as to ongoing events. SOCT CEO Enmi Sphere has informed us that, quote, we are in the early days of trying to understand this new phenomena. This is the first observed case of what we are dubbing a selective hyperdimensional event horizon, and at this point, its exact nature and origins remain unclear. In the gate systems, drifters have attempted to activate stargates linked with Zarzak. While these gates are still functional, the drifters' attempts have failed. This is the first time drifters have been detected interacting with stargates. Enmi Sphere has explained, quote, this is an indication that the drifters are unable to use their typical wormhole transits to travel beyond the horizon into Zarzak. It is beyond doubt that Zarzak itself is the drifters' true target. Drifter forces in the besieged gate system has deployed never-before-seen structures that are generating incredibly powerful space-time warping fields. SOCT telemetry indicates that these fields are being attempting to disrupt and ultimately breach the horizon. Designated Horizon Breach engines, these structures are under the control of a single drifter, Tyrannos Tecton. What we are witnessing, Sphere qualified, is a hyperspace siege. Capsuleers approaching this location where engines have been deployed, called Horizon Siege Points, have received communications from one Malaya Harada. Malaya Harada is the caravan master of Harada Oki, a Deathless Circle allied Thucker caravan. She appears to be hunkered down inside of the Fulcrum along with many other Deathless operatives and is awarding rewards to any capsuleers willing to disrupt the drifters' efforts. So, and this goes into kind of the history of the Drifters a little bit. Their organization known as Vigilant Tyrannos, which seems to be a reference to the Second Jovian Empire's Council of Tyrants. The emanation lock appears around zarak. So basically, the Drifters attempt to attack... I thought it was the Three Furies and the Strategos. So the Drifters who show up in the site that you need to kill and that drops the officer mods are the Three Furies. Tecton is the great builder for the Drifters. Tecton appears as a Drifter battleship inside of the heart of the pickup sticks in the Drifter Hive. Starting around this point, they put him in, so he gets added to the Drifter Hives at around this time, maybe a little bit after this. But also in the Drifter crisis sites, in the final crisis resolution site, the Dreamer, the main structure that the entire crisis is surrounding around, is being operated by Tyrannos Tecton. So, yeah. But, so, it appears that the Drifters attempted to breach zarak, and zarak itself defended itself by warping space-time around it, creating a event horizon shield that made it impenetrable to the Drifters. They attempted to deploy these massive structures in order to siege that. However, players managed to successfully destroy the siege engines before they were able to do anything, preventing the attack on zarak. There's from reports from inside, but the big thing is that as this conflict happens, and the Crimson Harvest returns. Oh, I did skip this video.
Plunging. The Blood Raiders launched their infamous Crimson Harvest last week, plunging New Eden into a season of bloodshed and terror. Led by the deranged Omir Sarakusa, the Blood Raiders are known for their brutal raids and cult-like devotion. To mark the first feast of the harvest, Bloody Omir delivered a chilling broadcast to his followers, reveling in the blood of the Crimson Harvest's first victims.
Travelers, on the road to life and power eternal, hear me. The corrupt herd priests of the false faith claim deception is a grave sin. In this, as so often they twist the truth. Self-deceit is the real sin of this life. Do not turn away from your true nature. Live it. Act it. Those who hide their dependency on the immortals of New Eden may well cower like cattle, for we shall ever be the predators. We shall strike back at the false faith and reap the due harvest under our blades.
As the Crimson Harvest continues to blanket New Eden in violence, a long-standing feud between the Blood Raider Covenant and the Zealous Order of St. Tetramon has rekindled. The Tetramon Order, a secretive sect within the Amar Empire, is known for its fanatical devotion to religious purity. They see the Blood Raiders as abominations, heretical cultists who corrupt the sacred Amar faith. The escalating conflict between these two factions has opened new opportunities for Capsuleers. As the Tetramon Order and Blood Raiders deploy forward bases and hidden strongholds across New Eden, many Capsuleers have taken advantage of the chaos, striking at these outposts for their own gain. Forward operating bases, defended by each faction's forces, offer valuable loot for those daring enough to attack, while hacking sites scattered across the cluster present Capsuleers with lucrative data and resources to exploit. Whether hunting for Blood Raider combat caches or sabotaging Tetramon communications, Capsuleers are often unable to resist the urge to plunge deep into the heart of this conflict, shaping the outcome while reaping its rewards. This is Alton Hovery, reporting for the Scope.
So this is kind of an aside, but it's all this chaos happening at the same time. I assume, yeah, I accidentally missed it. That's fine. So, okay. Around that same time, we now start to get information about the Athenon. Okay, if we go all the way back to early in this whole story, when we're talking about the Deathless before he becomes the Deathless, the thing he and his Thucker friends discover that lead them on the breadcrumbs that lead them all the way to Zarzak was the Athenon, right? This weird piece of technology, just Jovian technology, that up until this point has been completely misunderstood, not understood, whatever. And so there is a call out to bring in this Athenon and the hold on. And just after the siege of Zarzak ends, there is a convoy of Thucker. So a Harada Oki caravan leaves from a Thucker station in Alternir, right? Another caravan, just like the Chemeltech one, but this time it is the Harada Oki, which is the Deathless folk. This caravan also gets grabbed by players and blown up. And inside of that, we discover the Athenon. Okay, this is the very first time that we played around with it. So, but the reports were that actually the Thucker mix were not aware of the Harada Oki caravan convoy, or like their operations within that system. So this is actually kind of important. Thucker mix CEO Egar has called on the Republican tribal authorities to crack down on the Harada Oki caravan following acts of theft. Members of the caravan masquerading as Thucker mix workers in order to infiltrate Thucker mix stations and stage an illegal convoy. The Harada Oki caravan is a Thucker clan notorious for its criminal activities and known as an associate of the Deathless Circle. Yesterday, a group of Harada clan members managed to register themselves as transport specialists and infiltrate a Thucker mix facility in orbit around Alternir 12. Once they infiltrated the station, they stole a variety of items stored there, including combat probes, relic analyzers, synthetic synapses, and nanoelectrical microprocessors. Agnar Alnald has condemned the Harada Oki as, quote, petty thieves and disrespectful anarchists who give all law-abiding Thuckers a bad name. She called on the Republic Security Services and Republic Justice Department to take actions against the renegades. She even went so far as to suggest that Inar Abdul, chief of the Thucker tribe, should banish them from the tribe. Chief Inar Abul has yet to comment on this suggestion. However, sources close to the Thucker leader suggest that he has been seriously considering what actions the tribe should take against these rebels. The Republic Justice Department has investigated the Thucker mix station in Alternir following the Harada Oki infiltration. They've informed the Scope that their investigation has uncovered evidence that in addition to the theft of valuable items, they broke into a sealed containment area within the facility. According to legitimate Thucker mix employees, no one working in the station was even aware that this containment area existed. The Scope has pulled the original blueprints of the station, and the sealed area is not present on them. Thucker construction teams have confirmed that it was not present when the station was built. RJD agents have revealed that there are gaps in the archive's security logs relating to the maintenance corridor on which the secret area is situated. These gaps date all the way back to YC113, which is 2011. Following yesterday's incursion, the containment area is now unsealed and empty. According to the Thucker scientists, the only evidence of what was once stored there are the anomalous gravity stress fractures on the inside walls. Following their heist, the criminal clan formed up outside of the station with a number of Capsuleer accomplices. Due to their Thucker mix credentials, they were not flagged by security forces. Then they began to move as a convoy, which believed to have been headed towards Zarzak. A group of Blood Raider hunters attempted to attack the convoy in Koleli, but were easily dealt with by the Harada Oki and their Capsuleer escorts. Despite their initial success, the Harada Oki flight was ultimately doomed. As soon as they left the safety of high-security space, however, the convoy was fired on by Capsuleer pilots. All the Harada Oki ships are believed to have been destroyed by this attack. Following the destruction, rumors have been surfacing about the contents of the caravan, including previously unseen device called Athenon. According to these unsubstantiated rumors, there is evidence that some Capsuleers completed the Harada route and delivered the Athenon to the Fulcrum in Zarzak. What the Deathless Circle's ultimate plan is for these mysterious items, however, remains to be seen. So, we go to the Yosef Okada's journal entries. We can see YC111, YC113. We can map this to here and see in YC113, that's when he tries to go and find stuff out in space, fails, finds the Harada Oki caravan, runs into them, falls in line, joins their group for a little while, and then Rani is truly an inspiration. All our people are. Back in the society, everything's so rigid, so political. These thuckers are bold and uncompromising. They tell me that each caravan is a unique culture, unbound by the rules of the Republic. Reminds me of the first Jovian empires, or enclaves, if a little less intellectual in focus. Together, we've discovered more in weeks than the SOCT has in decades. A pattern is forming, and these Adivum lead the way. So, yeah, they were beginning their investigations into Adivum starting around January, March, April, May of 2011. And as of this time, now Adivum can be discovered in relic sites, right? I think it's that. Yeah, relic sites, and they get turned into the in Zarzak at the Fulcrum in the new structure known as the Warden, in order to get doodads. So the Harada Oki hold a memorial. The Deathless put out a notice asking for people to turn in the Adivum. The Deathless himself has put out another call for more Adivum, Malaya continued, and these mysterious devices are already pouring in. There's a secret hidden outside of our doors, and we can't understand it. And if we can understand it, it will be one step closer to achieving the future we all fight for. A future many people have bled for time and time again. Today we honor their names. Tomorrow we finish what they started. So remember, the siege of Zarzak happens. We don't know why the drifters are attacking Zarzak specifically, but right as the Zarzak siege begins to break, a new structure begins to decloak near the star in Zarzak. So the SOCT put out their own notice about to the Capsuleers of New Eden, we have always strived to foster a deeper understanding of our universe and preserve humanity's path to a more enlightened future, regardless of creed or country. Since the withdrawal of our patrons from the Third Jovian Empire, we have not wavered in this mission, but all paths lead to enlightenment. But not all paths lead to enlightenment. There are corruptors in our world whose only goal is to spread misrule and thrust us into darkness. Remember, the Deathless is a former member of the SOCT. They've been aware of this for quite some time. Just keep that in mind when they talk about this stuff. This so-called Deathless is one such agent. He seeks to consume and foul the pure technologies of the ancient Jove, technologies that are our shared legacy. Take, for example, the Fulcrum he resides in. Once a silent monolith to the long-lost path, it has been perverted into a den of iniquity. Now he demands these Adivums so he can squander the history they represent and pervert them to his base purposes. We at the Society wish only to protect and preserve these ancient treasures so that their secret might be used responsibly. I implore you, bold Empyreans, to bring any Adivum you discover to the Society instead. You will be fairly compensated for your deliveries and can be at peace knowing that they'll be safely stored far from any ill intent. We trust that you, whose new lives were built on the secrets shared, whose new lives were built on secrets shared by our former patrons, will do what's right for New Eden. In other words, those of us who use Jovian technology, the capsule. The message came in response to reports of capsuleers trading in Ativum at a research station beside the recently discovered shrouded structure in Zarak. As the research station, the Deathless Circle has been passing out upgraded combat probes, relic analyzers, and implant blueprint copies, and valuable honorarium in exchange for Ativum. Inside sources have indicated that the Circle intends to study these Ativum to learn how to unlock the mysterious structure. Given their past associations with criminal organizations, the scope awaits further confirmations of these reports. So, yeah, so the SOCT are also trying to buy the Ativum, but basically the Deathless puts out this call for Ativum, with it being supposedly the secret to being able to unlock this new mysterious structure that they have. Okay? And that should lead us to... I guess Revenant, right?
Victory comes at a cost. A momentary pause while all regroup.
Oh, yes.
But now, I have the lock. Bring me the key. And united, we will strike at the heart of darkness.
So he has the lock. Oh, shoot. Hold on. What am I doing? What's going on? Why is there more sound? Oops. Shit. I was playing the audio of both of them. That's why it was so confusing. I'm sorry. Well, whatever.
Comes at a cost. A momentary pause while all regroup. But now, I have the lock.
So he has the lock?
Bring me the key. And united, we will strike at the heart of darkness.
And so the Ativum is allegedly the key, right? Okay, great. So then the Warden begins to decloak. Unshrouded Warden accelerates Deathless innovation. Sources inside Zarak has confirmed that the shrouded structure is no longer shrouded. Deathless Circle researchers are able to bring the ancient Jovian remnant online and out of cloak shortly after 11 o'clock today. Deathless operatives have been quick to establish research teams inside of what they are now calling the Warden. This unshrouded shrouding follows a month of investigations into artifacts known as the Ativum by the Circle. Ativum are ancient relics left behind by Jovian explorers. A large number were discovered or delivered by capsuleer collaborators into a research facility in Zarak at the Deathless's request. Though they are no longer fully functional, they still exert pressures on local space-time, providing insight as to how ancient Jovian technologies operate. These investigations appear to have borne fruit with their unlocking of the Warden. Multiple sources have informed the scope that structure's secrets have already aided the Deathless Circle in making advances in a number of different fields. The new Deathless ships are being believed to be in development. These ships are capable of fitting breacher pod launchers that include the infrastructure needed to run small virtualities. These virtualities can house teams of infomorphs that then transfer to clone bodies launched in a Scarab breacher pod dubbed Shrieker clones. These are specialized iterations of the Uplell Consortium's workforce clones. It has been suggested that Shrieker clones were developed with the assistance of Dr. Esme Marino, a former Chemeltech geneticist working on Upwell workforce clones. Dr. Marino joined the Deathless Circle following her delivery to the Fulcrum by a capsuleer agent. Little is known about the completed Striker genome, but is believed that this feature greatly improves biological facilities in exchange for a significantly reduced lifespan. This reduced lifespan would not impact the longevity of occupying infomorph. It's only their time inside of a Striker body. Simultaneously, with the Warden's reveal, the Society of Conscious Thought has reported observing minor shifts or ripples in space-time across New Eden. These ripples quickly stabilized, but Idmasphere, CEO of the SOCT, have expressed concerns. Quote, the original purpose of the structure remains a mystery, but its powerful potential is evident. We cannot trust such an incredible artifact to the whims of the irreverent criminals such as the Deathless Circle. And about at that same time, the Deathless releases information about a new thing called a mercenary den, which is this addendum that can be hooked to the side of the Uplell orbital skyhooks. Schematics have been leaked for a new mercenary den structure designed by the Deathless Circle to attach to Upwell's orbital skyhooks. These structures vary internally, and their internal spaces appear to serve many purposes, from meeting places for the Circle's less-than-legal associates to recreational facilities for Upwell workforce members. All dens, however, feature TEBs, transneural echo burn scanners, the thing that we use to scan our brains to get our infomorphs, facilities as standard. This suggests that the Deathless is embarking on an aggressive campaign of infomorph recruitment, specifically targeting Upwell workforces. The Upwell Consortium has consistently reported high satisfaction numbers amongst workforce members. Nonetheless, Deathless Circle agents seem confident that some workers are unhappy in their situation and looking for a way out of their contracts. Given the size of the TEBS facilities, it can be inferred that the Circle expects a large number of enthusiastic applicants. A fraction of those recruited will undoubtedly work in the Deathless's new Striker clones, but the numbers involved imply that implies that most will work elsewhere in the organization. In response, the Upwell Consortium has issued a statement saying that, quote, these parasitic mercenary dens are in clear violation of Upwell property. We urge any capsuleers who make use of Equinox infrastructure to terminate any attempts to anchor a den on the orbital skyhooks. Furthermore, workforce members are free to leave their employment at any time, though we are sure that given time, workforce members will discover that there is a place for everyone in the Upwell dream. We freely allow workforce members to quit the program. End quote. While this may be true, examining the Upwell Workforce Standard Contract reveals that those who seek prematurely terminate their employment contracts are liable for the cost of the Upwell cloning and consciousness transfer, as well as the new body that they wish to be transferred to and the final consciousness transfer to that body. The cost of these services are high enough to be prohibitive for most workforce members, and in practice may have no choice but to serve out their contracts regardless. DED Starmaster Eladal has expressed concerns that, quote, those lured by the promises of a brighter future might prefer the prospect of a life of adventure in the Deathless over the reality of lawful labor in Upwell facilities. He went on to express concerns about the potential impact of the cluster's large influx of Circle members. Upwell has dismissed these concerns and insists that the merc dens are a scam designed to undermine morale. Though there's no reason for any workforce member to desire to break from their contract, unique encryption protocols are in place on all workforce infomorphs that prohibit remote consciousness transfers or re-embodiment without Upwell oversight. No known decryption technology is capable of bypassing these protections. Okay? And then, that's it for that. So then, there's a series of New Eden news that are from inside of Zarzak. That's just this lady talking about her experiences in there. But few are invited to delve beneath the neon crust of the Fulcrum's more populous areas, and I have always been glad to not be one of them. The agents had no interest in my protests. Hiking through the unlit halls of this fallen kingdom has a way of making a person feel about as significant as a mote of dust, not to mention the unmistakable paranoia that radiates from every dark corner. It is like being at once both inside the belly of a whale and between the eyes of a tiger. Eventually, we emerged into the grand platform that spanned a far greater chasm. At the far end, atop a simple throne, sat the king of nowhere himself, the Deathless. I, like most who lived here, had never seen the man in person before. It is not an experience that I would recommend. In place of a crown, he wears a wreath of tentacles that rise up from his back into the metallic guts of the fulcrum itself. His face is chipped ice, save for those eyes that burn right through you. As he stared into me, I began to fear I had only been brought there so that I could watch while his followers tossed me into the vanishing abyss below. Instead, he asked that I come closer. As I reluctantly approached, he spoke. He told me that the Circle has not come here to, quote, build a kingdom of secrets, that he was glad that my reports had been published, and that the people of New Eden needed to be prepared for the truth. In my experience, truth is a mirror, and has many faces as there are people looking. I asked him why he didn't just tell the people the truth himself. Declaration is the folly of empires, he replied, and silence the hubris of tyrants. Only discovery sparks understanding. As he spoke, I felt it resonate through my very bones. Is that why you brought all these infomorphs here? I asked, my mouth deciding on the question before my brain had a chance to intervene. It's one reason, he responded. And as he spoke, the chasm below creaked out a discordant note. The deafness twitched, and I was reminded for a moment that I was speaking with a human being, or at least something close enough to one still being capable of flinching. We have no purpose if our purpose is not guidance, he said, perhaps to me, perhaps to not. He told me that the Fulcrum was a home for New Eden's lost, broken, and abandoned. I wondered if he counted himself among that number. He continued, the path we must walk will be built by my hands, by many hands and many minds. Those who have seen the failures of what has been invited to build what will be. Even if it means the consortium comes gunning for you? I asked. Rumor is they're lobbying Concord to explode anyone caught with their infomorphs. Material desires have locked them into a single dimension of thought, trapped on an axis of rising profit. They slammed doors shut. Hold on. They slammed the door shut, but we are already on the other side. Pretty cryptic for one so interested in speaking the truth. I have witnessed much. Now, meaning must be condensed. 3 words, 3 worlds will not balance on the tip of a meat tongue. A strange message to leave the people of New Eden. Only a statement. My message is this. You are not safe. Though the air lies still, pressure builds unseen. The storm will break, and when it does, thunderous silence will echo through the cluster. Be skeptical, be prudent, but be ready. I returned to the bright surface waters of our Jovian Colossus only to wash up on the shores of a bottle. The more time passed, the emptier the bottle had become, the less certain that I had not dreamed the entire encounter. Truth is a fickle lover, and subjectivity a willing accomplice. So, the Deathless is interested in some, like, inspiring people to reject the old ways and seek this new wave with the increased understanding of the Second Jovian Empire. Where am I reading this from? Yeah, so this is a website that I've created, a wiki. And what I've done is I've gone to the universe.eveonline.com portal. Right here, which is where all of the lore and stuff is kept. And I went through and put basically every single article that happened since 2018 on this webpage, on this page in order, just so I can like cross-reference stuff. All right. So Uplell lobbies Concord to declare physical infomorph transportation as a violation of embodiment statutes and ULI Accords. So Upwell's original, is there from before 2018? Yes. I actually also have that on here too. If you go to the events page of my Notion, you'll see that like I have the timeline of current events up to YC127, 224. That's the one I'm reading for right now. Like I said, I think that the very first entry on that is around 2018. But then before that, I also have this, which is a giant spreadsheet. It's big, and it is the full timeline. This was a project of multiple people over the course of a couple of years putting it together to kind of document all of that stuff. And it ends... I don't even remember when it ends. But it basically ends when my stuff picks up. Okay. So, so Upwell's response is to try to be like, hey, they're transporting these consciousnesses without a body. That's actually illegal in EVE Online. Yeah, the site itself has New Eden news going back all the way to 2003. During one of the EVE Galaxy Conquest streams, there was a discussion about possibility of theoretical build formations for ships and commanders purely from a theoretical standpoint. Which combinations would work well for non-specialized ships and commanders? I wanted to ask if there's any plans for this. Yes, I want to do more EVE Galaxy Conquest stuff, and there has been a lot of interest. I've been getting posts about it, and I know, and I'm sorry. This is the active ongoing thing that I've been paying attention to, and I'm also, like, not the best at EVE Galaxy Conquest, but, you know, trying to master it in order to be able to put out cohesive pieces of information. But I want to, you know, I have 15 plus years, I have almost 15 years of EVE Online experience that I can draw from. And so, like, yeah, it's been kind of a challenge to address EVE Galaxy Conquest stuff, but I keep trying, and keep bugging me about it. We'll keep working on it. Okay. So then Concord does declare Infomorphs transportations without a body illegal. Concord's Inner Circle has passed a motion declaring hardware Infomorphs transportation without a legal associated body a violation of the ULI Accords. This decision was celebrated by the member corporations of the Upwell Consortium, all of which have been lobbying for the motion to pass. It is based on the articles of the ULI Accord introduced in the Jovian Directorate during the founding conference in YC0. These articles were inspired by the one mind, one body principle, a key tenet of Jovian society. According to this principle, a sentient mind must always have a single associated body, and each human body must be associated with no more than one mind. When an encrypted mind is transferred to a physical storage illegally at mercenary dens, its Upwell workforce body is lost. According to Upwell, this means that during the period of transportation, the mind has no legally associated body and is in violation of the ULI Accords. This is different from, for example, Warclone Transit, in which infomorphs are stored separate from their bodies, but associated body legally exists. The Jovian Directorate left Concord Assembly during this Jovian departure of YC117 as the holders of the seats and critics of the Deathless Circle, the SOCT, was delighted by the decision. Quote, a founding principle of our shared civilization is being upheld, said Elder Mentor Matashi Reich, the SOCT representative seat holder of Concord's Inner Circle. So often as our cluster divided, let us enjoy this moment to celebrate the essential humanity that unites us all. Legal scholars have expressed some concerns as to the hasty rulings. According to professors of interstellar law in the University of Cali, Laura McClintock, today's ruling could be the first step down a slippery slope. Now that transporting stored infomorphs is illegal, it opens up a way for future challenges to backup clones. Concord was quick to dismiss this claim when approached, stating that, quote, it is false rhetoric to conflate these two entirely different cases. Sounds great, Andrew. And I appreciate that feedback's really, really useful to me. It keeps me motivated to do it. Because like I said, I am concerned that, like, you know, that the information that I have is good enough, or, you know, whatever. So yeah, I appreciate it. All right. So, but the Deathless had a plan. Basically, in response to this, the Deathless deploys an update to their mercenary dens. The Infomorphs transportation law directly targets these dens where extraction and transportation of encrypted infomorphs have been taking place. The Deathless Circles was quick to respond by broadcasting the firmware updates to all dens. This update appears to be based on the research into encrypted infomorphs that have already requested passage to the Warden and Zarak. Following the update, the TEB suite inside Merc dens will no longer extract infomorphs into physical storage and will instead use the same kind of remote transfer employed by capsuleers. This method was previously impossible due to Upwell's restrictive encryption, but now has been unlocked with the use of infomorph decryption keys. These decryption keys will be generated on-site at mercenary dens by non-invasive scans of workforce clones. The keys can then be uploaded to the Warden and Zarak, allowing to decrypt infomorphs remotely as they are transferred. This will enable the successful remote transfer directly from the TEBs of any willing infomorph. In addition to the upgrading of these transfer capabilities, the new firmware has enabled mercenary dens to assign tactical operations. With these changes, the scope expects New Eden will continue to see den deployments despite Upwell legal victory. Hold on. My son's home. We're gonna keep going. They're appreciative of your understanding, dude.
Hi.
But we gotta keep going, man. I gotta keep this going. Make sure that the green screen doesn't get hanging down. Okay, so basically, instead of transferring the physical infomorph on like physical media, instead the merc dens now collects keys that get uploaded into the Warden, which has incredible. The one thing that we don't really know the full capabilities of the Warden, but the Warden contains a thing that gets referred to. I think it's actually in the Vanguard. In the Vanguard Discord. Where is it? It's not under announcements, is it? Where is it? Is it? Hold on. Yeah, it is. Never mind. Hold on. Scrolling up a little bit. Maybe? Here we go. I think I found it. All right. In Vanguard Infomorph, the remnant... Yeah. In Vanguard Infomorphs, the remnant sleeper origins of Warclone technology have been unified with those empowered by it in a literal sense by the Arkham mercenary group's Life Giver, lighting a path of harmony for the last of the first generation within the inner virtual world of the Fulcrum, and to self-realization together with the second gens through compatibility with a new kind of Warclone blank. In Vanguard clones, the history, technology, and biology of the ever-factious Jove weave together the visions and innovations of the Deathless Circle's quartermaster to form a body whose brains and implants are capable of coupling with the Fulcrum's onboard virtuality at a distance, as if the sleepers coupled physically to their crumbling enclaves. Life Givers bring the technology and population of dust to long-hoped resolution. Quartermaster innovates the paths of pragmatism and progress, the core tech of the Valkyrie. The Deathless and the Fulcrum drag ancient Jovian lore and technology to the surface of EVE Online. Hold on. Where's the lathe? Oh, I think it might be in the description. Hold on. Yeah, I know that, right, but I knew that that was I know that that's the description I'm looking for. I'm not, either way. Give me a second. I might not be able to figure it out. I might not be able to get it. Oh, wait, hold on. I think I know how to look it up. Yeah. Nope. The word Warden gets used quite a few times in EVE, apparently. In the description of the Warden, we see the Deathless tells us it's called the Warden. An interior is a warren of winding hallways, largely untraversable due to localized gravitational shifts. Most of the systems we can reach are still dormant, but the few that are online have proved fascinating. Data is incalculable. Data in incalculable quantities stream through the structure. With the Deathless's help, we've begun to scratch the surface and has already opened up new areas of inquiry for my gene manipulation research. Connected to these streams are processors capable of slicing off encryption layers like from infomorphs like Surgeon Scalpel. Soldrin believes my former subjects would be grateful for such a service, and the Circle have woven it into our plans for mercenary expansion. In a chamber we have dubbed the Lathe, great machines inscribe quantum tunnels into black slabs. The Quartermaster has been inspired by this, adding the principles of to greatly refine his own designs for ship-mounted virtualities. Truly, I could spend a lifetime studying this place. If I'm lucky, I will. And it's from the observations of the Warden, an ongoing investigation by Dr. Esme Marino, which is, of course, that Chemeltech geneticist that defected from to the Deathless Circle. So when she says things like my gene manipulation research, they're talking about what would eventually become the Shrieker clones. And then my former subjects would be grateful for such a service. She's a Chemeltech geneticist, so she's one of the people that helped invent the cloning technology that Upwell is using, right? And so the Warden appears to have faster than light communication systems, right? It allows them to communicate and transmit large amounts of data, like as if through the fluid router, without necessarily going through the fluid router. It allows them to decrypt things on a level that is otherwise impossible. Remember, these encrypted infomorphs were supposed to be the big defense that Upwell had against this exact kind of intrusion. And it has the Lathe, which seems to inscribe quantum tunnels into black slabs, whatever that is. And of course, all of this relates to the Ativum, which have weird gravitational properties, and the Warden itself also has localized gravitational shifts. So the clones for the workforce on the planet linked to the Skyhook? Yes. So basically, Upwell put Skyhooks, Upwell developed Skyhooks that allow personnel to be pulled off the planet and turned into their cloned workforce. But then the Deathless released the mercenary dens that allow those people to instead leave Upwell Consortium and join the Deathless's side. And we deploy the mercenary dens and then collect the infomorph keys over time and then turn them in at the Warden. And that helps them basically transmit millions of people from planets across the cluster to the Warden. Okay? We're getting close. So, around that same time, I can't remember where the trust breakers were, but so I think this was, so this was part of another Vanguard test, right? So the Vanguards deploy within these different areas, 3 or 4 different places in the universe at the same time. It was the largest deployment of Vanguard soldiers up until this point. And this is also when we start to see that the Deathless isn't necessarily trying to advance his own agenda, or he's not on the side of the Angels and the Guristas per se, as he just wants to run a mercenary organization. He really doesn't care whose side his mercenaries are working for, as long as they pay enough, even if he's funding the people on both sides of the opposition, right? You could have Vanguard. There were Vanguard that were supporting Upwell. There were Vanguard that were supporting Blood Raiders. There were a Vanguard that were supporting the Deathless's efforts in the area. It really didn't matter. He's just facilitating this process more than anything at this point, trying to make everybody. The goal here by the Deathless, with everything from the goal from the Deathless, with everything from the allying with the Guristas and the Angels and convincing them to work with us, to the opening up of Zarzak, to the releasing of the net resonators to the various pirate groups, to the development of the Vanguard is to effectively, the Deathless wants to become a necessary service within EVE Online, or within the New Eden universe, right? You need mercs, you need dudes on the ground, call the Deathless, right? These guys that create the Vanguard. But, so, during the ground break attack, thank you for the name of it, Deathless started to put up devices in different systems, in the pirate fob systems, in attempts to try to break through planetary defenses. So these structures known as trust breakers began to spawn in fob systems. And what was weird about it is that rather than having like the SOCT calling us to attack them or anything like that, the drifters, the sleepers, began to show up and attack these trust breakers. So the new Deathless trust breaker arrays have been spotted throughout the FOB systems. These sites, which appear to be deployed by the Deathless Wraith agents, and are actively hacking local PDM planetary defense networks. If these networks fail, it will open up planets to ground assaults and manual overriding of terrestrial PDM systems. As such, it is suspected that the Deathless's goal is to open up positions from Vanguard assaults. Whether these assaults will be carried out on behalf of pirate insurgents or mercenary counter-pirate forces seem to vary widely, and the implications is that both sides of the conflict might be relying on Deathless-developed Vanguard war clones. Space-time fluctuations observed by the SOCT initiatives indicate that many of these trust breakers are under attack from drifter forces, perhaps caused by the remote link to the Warden and Zarak. So once again, so these trust breakers are linked to the Warden. This Warden has vast communicational data across space-time. Deathless Wraiths are offering rewards to support of these sites to pro-Deathless Capsuleers, but these attacks also create opportunities for those who do not support the Deathless to target and destroy their infrastructure. Concord has issued official statement urging Capsuleers to choose wisely and not assist on the side towards chaos. Equinox Colony Insider leak that equipment theft has escalated to violent raids, attacks by parties unknown. Agency mercenary network rumors to have purchased large quantities of Vanguard war clone Canoptics from Deathless Circle. So we're starting to see the Deathless is proving his technology. He's deploying new technologies. The agency, which if we go all the way back, the Ostracon agency was associated with the Deathless and has helped them in the past with things like taking over the agency to display the Concord locations during the smuggling situation during FanFest. But now the agency mercenary network is purchasing large quantity of Vanguard war clones from the Deathless Circle. Okay, so Vanguard break new ground as trust breakers exploited. Trust breakers open planetary defenses to Vanguard subversion. So multiple planetary defense networks have suffered outages in insurgent star systems. Reports of these PDN disruptions have followed the deployment of trust breaker arrays by the Deathless Wraiths. With defenses down, clashing Vanguard war clone deployments have been sighted across Rahabat 2. The trust breaker arrays are capable of scanning PDNs and using remote connections to the Warden and Zarak to reconstruct the passkeys necessary to shut down surface to orbit turrets and temper planets. So this is like, the Warden is like the ultimate hacking machine, right? It can just break encryption. However, these arrays have come under persistent attack by drifter-controlled forces. The Deathless Wraiths call upon support in this conflict, but Capsuleers prefer to take the opportunity to keep the arrays alive long enough to generate PDM passkeys before allowing them to be destroyed. Almost all these PDM passkeys found their way into the hands of militia forces who used them to disrupt defenses in pirate-controlled areas. So basically, they were building these passkeys. If the trust breaker was destroyed before the site was finished, then it would drop a certain number of these passkeys. Much like the, hold on. In the current Drifter Crisis sites, the Deathless site, if it dies early, you get a certain number of sample information that you could then sell to either the Deathless or to other people. It was the same back then. So a bunch of these PDNs dropped, and people... Hey, Wesley Pipes. Correct, Dark. Yes, the Vanguard are... the Vanguard shooter is Deathless technology clones. Okay, so the Trustbreaker arrays are capable of scanning PDNs and using remote connection to the Warden. Zarak to reconstruct the passkeys necessary to shut down surface-to-air turrets in temperate planets. However, these arrays have come under persistent attack by drifter-controlled forces. According to reports of the field, Vanguard war clones have been spotted fighting each other for control on the compromised planetary defense turrets at sites across Rahaba 2, retargeting them at each other's deployment infrastructure. The opposing war clones seem to be fighting on behalf of the Gristis Commando Guri on one side and Mortis Legion mercenaries on the other. The split loyalties of the Vanguard imply that their usage has been made available by the Deathless Circle to both the Legion and the Guri. This has sparked rumors that the Circle's primary interest is the dependency on Vanguard deployments in a conflict, rather than the outcome of that conflict. He doesn't care who wins, as long as they fight with his people. It is clear that those responsible for the ongoing development of the Vanguard deep within the Fulcrum, led by the Archimbine's Lifegiver and the enigmatic Quartermaster, are taking full advantage of these deployments as proving grounds for mines, clones, and equipment wielded by the new generation. Despite this, Deathless Circle is believed to be reeling from the destruction of their Trustbreakers. Theft of their passkeys also means that they've lost the ability to dictate deployment details. The State Protectorate coordination of the disabling of PDNs in Rahaba for counter-pirate deployments by Mordu, Legion, and Tribal Liberation Force, similarly well-placed to counter Angel forces in the future. General Gar Orga of the TLF sent a message from the front line stating, quote, "With the assistance of Capsuleers fighting cartel insurgency in space and delivering these passkeys, plus the potential of Legion-coordinated Vanguard efforts on the ground, we'll soon free these worlds from pirate corruption," end quote. Mumara Kara of the State Protectorate added that Vanguard forces have pushed back the Gristis and proven that they need to not be a force for chaos in the cluster. So... And then Agency Network deploys Vanguard as colony attacks escalate. Early Thursday morning, local administrations of 4 Equinox workforce colonies in the Branch, Quirius, Vale of Silent Wicked Creek regions reported attacks on transport and supply vessels at remote work sites. This marks the latest escalation in a wave of increasingly violent raids faced by Equinox nullsec colonies in recent weeks. Those responsible for these attacks, who identify themselves only as militia, are suspected as belonging to a decentralized movement of aggressively opposes Equinox workforce colonies. Uplell has denied appeals for preemptive surface security reinforcements on logistical and economic grounds. Various enterprising third parties have begun offering services to the colonies or exploiting their disruption. These organizations are wide-ranging, including Order of the St. Tetramon, Order of Society Conscious Thought, the Society of Conscious Thought, and even the Blood Raiders. This is the mercenary contracts. So basically, during the groundbreaking site, there were different kinds of sites. Like, you could just go to the world, and it's like an open place where you could go and get resources. And then there were like these critical battlefields that... Hold on a second. Sorry. Mercenaries contracting houses with controlling interests in the agency network have deployed war barges in orbit of the affected planets. From these, they are staging trials of Vanguard freelance deployments. Vanguards operating in these locations are accepting contracts from third parties and colony admins via the agency job brokerage framework, in addition to acquiring and extracting assets for personal use. So, again, the empires. Peace has fallen apart. The empires are at war. They're escalating their conflict. Hey, calm down. The Deathless begins, like, more aggressively experimenting with their Jovian technology, opening up Zarak to more people and decloaking the Warden. Something about his investigations seems to really trigger the drifters. And it seems like if we go all the way back to when the drifters were first becoming more active again, if we look at the like the SOCT stuff, yeah. So we're seeing that this is like as the SOCT are warning about pirates doing working with the ancient technology, right? This is part of the way, like leading to this is the Guri Malachim investigating, or finding their route to now Zarzak, but we covered it earlier. I don't know if I'm going to be able to find it again. But it was around this same time that the SOCT begins to warn people about increased activity in drifters or in Triglavian space, which then leads to wait. It was here, right? Either way, the point is that as the Deathless has escalated his stuff every step of the way, has also represented an escalation in the Drifters' activity. And while the Drifters have largely remained very enigmatic, they seem to have a very pointed focus in stopping whatever it is that the Deathless is doing. So, are the Deathless clones in opposition to the Capsuleer clones? No? All right. Yeah. See, so on the January, February, March, April. In April, already we see this increase in conflict in the Drifters and between the Drifters and the Triglavians, and this is while Upwell is. So this is after. Yeah, this is after the emergence of the Fulcrum, but not the Warden. But now, the Drifters are fully awake and angry at what the Deathless is doing. Okay? All right. So that's last December. So that's 3 months ago. I think that's it for that. This picture just confirms that the Canopics are the Deathless's term for his clones, more or less. Okay, so Vanguard deployment recedes after 2 weeks of activity. Planetary defense hack halt is Vanguard retreat. Ground sources on the prior host planet of Angel Insurgency FOB confirming a halting of Deathless planetary defense network disruption yesterday. This concluded with reporting drawing back of Vanguard war clone deployments on the planet. Its location was, as well as the previous Guristas Insurgency in Rabaka, Vanguard were widely reported engaging with combat on both sides of the conflict in significant numbers with higher rates of pirate supports overall. Vanguard activity ultimately enabled a Guristas victory in Rabaka and contributed greatly to cartel operations in Golmorogod. Notably, despite a consistent disadvantage in raw numbers, Legion-aligned Vanguard claimed the majority of skirmish victories on 7 of 14 days of activity. Many have attributed the spread of loyalties to the core Vanguard population's primary origin as first-generation war clones who sought refuge offered by the Angels, Guristas, and Legions beginning in early YC115. So, once again, the Deathless opens up this opportunity, but each of the war clones are kind of their own people, and a lot of these war clones are from Arkhambine, which were friendly with Mordu. So when left to their own devices, a whole lot of the war clones end up actually still helping out with Mordu rather than fighting them. With Vanguard deployments no longer occupying planetary defense infrastructure sites, pirate activities previously attracted to these remote areas have returned to previous targets. Local reactions have been varied, with much discussion centering the Deathless Wraith's apparent decision to not directly provide the means to hack planetary defense infrastructure to pirate forces. Quote, on the one hand, these planetary hacks and Vanguard skirmishes pulled the majority of conflict away from civilian districts, stated local news personality Hesmira Ratosk of affiliate program Gilmoro God Worldwide. On the other, this means that we're dealing with an organization well beyond Empire Concord's authority, happily insinuating itself as a third party in the pirate activity that only became possible in the first place because of infrastructure that they provided. Rat Talk concluded, first the Circle markets shipcasters and fobs to access to pirates, making them dependent. Next, they show off an unprecedented ability to hack planetary defenses, keeping it to themselves, and jump in as a middleman for the next generation war clones, offering their services to either side, leaving both insurgents and the Legion with no choice but to employ them. Bald-faced war profiteering aside, if this Deathless and his allies are trying to make their tech and services necessary, they're damn well succeeding. However, we know that, like, the Deathless isn't actually really that interested in money, per se. He's trying to create, like, a revolution, right? So, all right. So, in the far reaches of nullsec, Vanguard freelance trials conducted by the agency network controlling mercenary organizations yielded significant yet highly varied results on planets threatened by emerging resistance to Equinox workforce colonies. Vanguard activity on DHR TAC H7 in Branch and JZV TAC FR in Vale of the Silent strongly favored Guristas and Deathless operations, respectively. Contracts from Guristas agent Omainen Sin supporting raids on local colony assets provide exceptionally popular, with completions totaling over twice the number reported for all but one other offering. The sole exception was JZV TAC F42, which tasks dispensed on behalf of the Deathless Circle, the Peacock, Leopold, resulted in the stonewalling of Society of Conscious Thought's acquisition efforts. Consequently, Equinox colonies of H74 TAC BO2 Quirius and 4 TAC Eve FLU TAC 2 Wicked Creek reported overwhelming support of the freelancers. Asset denial operations under Mortis Legion Strike Commander Tsuni Aina suggested highest completion ratio of all recorded contracts. So this is just reporting what tasks players actually did during that event, because as it wasn't just like which one we want to do, but it's also like it did advance those different people's agendas. So like those people succeeded in what they wanted over their opposition, right? Meanwhile, in the background of the respective Angel and Guristas operations, new retrievals of cloning and colony tech for Circle Associates, Lifegiver, and Quartermasters hint at a new R&D and refinements yet to come in the evolution of Vanguard. Whatever this future may hold for the new generation, the results of recent deployments speak for themselves. The scope will report on future developments as they emerge. One of the things that we know that CSP is working on for the next stage of Vanguard is multiple clone types now. So that's probably a big piece of it. Wormhole Station SOE operatives note shift in drifter-controlled sleeper drone activity. Which that was actually a rebalance of sleeper activity in wormholes, but either way. Capsuleer site Harada Oki bivouacs offering trades in Atavum and encrypted infomorphs. They can be found in wormhole space. Edencom scouts report rising threat level around Pochven DOS liminality locus. This is right as the change to DOS liminality locus to be the way they are now, where a lot of the buffs from there got moved off of them, and instead they're mostly focused on disrupting cloaked ships inside of Triglavian controlled systems now. All right. Then Federation releases evidence of future drifter attacks. So the FIO warns at the end of last year that there is going to potentially be evidence of a credible drifter threat. FIO is dedicated to the security of citizens first and foremost. The decision to publicly share this information was not taken lightly, but President Agard and I agreed that hard choices will have to be made in the near future. For those choices to be successful, the people of the Federation will have to understand the reasons behind them. Agard finished the press conference by adding, "Our evidence strongly suggests that the coming crisis is the direct result of the Deathless Circle's irresponsible use of Jovian artifacts. From their occupation of the Fulcrum to the activation of the structure known as the Warden, their greed has put the cluster at risk. If it were not for the reckless actions of the Drifter forces... if not for their reckless actions, the Drifter forces would have continued to remain dormant. As such, we will redouble our commitment to stamping out any Circle influence within Federation space." Remember, the Guristas... One of their guys ended up being a Deathless agent, Leopold and Valari, and there is some suggestions that the Gallente still worked with Leopold after he was revealed as a Deathless agent, and could potentially be, if you really wanted to level some accusations, you could say that it could be that the Deathless helped the Gallente during the Shadow War in acquiring the technology. But really, it was just players busting their ass. I'm pretty sure. Okay, so the FIO and the Federation basically warn of this future threat. The Caldari are like, we don't like to necessarily listen. We'll do our own investigations. The Mimitar, who are currently in an all-time low position with the Gallente, are very dismissive of it. The Amar give a kind of a very neutral, it's under advisement kind of reaction. But then, on the 30th, the attacks came. The Drifter crisis begun. Drifters began to attack systems throughout the cluster. You can actually see them in the opportunities right now. If you go into the opportunities window, in the interstellar events, you can see that there are these different Drifter crisis sites. Now, the original Drifter crisis sites were in, like the systems itself. It was easy to fail the sites, very hard to progress, and even though there were people actively attempting to progress it, all of the initial Drifter crises failed without us being able to push it all the way to completion to activate the final stage and beat them back. So they existed for, I think it was 3 days, and then they timed out and ended. So, Drifters attack systems across cluster. Drifter control forces have attacked solar systems in all 4 major nations. The attacks have focused on civilian infrastructure, triggering the deployment of military crisis response forces. Initial strikes by the Drifters have already led to the death toll in the thousands. With that numbers expected to climb as the violence continues. The motivation behind the Drifter aggression is unclear. The targeted systems are of little strategic significance. There are no signs of permanent occupation, and no resources are being extracted by either the Drifters or the sleeper drones under their control. The only clue that the Drifters' goal are the surveillance structure at the heart of their efforts, named Vigilant Dreamers. These structures appear to be the focal point of Drifter activities in affected systems. Defending forces are attempting to gather sufficient intel to pinpoint and ultimately destroy these Dreamers. Military leaders across Amar, Caldari, Gallente, and Mimitar alike have called on Capsuleers to aid them in their counteroffensives against what is being called the Drifter Crisis. Operations are being broadcasted to Capsuleers from Crisis systems via their Air Opportunities interfaces. So the Gallente, while they were originally the most prepared, actually were originally the least prepared to deal with the attacks. You know, the attacks coming kind of proved that they were right, and they kind of were like, haha, we told you so. But actually the second wave of attacks from Drifters, the ones that could be completed, or the ones that were starting, like, I'm not saying that they couldn't be completed the first time, but, you know, they didn't. But once they made it more reasonable for them to be completed, the first set of crisis that included ones that were completed, all of the Gallente ones still failed, because the Gallente crises were all in Solitude, which is a high-sec island. So people did not go and participate in those. So those failed, while the other ones were successful. So basically, you know, the Gallente were like, haha, told you so. The Caldari were pretty prepared for this, given the fact that they sort of believed the accusations, but then also did their own intel to determine that this attack was coming. The Mimitar, like, were a little bit off their back, were on the back foot because they were originally dismissive of this. And the Amar, the Empress uses this as a kind of a unification of the Empire to band together against this threat, which, remember, when the Drifters first showed up, they attacked the Amar and they killed the Empress. So this is the largest attack of Drifters since then. So this means a lot to the Amar in particular. Caldari be like, we're never ignoring the precursors again. Yeah, the Caldari did very poorly in Invasion, so it's incredibly important to them to do well against the Drifter threat. As the nations of New Eden respond to the Drifter threat, their representatives are being hosted at an emergency Concord summit in Uli. As diplomats headed into session, the Society of Conscious Thoughts Elder Mentor Matashi Reich spoke to the press, laying the blame for the ongoing crisis at the feet of the Deathless Circle. Quote, "These Drifter attacks are the direct result of the Deathless and his Circle's reckless hubris. Their occupation of the Fulcrum and Warden structures are clearly awoken the threat that long lay dormant. Through their interference in technologies beyond their understandings, they have unleashed tragedy upon our cluster. Rumors have spread that the Deathless Circle are attempting to take advantage of the current situation and deploying research outposts within crisis systems only to come under attack by the Drifters themselves. While calls for aid have been registered, military forces are encouraging Capsuleers to bring any research produced by the Circle to the Circle facilities to national intelligence agencies and not aid in the criminal organizations." So, and then as this happens, the abyssal deep flows also begin to reopen from earlier. We start to get hints about a new mystery that's kind of like images and stuff start to be unfolded. The only other thing at this point that's kind of noteworthy for later is the Vulaval suspended in many Mimitar clans in response to Drifter attacks. The Vulaval is the Mimitar tattooing ritual. Hold on. So the Vulaval is one of the Mimitar's most sacred traditions. They do tattoos. Basically the priestesses do these tattoos, the Varokor priestesses, and the idea is that these tattoos represent something about the person. It's like in other traditions, maybe you'll have a name bestowed upon you that speaks to your future and whatnot. And the tattoo that gets chosen for each individual person can make or break a person's life or career. And one of the most famous ones was Karen Midgeler, who is the previous leader of the Mimitar Republic. She was the one that was that was in charge of the Mimitar during the Empyrean Age. That then it was taken over by Maltu Shakur, and it's Karen Midgeler's. I think it's her niece that is the current head of her clan. So, yeah. And then also within these crisis systems, new Jovian facilities began to emerge, and those Jovian observatories contained gleaned information that were older than anything that we had ever seen before. So when you use Intosis links on Jovian observatories, there's a chance of getting gleaned records, which are all these different records of historical events, or like basically showing the recording of stuff by the Jovian observatories. But one of the oldest ones in here goes back to the birth of the Galente Federation, right? So this is a while ago. So 23-121, which is 115 years before YC, okay? So about 230, 40 years ago is the oldest record according to the original gleaned reports that we have. However, oh no. Wait. Where's the latest ones? Oh, I know where I have it. So this is all the information that was added for the Drifter crisis sites. Here we go. So there's the gleaned static, which gives us basically nothing. There's gleaned correspondences, which is interesting because this refers to the game of Tyrants and says, well, the point is that this year, 22 blank blank blank, means that this is occurring, like right now is, if we go back to the timeline, we see that let's see. Yeah, so 23,236 is YC0. So the year 23,236, I'm pretty sure. I might be off by a year or two, just based on the math or whatever, but 23,000, right? So these records, sorry, 23,000. So these records are older than all of that. And these theoretically point to the Second Jovian Empire. And this game of Tyrants is also, like, as I said earlier, the Tyrants were the head of the Second Jovian Empire. And the Drifters appear to be attempting to replicate or imposter the Second Jovian Empire, right? And the Sleepers are from the Second Jovian Empire originally. So, yeah. This is a very interesting piece of information to come out of this Jovian Observatory, especially since we didn't think the Jovian Observatories were this old. So this thing is unmoored in space-time, as they say it. Where is the description? Unmoored Jovian Observatory. Unmoored in space-time, this observatory is immersed in this location for a limited duration. The space-time instability caused by the drifter activity in the system has inadvertently caused its emergence, or they may have deliberately pulled it into this location with advanced hyperspace technologies. Whether it was a deliberate act or not, the drifters have moved quickly, deploying measures to secure its rare contents. How long has it been adrift for is unknown, but scans indicated it once contained valuable artifacts from a bygone era. Since its emergence, sleeper drones have already recovered many of these artifacts. So the thing is that, like, if it's unmoored in space-time, it's moving in space-time, could it have been sent back to the past? And that's where these records are from? Yeah. That's a very interesting, like, this is a very interesting concept. Here's an interesting idea. Did the drifters intentionally send these observatories into the past in order to get records from them? I don't know. The SOCT have accused these records of being doctored or corrupted. They try to say, like, pay no attention to all that stuff. But this is also about the same time that we start to discover that the Deathless is, in fact, an ex-SOCT member. I'm glad that you're very hyped, Combus. All right. I am too hyped. Okay. We got to finish this before tomorrow. So, okay. Capsuleer efforts lead to influence improvements as crisis continues. So, Capsuleers working with the SOCT develop better and better technologies, which basically CCP balanced the Drifter crisis sites to make it so that it was easier to gain progress, harder to lose progress, and so that way crisis could complete successfully. So, according to Elder Mentor Matashi Reich, the Society will be working alongside Amar, Caldari, Galente, and Mimitar response teams to purge this threat. The SOCT has urged intel gathered by Capsuleers to develop superior hyperspace tracking. These improvements will remove the negative impact of failed operations and boost the positive influence of successful operations. So a couple of things that are going on in these systems. One, the Drifters are putting these facilities that look a lot like the Horizon siege engines, so these big Drifter structures, next to like occupied facilities, like clan holdings, or like just buildings in space, right? Space stations. And they are bombarding these space stations with various forms of radiation, effectively torturing the people inside and recording that process. And they're what they call breaking points. And that is the information that's apparently all being shunted towards the Vigilant Dreamer, which is, again, ran by Tecton. And when you go there and deal with it, you get copies of simulated baseliners, which are being generated from the Dreamer itself, it seems. So we've talked about this in previous episodes, but it seems like the Drifters are torturing people and literally like recording that information, either because they, not being fully people themselves, are trying to flesh out their understanding of people by pushing them to their extremes. The whole like hang a guy off the face of edge of a volcano and that day you meet the man kind of thing. Or, as I've speculated before, it could very well be that this is a new form of attack that the Drifters are preparing against the Fulcrum and the virtuality. They're recording the torturing of people. That's data, that's information. Maybe they could inflict that experience on the virtuality. We're not 100% sure. However, again, as this was going on, we start to actually get slices of data from the Drifters that begin to kind of come together into a cohesive image. Or rather, six cohesive images. Out of the 7,250 and rising operational successes, the Caldari state has shown the greatest number of triumphs against the Drifters so far. Obviously, it's Caldari space. That's where everybody's PvE. Traditions and disciplines are strong understanding of duty. By contrast, Minmatar Republic citizens have suffered as their military forces were caught off guard. In anticipation of these tragedies, clan people are newly targeted systems of 9, Gafur, and Hadozeko have begun to flee. The unplanned exodus has resulted in confusion, put more pressure on emergency services. Many more, however, refuse to give up their homes. A clan chief based in Hadozoko told the Scope, quote, "For generations we have fought the greedy advances of the damn Imperials. We are not going to roll over now and give up our homes to these monsters without a hell of a fight." Headman General Kenneth Filmer, who is responsible for overseeing the Tribal Liberation Force activities in the systems, has called the Capsuleers to aid the defenses of our clans and join the work already being done to push back Drifter forces. Yeah, no kidding. Another system, like the stream for its thoroughness. Another system caught on the second wave of Drifter Crisis is Tashmerkon, the home system of Royal House of the same name. So that gets the Empress's attention. She says, "We, Amar, are one in the eyes of the Lord, and there is no system our military service people would not die to defend. We must band together to support every system under attack." Sources inside the Imperial Palace has reported that despite this statement of equal support, the Empress has begun attending every military briefing regarding Tashmerkon in person. So obviously important to her. And this was, I honestly believe, designed to trigger RP nerds. There are a lot of Amar loyalists. So it was a very easy way of getting Amar loyalists to be involved. It's like, oh, the Empress is asking us. Let's go. So SOCT firmware update promises the possibility of greater retrievals within observatory infiltrations. They made it so that more loot dropped in the hacking sites. Yes, we are going to see the event live in this stream. Next. SOCT scientists have rejected theories founded on newly gleaned data from unmoored observatories, calling them too corrupted and possibly falsified. But they're paying you good money for them. And Mind Clash tournaments in Nabali go ahead as planned despite fears of drifter attacks in venue. So the next set of systems that were attacked were 9, Gafur, Hadazelko, and Tashmerkon, among others. So the Tashmerkon becomes the very first system to successfully destroy the Dreamer. Now, it's not the first system to finish the Drifter Crisis, right? That actually goes to the Caldari, because so the Caldari being, that's where a lot of the PvE people are. Those systems got pushed up far more than any of the other systems. It got pushed to 100% first, no questions asked, right? But the problem is that unlocks the final site, and that site requires you to hack 5 different containers simultaneously, and that opens up a 90-second window where you can attack the actual Vigilant Dreamer itself. And so this is a coordinated effort, and at the time, it also had a timer on it, so you could actually just fail it. And so the very first one, the Caldari space is great for finding PvE and people doing PvE. It's also a great place for people disrupting people doing PvE. So that very first attack against the Vigilant Dreamer was disrupted, and so they failed to actually destroy the Vigilant Dreamer. The site completed canceling the ending the Drifter Crisis in the system, but they didn't actually get to kill the Dreamer. So then later, like a couple hours later, I think, or not even that long, Tashmerkon finally completes. And again, Amar loyalists are hardcore, man. So they made sure to do it right. And they were the first ones to destroy the Vigilant Dreamer. Empress Caddis I greeted crowds at the Winter Palace of House Tashmerkon following the recent first successful destruction of Vigilant Dreamer in their home system. Quote, almost 9.5 years ago, my predecessor was assassinated by a fleet of the same profane monstrosities that plague our heavens once more. They dared to try to usurp my lord's will and challenge our faith. Well, the faithful have risen to the challenge, and the righteous, like a righteous flame, in these skies, as in Kobam and in Aneth, we have proved that none can stand against us. Those gathered erupted in cheers. The Empress also took the time to read the honors of lists of pilots who claimed victory against the Vigilant Dreamer, awarding the newly minted Tashmerkon Dreambreaker shield to the following pilots. I'm not reading them again. The other royal houses have historically had mixed sentiments towards Tashmerkon. Their Eudorian heritage and pragmatic economic approach have caused some members of the Holder caste to join militant terrorist organizations like the Disciples of Purity, rather than acknowledge Empress Caddis Tashmerkon as their ruler. Today, not a single negative sentiment could be found in print regarding the house, as people took to the streets to celebrate across the empire. Lord Aram Ardashipper even went so far as to call their victory a sign of divine purpose, going on to say, in this time of conflict, we are blessed to have an empress of such, from such a resilient people. Okay, and so this is when the Caldari were the first people to succeed, while the Galente completely fail because they were in solitude. Which, of course, remember we've gone through this already. Celis Agard is all about like supporting the peripheries. She's the one who built the Stargate to Solitude. She took over in Taki, whatever. So like she's not happy that Solitude is just left to face its own, results. So the first to warn of the coming crisis, the Galente Federation has suffered the most greatly as it unfolds. The system of Hare, Nabali, and Gurique have all experienced significant losses despite Capsuleer's best efforts. President Celis Agard has called once more for Capsuleers to join in standing up for liberty. These invaders openly call themselves tyrants. We must not allow them to harm our citizens. And then, so because of this, the SOCT then make another update. Thanks to the defeat of the Vigilant Dreamer in Tashmerkon, they're able to put out another update. So now the Vigilant Dreamers no longer like have an end time. So it doesn't matter how long it takes for you to defeat the Vigilant Dreamer. They don't retreat and end the site. The crisis only ends after the full 4 or 5 days or whatever it is, or the Dreamer is destroyed. Okay? SOCT continues to dismiss rumors of doom as Capsuleers reconstruct data captured from Drifter sites. Uproar over irresponsible Nibali Mind Clash tournament. Airtalker Research Consortium holds public fleets to stave off Drifter attacks. Blah, blah, blah. Okay, great. So then next, Mimitar Crisis, celebrate Crisis victories. Here we go. Ready, guys? We fucking did it. We did it. We did it. Is Polaris and CCP area still Jove space, or was it retcon? So Polaris and CCP space is in the area that is Jovian space, but there's always been a separation between CCP Jovian space and Jovian Directorate Jovian space. So I wouldn't say it was retconned, but it is worth noting that you know, like a lot of that was like W477 TAC-P. Before W477 TAC-P, the Stargates were connected in Jovian space. Hold on a second.
Three.
Shh. So
gone on there. It's massive. What caused that whole thing to happen? Jovian Star.
So you can see here that there's this network of Stargates here, but then there's these other systems that are not connected by Stargates. That's actually CCP space. The Jovian systems were connected by Stargates. Those Stargates went offline when W477 TAC-P exploded. All right. Whew. What I'm going to do is I'm going to do a new opening just in case I want to edit these out for, because I've done all of these, a lot of these other New Eden news. I put out the New Eden news when they come out, doing a reading of them. So go ahead and check that out. Yeah. So what we're going to do, since I haven't done readings of these yet, we're going to do a reading of these two back to back, and then we'll do analysis and wrap things up for the night. Okay? Cool. Greetings, fellow. Wow, I need water. I'll be back. All right. All right. Greetings, fellow Empyreans. I am Ashtarothi, the voice of New Eden, and this is your New Eden news for February 28th, YC127. And today we're actually going to do two New Eden news back to back. So stay tuned. As soon as this one's over, we'll go straight into the next one. Mimitar celebrates crisis victories and Vulavaz, but Tabit under threat. Sanmatar joins Gafur Vulaval as Republic celebrates crisis victories. Clans throughout the Republic have resumed Vulaval after a surge of Mimitar crisis victories. The reinstatement of these sacred rituals represent a growing confidence in the Republic's ability to deal with the ongoing Drifter crisis. Mimitar forces were caught off guard when the crisis began and found themselves unprepared for the Drifter strikes. Since then, the Republic has managed to swiftly reorganize and become the most effective anti-Drifter force. Thanks to this ability to pivot and Capsuleer efforts, the Mitari have now claimed victory in 18 systems, the most of any nation. Samatar Malati Shakur joined celebrants on the barren world of Gafur 5, where a clan of carbon harvesters held their first Vulaval since the Drifter crisis began. Drifter forces have attacked Gafur twice, and twice Capsuleers have defeated them. Quote, I am proud to stand with the clans of Gafur, Shakur told those partaking in the Vulaval. An honor to witness the rites performed by these young people today. The perseverance of this noble clan is no small thing. You have all shown your resilience time and time again. All Matari are with you today, as you are joined with them forever. SOCT telemetry gives rise to fears over Tabit. While the Minmatar celebrate, the Society of Conscious Thought has registered a continuing rise in hyperspace traffic around the Republic system of Tabit. The rise coincides with the Minmatar surge and crisis victories. Society scientists hypothesize that the shift in activity will reach its peak next week on the 6th of March. Republic forces have already begun coordinating evacuation efforts into Tabit. Republic Fleet Admiral Kasora Fogniko told reporters, quote, we have learned the lessons of the early crisis and of Turner, and the people of the Republic are our #1 priority. As the exact nature of the coming threat remains unclear, many Tabit-based clan have elected to stay. Brutor tribe chief Wukimi Pol have called for the Republic to, quote, forcibly evacuate at-risk individuals should their clan refuse to leave, stating that survival is the first step to the road to victory. Sepister chief Akasa Midgeler criticized the suggestion, voicing her position that, quote, it's the tribes and their clan, not the Republic, that should decide the people's fates. Whatever comes on the 6th, fleeing will not bring us closer to victory, she continued. The Deathless Circle started this crisis with their thoughtless experimentation on Jovian technology. Our only path to victory is to claim that power and knowledge for ourselves. Only then will we have what we need to push the Drifters back and strike at the heart of their operations. News in brief. IGC denies accusations of false reports by SCC auditors. Unconfirmed reports of new Deathless Circle research within Warden in Zarzak. Caldari State criticized by UCF rebels for abandoning low-security systems to crisis despite soaring high-sec successes. SOCT refuses to comment on newly surfaced Reconstructed Visions. Edencom reportedly training in anti-sleeper drone tactics. Federation forces rally to counter every Drifter crisis, but report drop in crisis frequency. Grand Admiral Ketsti Sundara dismisses Republic wins as Amar achieves second-most crisis victories despite increase in systems impacted. Suspected Angel Cartel agents arrested in Dorolf for black market acquisitions of Drifter Rex. Paragon Station in Orifei hosts independent think tank on implications of Drifter technology. So, now for some analysis. First of all, the congratulations to Dutch Gunner and his efforts to support the Drifter crisis. He's been leading fleets, coordinating with Arataka Research Consortium, basically every single day, making sure that both the Glente and the Minmatar, but mostly the Minmatar, have had their crises addressed. So I think that it is fairly safe to say that this victory of the Minmatar can be, at least in part, thanks to Dutch Gunner. I'm sure that Electus Matari and a lot of other people have contributed to this, but, you know, it's worth noting that, like, Arataka Research Consortium and Dutch Gunner have gotten a lot of credit for the amount of effort that they've put in. I've been out there, and the Invited have been supporting him, especially with the Deathless stuff. It's been a great time for everybody. But, yeah, he's been absolutely dedicated to ensuring these crises. You know, he's a long opponent of the Drifter forces. So, so we have this supposed attack that is going to be on the 6th of March. If you're watching this live, that's tomorrow. And we get more news in the next New Eden News article, so we're going to talk about that when we get there. But this system of Tabit is basically completely unremarkable in any way, mostly. It's taken me a long time to figure out anything that's of value of this system or why it might be the interesting system that we're looking at. But I did find a couple of things. Excuse me. The other thing that I think is really important to note here is this statement by Midgelar. So remember, this is like the niece, I think. Akasa Midgelar is, I believe, the niece of Karen Midgelar. And so, you know, she has been the Sepaster chief for a little while. She's been a loud advocate, or sorry, you know, she criticizes the Shakur regime when quite often, although she has backed them up when they've done the right thing. But either way, she has kind of risen as this up-and-comer alternative political figure to the Sanmatar Malatu Shakur. It's worth noting here that while this is Wukumi Pol that's saying this, he is the Brutor tribal chief, and Sanmatar Malatu Shakur is Brutor. So this is like Malatu Shakur's group is saying we should forcibly remove at-risk individuals, and Midgelar is pushing back against that. So we are seeing kind of a feud between those two tribes as it continues to play out. But this interest in taking the Deathless technology or the Jovian technology for themselves, for the ability to push back against the Drifters, this is interesting, and it really, really plays into the next New Eden news. So let's go ahead. There is unconfirmed reports of new Deathless Circle research near Warden and Zarzak. That is actually just the Reconstructed Visions. So as this Drifter crisis has unfolded, a series of images have been collected and decoded and assembled together. A total of 12 different fragments that are named after Greek letters, which appear to be drifters in origin, have been appearing over time. It took us 3 weeks, I think 4 weeks really, to get all 12 fragments. You can't look up the, I can't look up the individual fragments, but they result in, those 12 images result in 6 combined images. Reconstructed Spectral Vision Amar, Reconstructed Spectral Vision Annihilation, Reconstructed Spectral Vision Galente Prime, Jita, Matar, and Torment, okay? And so this is the new research. The first one, this one is the one that is called Annihilation. This is a Galente Stargate with 2 drifters off to the side. We see this image off to on the right-hand side of these 4 icons. And what appears to be like a lava planet in the background. One thing that's worth noting out of this is that there's a few things that are wrong with this picture. First of all, it's an Amarian star. It's a Galente Stargate that's owned by Amar, and also has Amar at the bottom with a banner. Galente Stargates don't have a banner at the bottom like that, so that's also weird. Also, it seems to have 2 different security status. We can see over here is 1.0 and 9.9. So this is wrong. This icon has never been seen before now. This being in between the 2 is weird. The order of these icons are weird. The point is that this image appears to show something, but it's also wrong in certain critical ways. This is important because the spectral vision captures... Hold on. Do I have it here? Wait. How do I not have it? Hold on. Now I gotta pull this freaking thing up. They make some of these items unsearchable, so that way we have to collect them. So bear with me. Okay, so, but this is where they got added to the game. So it says, this data capture emitting faint traces of black body radiation, which drifters emit radiation, that's like one of their telltale signs, contains an image intercepted from an advanced virtuality. So again, the construct, right? A virtual reality construct. The scenario it simulates are so detailed that only half of the image could be captured. Curious capsuleers may learn about the origin by decoding the data and overlaying it or combining multiple captures. With the right approach, something might click. Okay? So this image is actually fragment Zeta and fragment Gamma. Gamma's on the right, Zeta's on the left. And so one of the things that we'll see is that these symbols and the corners are the things that kind of line up against each other. So there's two things going on here. Well, three things going on here. There's the image itself. There's this thing in the upper left, and then there's this thing in the lower right, or upper right, lower left. Okay? The next fragment shows this is the spectral vision Galente Prime. So this one shows a clear attack of drifter forces against Galente Prime. All of these different events are from in 2020, they came out with a series of videos for the various empires, one for each empire. And in each of those videos, there's a location shown. These images are from those locations, but not the exact camera angle from those videos, which is interesting. But so this is showing the drifter attack on Galente Prime. Also, hold on. So we can see here on this one, it's sideways on the original one, but this is the top left corner, and you can see it has a bunch of these circles and lines and dots and arrows and stuff. Okay, we'll see that come up later. And then on the right side of the Galente, we see the number 1, the Roman numeral 1. Okay. So next. Here is the reconstructed vision of the attack on Minmatar, on Matar, right? So this is the stadium that the Maltu Shakur gives a speech at. We even saw an image of it earlier when we were going through the different stuff when Shakur got re-elected or re-chosen as a Senmatar. Also, there's a ghost image over the planet, but it's too fuzzy to match. Yeah, there seems to be something. What's up?
I'd like to inform you that you are like an hour past when you thought I was going.
I know. This is, yep. Well, I mean, the nice thing is that I've been able to continue to take my time now that I'm not under time pressure. But we are so close to being done, I promise you.
Just go.
Nope, because this is due by tomorrow. All right, so we're almost done. Next. Sorry. The Minmatar ones also have on this side, we see these 3 symbols, which is going to be in the lower left-hand corner. And this symbol, which is in the lower right-hand corner, which is like a circle compass with a barbed wire in front of it. All right? Then we have the Amar image, which shows the attack on the Amar homeworld. And its symbol, or its pictures, we see here, this is the top right, and it has this circle with arrows pointing in and like a wormhole. And on the left one, we see this colored in like map of New Eden, right? We can see there's green for Galente, Amar for Amar, or yellow for Amar, red for Minmatar, blue for Kaldari. This is a map of New Eden. And then we also have the Jita image. So this shows the attack on Jita. Once again, drifters up here, hitting strikes against the Jita 4-4 station in this, what looks like a Charon trying to escape. With this one, we have the 4 in this corner. And the 2 in this corner. And then finally, the most evocative image that we have. This one is the one that is entitled, what is it called again? Torture? Hold on. Torment. So this one's weird. Because, and this one I think was kind of the big mystery one that this was one of the ones that they kind of held in reserve this last half to make it so that it was hard for us to figure out what was going on. But obviously this is incredibly evocative. In the original image, wrong one. In the original image of Delta, we actually see that there's a picture of the Warden down here, which is what made me believe that this was an image of the virtuality within the Warden. This does feel like infomorphs inside of a virtuality, showing how tortured they are. It doesn't know if are these sleepers, all this sort of stuff. Very interesting thing to note, though, about this picture is we can actually see here in the center here. Yeah, Punch, we're still going. We have the Air logo partially modified. Air has kind of quietly managed to stay out of the limelight, not had a lot of pressure on them, not had a lot of pushback in their development of capsuleer technology in the last few years. But this seems to suggest, and we, all day we went through stuff. I don't remember anything coming up about Air with the Deathless or anything like that. Air hasn't made any moves in any of this operations as an entity during any of this time. So the fact that they're showing up here, I think, is very curious indeed. There's also, you can see like a structure on the side here, like in the background behind the thing. There's a lot of weird pictures in this image. But then, of course, we have the Warden in that bottom left that we saw. And the bottom right rather was the Warden. Bottom left was this symbol here. So we combine all 6 of those images, right? We get 4 different Empire attacks, one for each Empire, plus the Stargate and the Torment picture. And then on top of that, you get the combined images in the 4 corners, which if you layer them on top of each other, they fit together. Let me pull that up. Oh no! I thought I had that. Anybody have the 4 images that I can steal? DM me in Discord. Emission slices. Spectral vision material. Haha! No! That's not the combined ones. Thank you, wizard. Here we go. Thank you. So here are the 4 combined images. We have 1, the Warden under lockdown, right? 2, 5 spiky bits which some people think that this is like these are reminiscent of the sea urchin, which is what the pickup sticks in the inside of the Jovian of the drifter wormholes were originally looked like, pointing to this central wormhole. So this seems to suggest that the 5 drifter wormhole systems might be a tool to access some central system. The third image is clearly the Jovian logo. And hey, going to be streaming the thing? Yes, I will be streaming the thing tomorrow. And then we can see here, that this looks like it's the attack plan, right? We can see, oh, look, this one's going to attack there, this one's going to attack there, and then go, like, each one goes in and then out somewhere else. In, out, in, out. The Galente one doesn't have an arrow pointing towards it, which is kind of weird. So the implication here is that there is a massive operation that is likely to happen soon. Sorry, I was looking at the other image that Wizard gave me, and I was trying to see whether or not I wanted to bring it up. So, so all that brings us to today's New Eden news. You ready? Finally? Tabit strike planned. Drifter wormholes are future goal. Tabit strike plan leaked. The first of 2 military strikes will take place on Thursday, the 6th of March, in Tabit at 1800, according to documents leaked to the scope. The documents, which were delivered by an anonymous source, has been verified as the incomplete records of a Republic fleet briefing. The second strike is set for 09 the following day. According to the hyperspace telemetry gathered by the Society of Conscious Thought, these strikes are going to take place after the drifter intervention in this system has occurred. Yet, according to the briefing, the target of the attack will not be under drifter control. The briefings indicate that the goal of the strike will be to retrieve intel that grants an advantage in developing the technology necessary to occupy drifter wormhole systems. The Republic fleet has refused to comment on the operation. Reports from local police or local pilots have already suggested hidden presence within the system. While these could be advanced Republic fleet operatives, many believe that the Deathless Circle operations are underway in Tabit. Deathless Circle research outposts have been spotted throughout Crisis Systems, where they conduct dangerous research on drifter wormholes. Taking the fight to the drifters. Sources within all 4 major militaries have reported a shift in focus towards attacking the drifters' own wormhole systems. These systems are believed to be the drifters' operational hubs. Up until now, they have been considered too difficult to hold. This is because of the logistical challenges required to set up significant military presence inside of wormhole space occupied by hostile forces. A think tank held on the Paragon Station in Orifay has published findings that contradict those assumptions. According to the think tank, the SOCT's new telemetry, as well as the remote connections demonstrated by the Warden and Fulcrum stations in Zarzak, indicate a new logistical possibility could be unlocked. The possibility of opening up this new front in the war is not only strategically promising, but would also mean the possibility of future research and development. Drifter technology is a largely unexplored link to the lost knowledge of the ancient Jove. Any group that successfully secures such technology would have a chance to develop future advantages over their competitors. The scope has gathered reports of groups interested in advancing towards drifter wormholes. The 4 major factions. Intelligence operatives from the 4 major factions have begun searching for information on how to achieve this new technological development. The Republic Security Services, Ministry of Internal Order, Federal Intelligence Office have all made inquiries on behalf of their respective governments. In the Caldari State, the House of Records and direct representatives of the Central Executive Panel have done the same. Angel Cartel. The Angel Cartel is known to use Jovian tech as inspiration for their unique ships. Recent arrests believed to be tied to the Guardians and Salvation Angels indicated key interest in seizing drifter technology. Edencom. Formed to fight against the Triglavian invasions, Edencom has recently begun training on sleeper drones instead. Shifting focus from Triglavians to the drifters could be seen as a natural extension of Edencom's remit It is believed that Edencom is collaborating with the DED, who would act as a proxy for their interests. Evermore. A household name, this corporation's manifesto is to bring all things to all people. Evermore has framed itself as a cutting-edge technology developer. Their subsidiary Paragon hosted the above-mentioned scientific talks recently and acts as their parent company's capsuleer liaison group. Society of Conscious Thought. The Society has been vocal in its belief that they should be stewards of the Jovian technologies. Though their own corporation and Genelution, through their own corporation and Genelution, they will be glad recipients of any new technologies. The Triglavian Collective. The Triglavian Collective is believed to be in the midst of a full-scale conflict with the Drifters inside of Abyssal Dead Space. All clades and the Collective itself has been reaching out within Pochven for technologies that would give them an advantage over their ancient enemy, Azdaja. And the Uplell Consortium. The Consortium is known for its advanced infrastructure technologies, from megastructures to unique cloning techniques. Yitri, one of the Consortium's member corporations, has recently begun making inquiries about Drifter wormhole technologies on the Consortium's behalf. And that is it for your New Eden news on today. This one is from March 5th, YC127. Now for some last analysis. As I said earlier, the Tabit system is almost wholly unremarkable. It's never been mentioned in the lore. It's not overly important to anybody. There's only two things that if I do find the Domovoy, I'll return it to the Triglavian. It's not because I'm a Kybernaut, but because I asked nicely. Yeah, so that is actually one of the pieces of information that came out of all of this, which is that in the fishing, with the deep flow rifts, one of the things that can be gotten out of it is this Demijohn secured dispatch, which is, message in a bottle, which says, the flow has been interrupted. Domain is advanced time unfit. We face extirpation. If our Domovoy is returned, glorify it within the flow. So they're obviously they're having some big problems right now. So what's weird about this is that in the original report, it seemed to suggest that the Drifters were going to attack this system. But now it seems like the Drifters are going to attack a system near here, but not this system itself, because it said, where did it say it? These strikes will take place after the Drifter intervention in this system has occurred. Yet, according to the briefing, the target of the attack will not be under Drifter control. So I am currently in Tabit right now, and we are not in the middle of a Drifter crisis yet. In fact, if we look at the Drifter crises, normally there's 12 available at any given time. Today, right now, there's only 11. There are a couple that are getting pretty close to being completed. So I would not be surprised if Tabit became an active system next. It would be the first time that CCP is outright told us a system that's going to come under attack. They never did that in the invasions, I don't think. And, this is a big one for the Drifter crisis. But it's worth noting that, the way this reads, it seems to suggest that it is the Mimitar that are preparing the attack. They seem to know that the Drifters are going to do a crisis event in the system and are planning to attack it first at 1800 and then later at 09 the next day. So that's really weird. They're going to attack Deathless Arrays, I bet. That sentence about occupied Drifter hulls and the one about developing future technology with the ancient Drifter tech, or Jove tech, while sketch balls because we won't understand it, looking at Turner. Yeah, well, and this is a big thing. This is something I've said for a long time. Guys, it's game on. The big, so for a long time, the big, in case of emergency, break glass was the Angel Cartel Titan, right? But for, obviously when they came out with Uprising and all that, or rather with Havoc, they wanted to incentivize this new function, this whole new world and get us into what was going on again. And so they released the Angel Cartel Titan as a way of kind of, the thing that had been asked for like 10 years. So here we have the other biggest, in case of emergency, break glass. This is something that CCP has held in their back pocket for over a decade. CCP has been incredibly reluctant to let us have any access to Jovian technology, or sorry, Drifter technology in any way, shape, or form. We've seen it, we've encountered it, we've fought it, but they've tried to keep it as mysterious as possible. And we've never really had access to it before until the Drifters attacked Zarzak. When the Drifters started attacking Zarzak, the Drifters that showed up to those Horizon Siege engines dropped officer mods that were Drifter officer mods, right? Based on the tech that they use. So, you know, while they still just function like normal officer mods, they were the first bit of Drifter tech that we've gotten our hands on. And it seems that this is implying that that might be just a smattering of what is to come. That there seems to be an increased desire by the empires and other forces to go into Drifter wormholes and better understand the technology so that way we can leverage it for our own. Drifter tech might become available for players more soon. That is a big thing that they seem to be kind of signposting here, right? So my last thing to point out, it's kind of a little thing. I've teased about it the entire time, but it's sort of a little thing. This system of Tabit. I keep on talking about how it's completely not really meaningful to anything. There are a couple of ways where it's interesting. If we go to Edencom, we go to edencom.space. We can go to... Where are the systems? Skarkon. Skarkon is an incredibly important system to the Mimitar. It was the system that was taken over by the Angel Cartel in the early days of the Empyrean Age. And Skarkon was in contention again when it became Final Liminality and was stolen by the Triglavians. And there's been a fairly active resistance inside of Skarkon for the last... Well, really since Skarkon became part of Pochven. And in fact, there has been... We didn't cover it here. I didn't see it. I need to go back and find it. But there has been coordination between Kenneth Filmer outside and Krillafrit inside. I think that's the two people. To attempt to, like, better organize resistance efforts in Skarkon. Of all of the different Pochven systems, I would say that Skarkon has probably had the most drive by the empires to maintain control of or regain control of or whatever, right? So each system in Pochven can be connected to with systems within 10 light years. That's the wormholes that's the systems that the wormholes can connect to. And as we can see in this list of systems, we see Tabit. Tabit is one of the systems that are near enough to Skarkon to link to Pochven. So, so Tabit can link to Skarkon. That's interesting note number one. But that's not that interesting, right? I mean, with everything that we've covered today, it's kind of interesting, but it doesn't feel like exactly what we're going for when it comes to this. So, what I think is far more interesting is the system of Tabit has an adjacent system, Enur. Enur in Molten Heath is a system that those of us who have been paying attention to the Deathless know pretty well. In fact, at the very beginning of this stream, fucking 8 hours ago, I asked somebody to do a locator agent on Leopold and Valari. Guess where he is? Hey, look. The Deathless's agent, and where a lot of the Deathless coordination, like the peace treaty between the Angels and... Yeah, as of today, still in Enur. The peace treaty between the Angels and the Krullifer organization was largely performed at Enur. So this has been, in fact, when the Deathless first was shown, when the location was first shown, and people saw that Zarzak was, or well, it was pointing to, hold on, let me align my map first. Shit, where's Zarzak? Here it is. Yeah, so it pointed to here, which is where Zarzak is, but the nearest system to it is Skarkon and Inur. Look at that. So there's Zarzak. Inur is the closest system to Zarzak that is still accessible normally. And Tabit is one jump from Inur. So, I mean, this is pretty normal for my old school streams. Very, very rare to do these long streams nowadays. But, so yeah, there you go. We have an attack coming tomorrow at 1800. It appears that it could be the Minmatar have a plan for something to do, but it's related to the Drifters and their interest in this system. Is that a regional gate from Tab to Inur? Yeah, should be. Yeah, because Tabit is in Metropolis and Inur is in Molten Heath. So this whole time I've been out here, I've been outside of a Drifter wormhole. So some people have noticed that Drifters have shown up and scanned this whole place. This is the unidentified wormhole that's here. And there is a Jovian observatory here. So tomorrow at 1800 Eve time, CCP is going to go live with the scope, and I'm going to go live here. So that's an hour early from my normal time. And we're going to see whatever this attack is. And then, oh God, 09 is like the middle of the night for me. I don't know. I don't know what we're going to do about the 09 thing. We'll have to see what happens when this happens, but I will be here to cover it and talk about it. But today we have gone over so much lore, everything that you needed to know, or probably a lot more that you didn't need to know, but whatever. Lots of information to get you up to speed, to know what is going on at this exact moment as we rest on the precipice of something big. We know that there's a big content patch coming in a week. That we know is going to come with big mining changes and other changes too. So, yeah, if you want to keep track of all of that, please make sure to follow or subscribe to the channel. If you're watching this edited, I can't understand how anyone ever got around to editing this in any sort of way, but thank them, whoever they are. Might be me, might be somebody else. If you want to edit for me, I'll pay you in ISK. Yeah, so, whew. All that said, we will be here tomorrow to see what's going on and get more information. Thank you, Punch, for that. What, super chat? I appreciate it. For $4.80. Is there a meaning behind that? It's a penny a minute. Okay. All right. Well, all that said, my son's home. I'm hungry. I'm tired. Y'all are tired. We will be back tomorrow. I'm sure I should have a better closing, but give me a break. We've been talking for 8.5 hours. So I'm just going to say, I have been Asherothi. I've been playing this game since 2010, talking about it since 2012, and I'm here to put even into context for you, my fellow Empyreans. Thank you guys so much for checking this out. If you made it this far and you haven't liked the stream, then you are the bad one. Make sure to correct it and like the stream for the guinea pigs. If you want to support what I do, it would be super helpful for you to share it with a friend, or if you want to take it to the next step, you can always become a member or a patron or pick up some of my merch. Yada, yada, yada. Thank you guys for coming. Thank you to my son for adapting to this whole situation, even though you being sick is the reason why I had to catch up like a week's worth of content in a single day. But it's okay. I think everybody enjoyed it, right? You all enjoyed it. You doing good?
Yeah, did you enjoy it?
Did Chad enjoy it? All right. Well, all that said...
We're waiting for us to see a response.
Are we waiting? Somebody responds, so I don't have to wait anymore. There you go. Very enjoyable.
Yes.
Very good.
Yes, I got someone to do it.
I have been Ashrothi, the voice of New Eden. Until next time, I'll see you in space. Give your 07. Come over here, give your 07. 07. Hey, actually, also, thank you guys, all of you guys, for everybody who participated in the conversations. It's been great. Thank you, especially to the Wizard, for being so clutch in all of this. And, you know, Malik for being a cool dude. And Punch for your donations and support, and et cetera, et cetera. Yeah. I love you all. Bye!
Just thanks for everyone for being here.
Thank you for all for being awesome. I mostly appreciate you all for not giving me shit that I covered 10, 12, or 20 years of game time in 2 hours, and then 2 years of game time in 8 hours. I appreciate it.
For every city